Testing, testing. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? I'm doing something a little different today. Am I clear? Am I on? Sound like I'm echo. Something wrong. Shit. All right, there's going to be a slight delay. But I want to get right into what I'm about to do. We about to watch Joshua Cain from Team Osiris. He did a review on Incibity. I got you, Melvin. Hey, yo, we about to get right into it. Hit the like button.
Falls within the suit beating.
Peace and power, everybody. It's your one and only Consul Sheshmua Moon. And we are back with another presentation from Team Osiris. And you know, Osiris is our solution is revealed in science. We try to use the scientific method in deciphering information and on a wide scale. Today, we're going to be talking about ancient Egyptian practices, basically paronomy and leadership, a publication that was written by Osiris. And the person that did an in-depth study, actually read the entire book, was a team member, Joshua Cain, who was with us live, along with Melvin Jefferson and Heru from Team Osiris. And, I think that Joshua, again, has done an excellent body of investigation and peripheral journalism to really kind of bring a journalistic and investigative approach to this subject matter. So, Brother Joshua, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Cool, man. What I'm going to do is turn the floor over to you, brother, and carry on.
All right. First, peace to the family, peace to the panel and everybody listening. So today, it'll be a critique, a breakdown of the suit beating king in ancient Egyptian. Now, I was recommended to read this book to get to the root of Negro Egyptian because apparently the work has been done and the work is within this book. So I purchased it and I read it a couple of times, and this is what I found. So I put it in a presentation, and I'll be presenting it today. And we can just jump right into it. All right, first, this is like a reference guide. Whenever I make a point or try to highlight something, I'll be using or referring to the science and pseudoscience chart to the right. and an article, a guide to the perplexed, how to identify pseudo-linguistic articles in the media. And again, I'll be referring to these two most of the time when I make a point or try to highlight some methodological flaws within Massoud Beatty. Real quick, we're going to define a term, proto. It is a combining form, meaning first, foremost, and the earliest form of, when used in the formation of compound words. So whenever you see proto, like proto language, that means the first or foremost of a certain language group, or proto culture, that means the first and foremost, the birth of a culture. So moving right along. All right, page 6. I already went over this in my first presentation. It's about he used what is it? The Black Sumerians by Hermel Hermstein. And page 6, he refers back to this again. Basically trying to connect Bantu, Proto-Bantu, to the Sumerians. So we already went over this, but I'm going to touch on it just like briefly. But yeah, so the Sumerian language is a language isolate, as you can see right here. And right here, the study of Sumerian, because of the lack of known cognate tongues and because Sumerian died out thousands of years ago, it is extremely difficult to establish a reliable grammar or lexicon of the language. And that's number one. Number two, Proto-Bantu, which is the language he's trying to connect to Sumerian to prove that the Sumerians were Black people. Proto-Bantu has its origins in West Africa, preferably somewhere in southern Nigeria and northern Cameroon. That's the origin. And then it dispersed from there, went out to Central, it went to Eastern Africa, it went to the South, and basically encompassed most of sub-Saharan Africa. So next slide, page 7. Page 7, he references this book to the left, an introduction to Proto-Indo-European in the Proto-Indo-European world. And he says right here, in other words, if one is trying to reconstruct the proto-culture of a group of distant people, simply acknowledging and shared cultural traits is not enough. Only by establishing a strong relationship via the languages can a real case be made for a common origin of a group of people. But that's not necessarily what this book is saying. And even like modern linguists right now, they don't just, I mean, it's really pointless to use linguistics by itself because it's extremely hypothetical. Only when you bring in other scientific fields, such as archaeology, anthropology, and genetics, does that proto-language kind of like begins to take shape or take form, and you have empirical data to back it up. But again, so what he's trying to say in page 7 and throughout his book is that you can tie all these people together linguistically, which is false. And right here, even in the book, it says, which was written, it was written in 2006, by the way. It says, although much now appears about the relationship between DNA and language, it will remain to be seen how appropriate the techniques of genetics are in unraveling linguistic phenomena. So this is back in 2006, which really it began to take off the relationship between DNA and language. And then down here, she goes on to talk about the archaeological record and how they use that too. So it's just not standalone linguistics. It's pointless to do that. It's unscientific also. So page 17. Indo-European and Semitic languages were formed as a result of certain language groups back migrating from India. See, that line right there, I look everywhere for an ancient back migration from India to the Levant and to Mesopotamia. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find anything. And he really doesn't provide any proof to back up that claim either. So, and then you go down right here, it says these unknown languages from India converged with Negro Egyptian and thus Proto-Indo-European and Proto-Semitic were formed. Like, again, like, can you give us a date, a time frame, like having the genetic data to back it up, archaeology? And the answer is no, but he does try to, he does reference this article. Page 40, it says, I suggest that the indigenous group of speakers in the Middle East were bat migrants from India into the Levant area where Semitic originated. So again, he references this article, the Bayesian phylogenetic analysis of the Semitic languages. And within this article, it's funny that he used it because it doesn't say anything about a bat migration from India. And also, number one, it agrees with Afroasiatic, this article. And the suit Beatty disagrees with Afroasiatic. It says that Afroasiatic is unscientific and false. However, he uses an article that agrees with Afroasiatic. And number two, this article, like I said before, it doesn't say anything about a bat migration from India. And number three, it agrees with that Semitic diverged from Afroasiatic, which he also disagrees with. So, let me see, page 44. Okay, so Mboli argues that there were 3 waves of Negro Egyptian speakers who migrated to the Middle East at various times, and does not give a time or a time frame as usual. Right here, it is the M dialect, Bantu prefixes, Mu, Ma, etc. of Negro Egyptian that is responsible for the formation of Proto-Semitic. And let me see what else. The final wave out of Africa that imposed itself simultaneously on both linguistic substrates, which were already heavily influenced by previous beer wave, Proto-Semitic for those headed towards the Levant and occupying all of Arabia, and Proto-Indo-European for those who continue to advance towards the north. So again, so what he's saying right here, if you look at the globe, he's saying that Negro Egyptian speakers, he doesn't give a homeland either, so I assume it's Egypt. So they migrated out, they gave birth to Proto-Semitic, and the ones that kept traveling north gave birth to Proto-Indo-European. And this is what he's saying. Does he provide anything to back it up? No, he does not. Tries to use linguistics, and he tries to use the Bantu language as the progenitor of Proto-Semitic. So when you talk about Bantu people, again, the origin is in West Africa, Niger Congo area, and that's Proto-Bantu. And then once they started to migrate within the Congo, and they spread out throughout most of sub-Saharan Africa. So they were nowhere near the Mideast. So I don't know how they gave rise to Proto-Semitic when they're thousands of miles apart. So again, this is why you just can't use linguistics by itself. Page 45. Okay, so on this page, he references Soikita. Right here, at a minimum, we know of 2 waves of Negro Egyptian speakers who were speaking different varieties of the same language. This is corroborated at least archaeologically in the historical record. So he references this article on National Geographic by Soikita, and he goes on to talk about what Soikita says in his article. He talks about the various out of Africa migrations. Talks about the Holocene period, the Green Sahara period within the Nile in Egypt. Then he talks about the rock paintings and other migrations. But still, though, the way he's using it is out of context, because I still don't know what time frame he's talking about. Like, it can be last year, it can be 1,000 years ago, So if we go on to the next page, Okay, so he took from Sorkita, and Sorkita is the last person a Afrocentric would want to reference, because Sorkita does not subscribe to the Afrocentric model of Egypt being all black, and also like right underneath the on the same page that he referenced, Sorkita talks about ancient Egyptian language, and he says ancient Egyptian with Coptic forms one branch within the Afro-Asiatic linguistic phylum. So right off the top, like he agrees with ancient Egyptian being a part of the Afro-Asiatic linguistic phylum, and he agrees that Coptic is part of the Egyptian language. So that contradicts the Subedi stance that Coptic is not a part of ancient Egyptian, and that ancient Egyptian is part of Afro-Asiatic, because he does not agree with Afro-Asiatic and Egyptian being Afro-Asiatic. So it's called, again, at the top, you see it's called cherry picking, and only picking favorable evidence. And once you cross-examine his references, you see that he just cherry picks here and there and totally ignoring the inconsistencies and the contradictions in his sources. And you'll see that time and time again. And then, okay, so no archaeology used, you'll see throughout this book, except this excerpt from Sorkita. And again, like I mentioned, it doesn't line up chronologically with what he's saying. And so, like I said, Sorkita does not subscribe to that Black Egyptian hypothesis. And you see right here on page 5 in the Subedi, it says the first assumption is that ancient Kemet was an African country. Its inhabitants were Black African people. It's page 5. So if you referencing Sorkita, you would know that he does not subscribe to that. And again, on that same article that he referenced earlier, right here, Human Biology, and he says that the basic overall genetic profile of the modern population is consistent with the diversity of the ancient populations that would have been indigenous to northeastern Africa and subject to the range of evolutionary influences over time. So again, he does not agree with that. They came from the South, Black Egyptian hypothesis at all. So, oh yeah. So again, that's another thing that that's practiced within pseudoscience, is that they start with a conclusion, i.e., the Black Egyptians, and they work backwards to confirm it. So yeah, so again, this is something of what Sorkita was highlighting. I use another article, Climate Control, Holocene Occupation in the Sahara, the Motive of Africa's Evolution. It talks about the various settlements, the time periods, the dry Sahara, the green Sahara, and when the Sahara began to dry up, and then the pre-dynastic time in Egypt. So, all right, so page 45. Middle Egyptian and Coptic are two separate languages that have mutually influenced each other in the land of Kemet. So, all right, a number of things wrong with this. He's saying that, what he's saying is clearly that Coptic or Copts were speaking the same, well, at the same time as Middle Egyptian. So you see right here, Middle Egyptian is 2000 BC. Was spoken, roughly 2000 BC to 1350 BC, and Coptic is after the Greeks invaded. So those are like thousands of years apart. So what he's saying is that, I guess he thinks that Coptic and Middle Egyptian were spoken at the same time. That's just false. Like, that's a elementary mistake to think that these two were speaking at the same time and influenced each other. Like, how's that even possible? Like, so how did Coptic go back in time and influence Middle Egyptian if they are for them to mutually influence each other? Like, that makes no sense. I still don't understand what he's trying to say. So, and he said they are two totally separate different languages. He's not even saying that Coptic is the last stage. He doesn't believe that Coptic is the last stage. He thinks it's just a totally separate language altogether. So I use the Sanu papyrus, like dated to the Middle Kingdom. It's probably like, it's considered one of the most famous texts from ancient Egypt. They have copies from the 12th dynasty, and they have one from the 19th dynasty. So we'll be looking at some words within the Sanu papyrus, and right here on the left, these are Middle Egyptian words according to, I want to say, James P. Allen, and to the right are Coptic words, and you see right here a continuation of certain words like meat, which is pronounced alf, and then you go to the right and you see the Coptic word, and you see cognates within Middle Egyptian, spoken from roughly 2000 to 1350 BCE, all the way into Coptic, like a nuke, and you got Abu, which is the word for elephantine, and then you got Abu over here in Coptic. And I'm pulling these Coptic terms from the Coptic dictionary and the Coptic etymological dictionary also. So again, once you analyze like the calendar from the 19th dynasty, and then I got a Coptic correspondence, and you still see a continuation with the calendar itself. And so yeah, so I pulled those words and that calendar from this book right here, Egyptian Phonology, an Introduction to the Phonology of a Dead Language. And so how is Coptic a totally separate language, is what he's saying in Kemet, when with one papyrus and the Sanu papyrus, you find 88 cognates between Middle Egyptian and Coptic. So that's false. All right, so page 49, he pulls from African languages, an introduction. He talks about proto-language does not give birth to its daughters and remain distinct from them. It evolves directly into each of its daughters as part of a continuing historical process. It becomes its daughters. So yeah, that's going to be important when we go forward throughout the presentation. Let me see. Okay, so page 46. It is observations like this that help in the assumption of a continuity between the languages of Middle Egyptian and Coptic, when in fact, as we argue, it is a result of existing relatively peacefully in a confluence zone, which facilitated synthesizing of culture and shared linguistic features, enough to make researchers think that Coptic is the last stage of Egyptian. However, something must have happened to interrupt this peace, I guess, as suggested by the normal palette. So what he's saying right here is that he thinks that the entire Egyptological schools have gotten it wrong about Coptic being the last stage of Egyptian. He's saying that nope, Coptic and Middle Egyptian was spoken at the same time. That's what really happened. And Middle Egyptian is indigenous to Egypt, and Coptic is foreign. So that's what he's trying to say. And he does not agree that Coptic is the last stage. Clearly, that they were spoken at the same time, and that's why you see similarities, which is just totally false and just ridiculous. So, all right, page 47. Hey, brother Melvin, you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, cool. Remember we talked about this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Page 47. Thereafter, Manetho tells also of 5 Egyptian tribes which formed 30 dynasties comprising those whom they call gods, demigods, spirits of the dead, and mortal men. Thus, from the historical record, we know of at least 5 tribes that came together to form political Kemet. So right now, he's using Manetho as historical evidence and proof that there are multiple languages within Egypt, starting from pre-dynastic times all the way up into modern times. This is what he's using, Manetho. Like, I mean, so what do y'all think about using Manetho to prove that?
I think from an academic standpoint, using Manetho isn't necessarily wise, since, there is no actual proof, of him. And, most people that use him for a biblical sense, and so they can kind of get away with it, as the Hebrews or some Christians who use Manetho. But when you're trying to show tribes, real living people, I would not use Manetho to prove Egyptian tribes. I would definitely look for a different source. I would definitely try to look for some indigenous tribes. Archaeology is a great resource for that if they're no longer living. If they are living, then definitely going there to the continent and actually putting in the preliminary research with those tribes is what's highly recommended, since that's going to be primary research.
I would also like to add that with Manetho, classically, scholars really only use the chronological aspects that Manetho uses in regards to history. And really, it only was adopted by Flavius Josephus that kind of pushed the use of Manetho as a primary source. And it was just agreed upon. It never was actually really challenged because a lot of Manetho's work is missing. So, but I digress.
Yeah. And even with that, like, he clearly, he's talking about gods, demigods, spirits of the dead, and mortal men. And I guess Asar Imhotep is equating that to actual tribes. I mean, I don't know. Me personally, I wouldn't use it to substantiate 5 different tribes. And see, the problem, Brother Melvin, that you said with going over there and to Egypt and doing primary research, he does not think that the current population is the original population. So, I'm guessing because of skin color. But moving right along. Oh yeah, so I thought I'd just throw this in here. There were giants upon earth by Zechariah Sitchin. He also uses Manetho's gods and demigods out of context in his book. And there were giants upon earth is also listed at Harvard and Yale if you want to check it out. Let me see. All right, going to the next one. That's just cherry picking favorable evidence and relies on testimonials or weak evidence. Again, case in point. All right, so page 48. Here he makes up his own definitions on why I do not discount dialects in ancient Egypt. It is my contention that the temporal dialects were in fact separate languages. And then he references himself 3 times as was earlier argued by Emboli. When vocabulary and grammar are different, it is not the case of dialect, but of one of a different language. So you go right here, I pulled from Linguistics, the introduction. I just pulled a simple definition. Dialect, a distinct form of a language that differs from the other forms of that language in specific linguistic features, pronunciation, vocabulary, and grammar, possibly associated with some regional, social, or ethnic group, but nevertheless, they are mutually intelligible with them. That's the definition of a dialect. So right here, it's saying is, okay, a dialect is distinct form of a language. You know what I'm saying? They're still mutually intelligible, although they have different forms of pronunciation, vocabulary, and grammar. Nevertheless, they're still dialect. But up here, he's saying that no, if when grammar and vocabulary are different, it is not the case of dialect, but a different language altogether. So yeah, that's flawed methods. You got conflating concepts and misrepresenting theories. So much going on right there. Going ahead to the next one. I think I got that in there twice. All right. So page 50, what do we take from the citation? It is clear that Middle Egyptian language existed side by side with the New Kingdom, and during the New Kingdom, the scribes were still speaking Middle Egyptian, including it in the New Kingdom. He's right, but again, he pulls from a source that does not agree with nothing he's saying in this book. Like, and he just cherry picked a favorable source to make a point. But when you upon further review, this author, not only does he agree with the genetic unity of Afro-Asiatic, Egyptian within Afro-Asiatic, he also agrees that Coptic is the last stage of the Egyptian language. Nothing about Bantu and Egyptian in his book, so why use it? Like, right here, he talks about the evidence provided by Coptic, and he talks about how Coptic wasn't necessary to use because of the lack of vowels in the previous stages of Egyptian, and it was hard to detect dialects in the earlier stages, but Coptic allowed researchers to kind of suggest that, yeah, there were dialects in the earlier stages. Just don't know how many or where, but they just guess. Anyway, long story short, using another scholar that totally disagrees with your whole entire premise and cherry picking just one favorable line that you like. All right, page 51. All right, so he's saying that it had to be another language altogether. This means that these languages were being spoken at the same time and they did not evolve from each other. So again, historically, he's saying that, oh yeah, wait, I'm going on right here. Also, dialectical distinctions are generally invisible in pre-Coptic. He says morphological and grammatical features, however, indicate that old and late Egyptian are historical phases of a single dialect and are closely related one, probably one from the north, while Middle Egyptian represents a separate dialect with most likely a southern origin. So yeah, he pulled from James P. Allen, but he didn't read like the relationship between these various stages of Egyptian is not strictly diachronic in nature. Coptic shows evidence of 6 major dialects and numerous sub-dialects, and these undoubtedly existed in some form in the early stages of the language. So it's kind of like, hey, he chopped it up. He tried to say that these languages on page 51 are totally different and they did not evolve from each other. And then he pulled from a source in James J. Allen, and then it does say that they evolve from each other and they are dialects. So again, that's cherry picking. And then again, like, he thinks that Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, and Coptic were spoken at the same exact time. Like, you had Coptic speaking people, I guess. You had Late Egyptian speaking people, Middle Egyptian speaking people, and Old Egyptian speaking people talking at the same time. And that's where the similarities arise in Coptic, according to him. So still, all right, we already noted that. We already noted that similarities were due to borrowings as a result of convergence. He's saying again that these separate languages, in particular Coptic, which confuses the historical picture. He's saying that everybody's confused about history. Allen notes how drastically different Middle Egyptian is from New Kingdom and has to admit that Middle Egyptian interrupts this notion that there was a straight evolutionary path from Old Kingdom to New Kingdom to Coptic. All right, so like, first of all, like, nobody says that it was a straight evolutionary path from Old Kingdom to New Kingdom to Coptic. I mean, Egyptian history doesn't have a straight evolutionary path. They had interactions with various groups, invasions they had to deal with. So no one says that it's a straight evolutionary path. And page 51, continue. All right, here he says, get my. All right, so right here he says that. I'm moving this side of the way. All right. Most grammar books acknowledge, which thing out of the way. Most grammar books, however, acknowledge that Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom Egyptian are closer together and more similar than New Kingdom language. Allen, 2013, is the only text, to my knowledge, that says otherwise. And, all right, so you go to page 2 on Jane. I ain't have to look for it, by the way, but page 2 on his in his book, he says that ancient Egyptian is commonly divided in 5 historical stages, known as Old, Middle, Late Egyptian, Demotic, and Coptic. Significant differences in grammar separate the first 2, meaning Old and Middle, from the last 3, which is Late Egyptian, Demotic, and Coptic, so that the stages can be grouped into 2 major historical phases, designated as Egyptian 1 and Egyptian 2. Let me see. So, I mean, basically, he actually agrees with right here. He agrees that Old and Middle Egyptian are closer together and more similar than the New Kingdom. He didn't say otherwise, although he did talk about dialects within his text, but that was based on Coptic and some other aspects of Middle Egyptian and Late Egyptian. But no, he didn't say that. He never said that. And you can see right here on page 104, Egyptian underwent a shift in verbal system. Egyptian 1, which is Old and Middle, comprised right here of comprised of Old and Middle Egyptian, and Egyptian 2, consisting of Moan and Coptic. Within these elements and the verbs are relatively linear. These are discussed again. This is a conflating concepts and misrepresenting theories. So, all right, the severe shift is a result of Middle and New Kingdom Egyptian actually being 2 different languages, and boldly clarifies why Coptic and Middle Egyptian are so drastically different. All right, so now one scholar cited in the suit, BD, says that Middle and New Kingdom, which is Late Egyptian, are 2 different languages. Nobody else says that. Matter of fact, they don't say it's different at all. They just say it's different stages of the same language. You know what I'm saying? Like why he's trying to push this point, where this point of these are different, separate languages. Mainly because he thinks that, if you remember from the earlier slides, is that he thinks that Old Egyptian was a language spoken at the same time as Middle, spoken at the same time as Late Egyptian, spoken at the same time as Demotic and Coptic. So he thinks that these 5 different phases were spoken at the same time. So that's just being completely ignorant to historical stages were spoken at the same exact time. So page 51, 52, he pulls from Helmut Satzinger, the Egyptian Connection, Egyptian and Semitic languages, and he says, although trying to make a case for a strong Semitic and Egyptian connection, provide these comments that reaffirm much of what we're saying right here. So real quick, like, he constantly pulls from sources that just completely contradicts his stance. He tries to preface it by saying, okay, he's saying this, but just ignore that. But this is what we focus on right here. Like, it's just so much cherry picking going on throughout this whole book. It's a crime shame. So, but you go down here, he had a footnote that said, we have to keep in mind, regardless of the amount of literature making this claim, Semitic and the Egyptian languages are not closely related. This is done in literature to make it appear as if the Semitic world had anything to do with the development of ancient Kemetic civilization. So, all right, so this that contradicted within the same book on page 17. He says that the Negro Egyptian speakers who migrated out of Africa in these regions gave birth to Proto-Indo-European and Proto-Semitic. So, again, the word proto means first and foremost, and then you got Semitic. You're saying Negro Egyptian, which comprises of Egyptian language, Bantu, and like almost every other language in Africa. He's saying that gave birth to Proto-Semitic. At page 40, the early Semites were just Africans arriving in the Levant to find a lot of other people already there. However, these Africans were not Semites, but Negro Egyptian speakers of the Nile Valley, as they became Semites through convergence process in the Levant. Again, he's saying that these Africans that left the Nile Valley went to the Levant and became Semites later on. But again, Egyptian and Semitic is not closely related. I don't understand it. So page 44, he said that it is the M dialect, Bantu prefixes of Negro Egyptian that is responsible for the formation of Proto-Semitic. So basically what he's saying right here is that Negro Egyptian speakers gave birth to Proto-Semitic, gave birth to Semitic speakers, but they're not closely related. That's just like saying grandmother gave birth to daughter, and granddaughter is not closely related. Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. It's look, inconsistent, cherry picking, and using flawed methods. And then to say that again, that Bantu prefixes gave birth to Proto-Semitic. Like, Bantu was way in West Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa, like Proto-Semitic, which they don't have actual homeland. Still though, probably spoken somewhere the Arabian Peninsula or in the Levant somewhere. Still though, they are worlds apart. So, and then he quoted this in his book also on page 49, is that the most important insight we discover is that the mother language diverges into its daughters, just as a microscopic mother cell in biology splits in its own daughters. The proto-language does not give birth to its daughters and remain distinct from them. It evolves directly into each of its daughters as a part of a continuing historical process. It becomes its daughters. So again, like, I just don't understand how Semitic and Egyptian are not closely related. But then Negro Egyptian, which comprises of Egyptian, gave birth to Proto-Semitic, but they're not closely related. So it doesn't make any sense. Check out. So Sumerian and Bantu are not related. Sumerian and Bantu are related, but you got Egyptian and Semitic right beside each other. They're not related. And then on page 8 and on page 9, he says, with all the comparative work, one must caution against drawing unnecessary conclusions concerning relationships between cultures that exist in far-reaching geographical spaces in vastly different time periods. We must not confuse relationship with parallels and parallel with origins. I mean, just look at that real quick. Cultures that exist in far-reaching geographical spaces. I mean, if that's not a reach. This is the place where Bantu is spoken at right now, and this is where Sumerian is, way over here. So this is plausible according to him, using his logic, but Egyptian and Semitic right beside each other, and they interacted with each other historically, but they're not closely related. So, okay, so again, he pulls from Helmut Satzinger on page 53. He says, to comment on the latter part of this citation, Satzinger is noting the various pools of cultures from which derive the pharaonic Egyptian culture. He is admitting to the fact the area context shape language. And he also attests to at least one other language in the Delta region. So we go over here to what he actually said. He said the valley population is not indigenous. It has immigrated there from either the south or the southwest. And he goes on to talk about how the Egyptians may have had contact before he entered the light of history. May have had. And he talks about different neighbors, Cushitic, Sudanic languages, Nilo-Saharan, Kordofanian languages. But he said these assumptions are, of course, based on present distribution. He didn't say anything was a fact. He also did not say that various pools of cultures from which derived the pharaonic Egyptian culture. He didn't say anything about that. He was just saying that they may have had contact before a lot of history. And again, these assumptions are based on the current distribution. So again, he's trying.
And that's real important, Brother Joshua, that you make that distinction, because we talk about critical reading and things that can be taken out of context just with a couple of words that are changed. Especially when you're quoting somebody, you want to have integrity when doing it, because it can paint a totally different picture when someone says possibly, probably, may, instead of the word fact. Because again, when we're doing research, we have to be very careful how we word things. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, correct. Like if I was writing a research paper for my professor in college, and if I twisted the words of my source, just best believe that my professor would deduct some points off of my paper for misrepresenting an author or misquoting him, obviously. So moving right along. All right, so this book, all right, page 53 is the Egypt was linguist in African society. It is often the opinion of linguists from Ghana, Dr. Anchi Darkwa. In his book, The Arabic Bible, as concerns to the Egyptology on the Egyptian language question, he states, on 149 in this book, which I have the book I read a couple of years ago, that Napoleon's decipherment of the hieroglyphs was based upon the wrong premise that ancient Egypt was a monolingual nation, as most European nations are today, which I just basically saying that Napoleon was false. Everything that Napoleon did was, I guess, false according to Africans that wrote the Bible. All right, so let's just analyze the source of which the Subidi is pulling from. So, this book, how credible is Africans that wrote the Bible? Check this out. So on page 63, and I quote, "The latest evidence confirming that Moses was not a Jew but an Egyptian came in 1998. In December 1998, Disney released a full-length cartoon feature of the life of Moses. The title of this feature was The Prince of Egypt. The question is, if Moses were a Jew, how could he have been an ancient Egyptian prince?" And that's page 63. So basically, he's using the Disney movie to prove his point. Let me see. Like throughout the book, right? Yeah, right. How ridiculous is that? He did not make any linguistic comparisons to Biblical Hebrew or Aramaic and the Con. Only like English. He used like English and the Con, and did a lot of what you call lookalike linguistics or false cognates. Hey, they look alike and they sound alike. Hey, they're related, which is a lot what Nasut Beatty does too. So, all right. So look, page 51. He references a magic show on TV where a magician mentions the origin of magic was in Egypt, which bolsters his claim that Egypt started all concepts of religion. He claims to use genetic evidence to prove that the Jews/Hebrews were Black, Akan, Afrin, but uses a briefly referenced study on the limba that he read in the New York Times. He also says that there is biblical, historical, linguistic, and cultural evidence to confirm that classical Hebrew was the Akan language, page 103. He rarely cites any type of source. He makes extraordinary claims with underwhelming evidence. He calls Joseph the prime minister of Egypt. He says that Abraham went to Egypt to join the priesthood. It's extremely Afrocentric. For example, like Black Egyptians, Black everything. And I mean, this is a ridiculous book. This is Consul, would you use this book as a reference point to build your argument?
No. And, you know, the reason being is because there is no proof of, there's no scientific method here. It's conjecture. That's simple.
Correct.
There is no evidence here.
Correct.
So
there's none at all. And throughout his book, he uses circular reasoning. It's like, okay, how are the Akan Hebrews? He says the Akan are Hebrews. And I'm going to prove that the Akan are Hebrews. Then he says the Akan are Hebrews. And I just proved that the Akan are Hebrews. That's basically what he did throughout the whole book. Like it was a bad book. And this is a Sorry Motep source. So that lets you know about how credible it is. Moving right along.
yeah, sourcing is very important, man. Sourcing, very, very important.
Oh yeah, you should always cross-examine your sources. Who, what, you know, who is it by? The date of the source. You know, and you should cross-examine it, like I said. And he does use outdated information too, which is a no-no, unless this is like the only work within the field. But when you have like ancient Egypt, it's so much work that's current on ancient Egypt. You should be using those type of sources, not Africans who wrote the Bible. Like, but going all right, page 54. This is important to note because the character of the writing script is not Semitic with Negro Egyptian, as noted by Diop in regards to the beginning of the Metroneta script. Like, no one, correct me if I'm wrong, but no one ever said that. Currently, nobody ever said that the hieroglyphs were a Semitic script. Like, I'm trying to figure out who said it. I look for people currently that said that stuff. Now, is it an outdated argument? It might be like the 1800s, maybe, you know, early 1900s, but nobody currently says that the hieroglyphs are a Semitic script. Like
No.
Yeah. So again, look, a guide to the perplexed, how to identify pseudo-linguistic articles or pseudo-linguists, conflating concepts and misrepresenting theories. All right, so this right here is interesting. Remember now, he does not agree with the Proto-Bantu being in West Africa. So on page 61, he references a text called Indaba, My Children, African Folk Tales. So page 61, in this text, Indaba, My Children, Mutwa, argues that Bantu speakers in Cameroon have preserved the old Bantu speech. And it is the language that the Amazulu used to speak to the spirit world. So old Bantu speech. Let's see what an old Bantu speech is. Where is this old land where the old tribes are still found today? Yep. So again, where's this old land, the old tribes? It says this is in the southern parts of the land of the Ibo and Oyo in Nigeria. And it goes to name the tribes. Are the oldest Bantu tribes in the south. So all these tribes are direct offshoots of the great Bantu nation that lived in the old land 4,500 years ago. It talks about the Bamalik of the Cameroon. So this book is referencing Proto-Bantu in Cameroon and Nigeria. See right here, Nigeria, the old Bantu speech. So he doesn't agree with Proto-Bantu being in West Africa, but he uses a reference, a book, a source that uses Proto-Bantu to West Africa. So it's just like, what's the point? So you don't agree with it, but I mean, you look, Musawa argues that the Bantu speakers in Cameroon have preserved the old Bantu speech, but you disagree with all this right here. Very little evidence that Bantu came from Cameroon makes no sense. That's what he says right here. But the East African is stronger, but all this evidence, and then use a reference that says otherwise. All right, so page. Hey, this your favorite book right here, Consul.
Yes, sir.
George and James, Stolen Legacy.
First eye-opening book. Yes, sir. One of my favorites.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's outdated.
Outdated.
Yep. He argues that Egyptians had a secret language called Sinzar, although this language seems to be from the imagination of H.P. Blavatsky in her text, The Secret Doctrine, and is associated with occultism. The idea of a secret or priestly language among the Egyptians may not be too far off base. Like, okay, so he basically admitted that it's from the imagination of Helen Blavatsky, but still try to say, okay, it may still be possible. Like, bro, like really, you really trying to push, I don't know what agenda you have or whatever, but you're using Helen Blavatsky through Stolen Legacy, and you still trying to substantiate it when you just admitted that.
And actually, to show them the how can I say? I want to say inferiority, or maybe I can even say the I guess a rookie mistake. Stolen Legacy, as you see when you read the excerpt, he is pulled it from C.H. Vale, which is the Ancient Mysteries. He himself was not quoting Blavatsky. G.M. James was heavy Masonic understanding. Very interesting.
This is a horrible source, and then to try to say it seems to be from the imagination of Helen Helen Blavatsky, and to turn around and say, well, it might not be too far off base. It just shows how desperate you are to prove your point.
Yeah.
If you ask me. So like inventing knowledge, false history, fake science, and religion, or pseudo religions. It talks about Blavatsky making this stuff up, and of course she got it from someone else. But again, like it's a reach altogether. Claiming to have used sources, Madame Blavatsky described how the world will go through 7 eras. Each of these root graces, blah blah blah. Like it just, she basically made it all ridiculous. Page 62. It is already understood that the Sesh Medunetta was the script used by the priests, while the demotic was primarily used by the people. All right, so from Visual and Written Culture in Ancient Egypt by John Baines, right here, table 1, it talks about different forms of writing: hieroglyphic, cursive, hieroglyphic, hieratic, and demotic. And right here, it talks about how they were used by the priests. So again, the priests, not only did they use hieroglyphic, they also used cursive hieroglyphic, hieratic, and in the Greco-Roman period, they used hieroglyphic, demotic, and various other scripts. So, and then he tried to, okay, so next page, he tried to say that the demotic script was primarily used by the people, but the people, the 99%, were illiterate completely. Like they had no use to write. They had no need to write. They were craftsmen, farmers, unskilled workers, peasants, things of that nature. So I don't know what he means by the demotic was primarily used by the people, because the people could not read or write. And most of the time when they needed somebody to write, they would go to one of these higher ups, scribes or whatever, and they would pay them to write documents for them. But no, the people did not use demotic. Ridiculous. All right, let me see. Okay, so he pulls from this website. At the bottom, Coptic.org language. And some scholars hold that ancient Egyptians had another language in addition to written form. Father Shinoda Meher summarized an opinion concerning the language of Egypt. And he says that he emphasizes that Egyptian and Coptic language have been spoken together simultaneously since olden times. Egyptian language is not a spoken language so far, but basically derived from Coptic. So this is what this means, that Egyptian language is the language language of the Egyptian who spoke in Coptic and used it for language and scriptural purposes. This Egyptian language was only known to scribes and totally unknown to the public. So he tried to use this to substantiate his claims, but on that very same website, if you read the whole entire website, the author of the website went on to say about that in any case, the Coptic language is at base a dialect of ancient Egyptian. Many of the nouns and verbs found in hieroglyphic text remain unchanged in Coptic. And he said, the author said also that it's difficult to accept the Egyptian language is basically derived from Coptic, assuming that Coptic is the origin. More usually, Coptic is considered a continuation of ancient Egyptian language, but written with a Greek and Demotic alphabets by the 3rd century AD. So on this very same website, the author was basically going over the different hypotheses or theories regarding Coptic and Egyptian, and he just highlighted one. And if you, like I said, if you read on down, he disagreed with what this guy said, Father Shinoda Meher. But the Suit Bidi, it used Father Shinoda Meher to substantiate its claims that Coptic and Egyptian were two totally separate languages. And so on the very same website, ancient Egyptian evolved in various stages. According to Suit Bidi, it didn't evolve. Let me see. What's some other stuff? But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like he didn't read the whole entire article. Just cherry-picked what was favorable. Page 63. Okay, he goes to try to explain some migrations, but we can summarize that Middle Egyptian speakers invaded from Sudan and took control of the areas around the Delta where New Kingdom and Coptic speakers were originally settled. As a result of the invasion, the language and prestige became Old Kingdom and Middle Egyptian. And it ultimately confused the situation for later researchers that gave the belief that Coptic was the last stage of a language continuum beginning in the Old Kingdom. So again, this is what he's saying. Like he's saying that Middle Egyptian came from the south, where late Egyptian and Coptic and I guess Old Kingdom was being spoken, and Middle Egyptian took over, which is like, if you just look at the chronology I got right here to the left, like that's just completely insane. And then it doesn't even mention Demotic. So it just doesn't make any sense to me. And now, page 63, you kind of see why he does not like the Copts or the Coptic language. So what probably happened is that after the end of the Middle Kingdom, the second intermediate period, the indigenous population gained their independence, and the New Kingdom and Coptic languages became languages of administration and writing. The Coptic language may actually be a dialect of New Kingdom, was adapted by a foreign population that settled in Kemet. When we look at the appearance of the Copts today, they do not at all resemble that of the artwork of the Refuting from earlier periods. So basically, skin color. The Copts are not dark enough, I guess, since they don't resemble the artwork of the Refuting from earlier periods. So let me see, page 63, continue. This would explain why the Copts needed to, one, adopt the Greek writing script, have vowels represented in their writings. Says the Kemetu are known for creating over 800 symbols to represent their language. They are more than capable of creating additional signs for vowels. They did not have to borrow signs from a foreign people to write their ancestral language. And actually, although pre-Coptic Egyptian scripts are predominantly phonetic and only partially ideographic, their usability for many kinds of linguistic research is hampered by the fact they are almost exclusively consonantal. So in his book, he's saying that the Egyptians were able to create 800 symbols representing a language, they are more than capable to creating additional signs for vowels. And that's just not what happened. That's not historically accurate at all. And then right here is my contention that the adoption of Greek signs is because the Copts partly originated and or identified with people from the regions of the Aegean and Mesopotamia, and vowels were critical to the understanding of the speech, for which the original syllabary of Chicam would not have been adequate. Copts lack the influence found in Egyptians from Qatar and Arabic population. It may suggest that the Copts have genetic composition that would resemble the ancestral Egyptian population without the present strong Arab influence. And this is from the genetics of African population, a Nilo-Saharan component of African genetic landscape. It's basically saying that the present Copts have the same genetic composition as the ancestral Egyptian population. So he says one thing, but in actuality, in we dealing with scholarship, they say something totally different. So, and then on top of that, he doesn't really substantiate his claims. He just says things, doesn't really use any strong evidence to back it up. So, again, page 63, he tries to say that Hebrews and Hebrew is the same thing, and that's just a rookie mistake. Right here, pulling from Pomegranates and Golden Bells, studies in biblical and Jewish Near Eastern ritual, law, and literature. There's no validity to the assumption that the original was a pure from the stated form. In short, the plethora of attempts to find some way to relate Apiru to the Gentilic Ibri are all nothing but wishful thinking. So, I mean, that's basic research to know that Apiru and Hebrew is not the same. All right, make sure I'm not skipping anything. All right, so page 86. Again, he's using Proto-Bantu, which he uses like 30 times, but he disagrees with it. The association between the tree and person can be further observed in these Bantu reconstructions from the Bantu Lexical Reconstruction 3 database. And again, when you use this, you basically agreeing with this. And this is the classifications of the Bantu linguistic zones. So pulling from historical linguistics, it says Bantu languages, they are likely to go back to Proto-Bantu, taking into account the genetically more diverse northwestern area of Bantu zones A, B, and C. That's where Proto-Bantu is hypothesized to originate at. So whenever he uses Proto-Bantu in these groups, A, E, F, G, he's agreeing with the current scholarship regarding Proto-Bantu. So again, just cherry picking, contradicting himself. See, here he is. He doesn't agree with. There's little evidence that Bantu originates in Cameroon. Like, just keep on driving that point home. Page 103. Tep Resi, where Nubia and Kemet meet, just as Heneti referred to Sudan, Nubia. I believe that Tepi, short for Tep Resi, also referred to this region, and it's from here that the Greeks got the term Ethiopia from. So, I mean, right here, I mean, I got it right here. The Greek English lexicon, the origin of Ethiopia is Greek in origin. This means burnt face. All right, so page 110. All right, so this is a little interesting. So page 110, it says that Frederick P. Wicker in this text, Egypt and the Mountain of the Moon, provides us with a convincing hypothesis as to the inspiration of the White Crown. It is indeed a weaver's nest. is what he's trying to say. And noted that we've never found a white crown or a red crown in that. So making that comparison is a little sketchy to begin with. And so he tried to say that the bird's nest is probably the inspiration for other white crown, and then he uses this specific weaver bird nest. And then, so if you know anything about weaver birds, each species make unique bird's nest. So when I looked up this particular weaver bird, its distribution is in the Indian subcontinent in Southeast Asia. So somebody want to say something? Okay. But yeah, so
No,
again,
go ahead, Joshua. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so again, like, this is just a reach, like, altogether. Like, I mean, it doesn't even resemble the white crown, if you ask me. Like, in Egypt, way over here, in India, in South Asia, where this bird is found at is way over here. He could at least use a weaver bird found in Africa, try to make that claim. And right here, you can go down to the database right here, and they show you all the different weaver bird species and the different nests that they make. All right, so right now we're going to define a term. Pigeon is a simplified version of some language, often augmented by features from other languages. A pigeon typically arises in colonial situations and is used at the beginning primarily as a trade language. All right, so 110, he says that the h or the h type sounds is dropped in Yoruba or cognate terms. In Kikam, for example, he tries to compare Chikam Haseb, to think, and reckon with Yoruba Shebi, to think and to suppose. So right here, I got the Afro-Asiatic cognates of Haseb in Ethio-Semitic languages, in Hebrew, Arabic, Coptic, and Egyptian. So let's look at Yoruba real quick. They do have a word called Sebi, to know, to understand, but this word is actually a Nigerian pidgin language, spoken throughout Nigeria. It's based in English by way of Mediterranean lingua franca words left over from the colonial period, in this case, the Portuguese. So right here, look at picked in Yoruba in Nigeria, spoken throughout Nigeria, by the way, not just Yoruba. This word Sebi comes from Portuguese. It doesn't come from Egypt, which he's tried to connect these two words, but upon further review, that's just not the case. So yeah, that's just poor methodology, poor research. Like, it's a pigeon language word. Like, it's not even Egyptian based. So, all right. So this is right here, page 122, 123. He tries to compare. Hey, Consul, everything all right? Hello?
Yeah, so we're still on and
Okay.
still recording. So
Okay.
I think you're all right. I think maybe you stepped out.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. That's cool. But anyway, yeah, page 122, 123, we know that both images contain a priest or king with a serpent emblem on their forehead. In Yoruba land, the snake on the forehead symbolizes Ogboni, elder society. So right here, this is a brass Ife head, and he tries to compare it to a wall relief in Egypt from an Egyptian pharaoh. So he tried to say that this is a serpent at the top of this Ife head. But if you look at the modern crowns of the Uni of Ife, you see that it's not a serpent at all. It's made out of bead, Yoruba beads, actually, and it's not, again, it's not a snake. And to prove that, go on to the next slide. Okay, there we go.
Also, if we look at West African art, as far back as 15th century, very, very descriptive. You know, West African art, if you look at the Ife statue, that is very abstract. So that's not a serpent. If it would be far more descriptive and look directly as a serpent.
Okay. All right, so check this this video out.
The beads in the crown mean that this was a very high personality. The crown was certainly a composite structure. It is possible that the base was cotton woven cap, maybe in the style of what we see now. We have some photographs of that as well. And if you look at the top of the crown, you can see these elements which are beads. The beads were produced in Ile-Ife for a long period before the European came. And we know that they were making red tubular beads. And probably in the British Museum had what you can find here, this painted in red suggests the red tubular beads.
The huge significance of beads in Ife society can be seen in another brass sculpture dug up at the same time as the head of Ife. It shows a half figure, again interpreted as an Oni. He not only wears a beaded crown, but he's bedecked in intricate beaded regalia.
All right. All right, were y'all able to hear that?
Yes, sir. That was a bomb right there. That was
definitely
perfect. That was lit.
Right, cool. So, I mean, clearly that's not a snake and it's made out of beads or whatnot, like the Ife beads. And right here, these are sources that you can look up. 1,000-year-old colored glass beads discovered in West Africa from Live Science. You got Frank Willett's Ife and its Archaeology, Journal of African History. You got the potential of digital representation, changing the meaning of Ife bronzes from pre-colonial Ife and the Ife head from the British Museum. And this is the link to this this video right here. This is a documentary on the Ife heads. It's a pretty good little mini documentary. You might want to go check it out. So, is that a serpent on top of his head? No, it's false. It's pseudo, straight up. So page 129, he's trying to say that the Kalajin are important to our analysis because they are direct descendants of the ancient Kemetu from the Delta region. So he's saying they come from the Delta region. And that's a case of cherry picking because the Kalajin have so many different oral histories amongst themselves. So there's evidence that they did inhabit parts of the Sudan using archaeology, but to say they came from the Delta region in Egypt, like you have to like show something to back that up, in which he does not. All right, so then page 134. He said the nature of the S root becomes more apparent when we consider Middle Egyptian terms. The root S survives in Kiswahili in the reduplicated form Sasa, meaning now. So what he's saying is that Sasa in Kiswahili came from Middle Egyptian. And when you look at the word Sasa in Swahili, which is one of the worst languages to use as far as historical Bantu, because Kiswahili has so much interaction with Arabic-speaking people. Right here from the Ink of the Scholar's Reflection on Philosophy in Africa, we can note then here that the word Zaman signifies in Arabic epoch, era, period, time, while the word sa, which is double in sasa, signifies the moment, the instant, the time. And right here, Arabic loanwords in East African languages through Swahili, you got sa, and you see all the other various languages that Kiswahili had on other Bantu languages with the Arabic word sa or sasa. So no, it did not come from Egypt. It came from Arabic. And by doing that, you kind of prove that you kind of made a case for Afroasiatic, because Arabic is Semitic, Afroasiatic, and it's related to Egyptian. So for the Arabic speakers to come all the way over to South Africa and implant a word that you thought came from Egypt, that just shows the validity of Afroasiatic. That one little instance. So no, it's not an Egyptian word per se. It's by way of Arabic speaking people. So no, incorrect. So here he page 149 through 150. He has a little chart here. He tries to make a connection with the word bit to mean honey, and he tries to compare it with various African languages. So change my pointer. So first of all, this website right here at the bottom on the left, when I went to it, I did not see these words on the chart that was on this website. With this particular page, I had to go look for it on. It was on www.pitt.edu, but I had to go look for it. So it's like he kind of combined it to make it seem as if this word bit was kind of like, I guess, related to Mboti in Zambia, which is a Bantu speaking place within Africa. So again, so he says that this word bit honey is also found in many African languages, association with a drink known as honey wine. So we go to the next slide. So this red circle right here is modern day Zambia. I pulled from the Bantu languages. Language trees reflect the spread of farming across sub-Saharan Africa. So page 7, it says there probably was horizontal transfer of the early Iron Age technology from East Bantu speaking populations in East Africa to both Central Bantu and West Savannah speaking populations. Basically what it's saying, it was a lot of contact between Eastern Bantu, Central Bantu, and Western Bantu. So, and if we know something about the Eastern Bantu, is that they had a lot of contact with Nile Saharan speaking people, Cushitic speaking people around the Great Lake area in East Africa. So, and then again, Zambia, I pulled from what is it? Yeah, Bantu plants as indicators of linguistic stratigraphy in the western province of Zambia. So, you know, again, it talks about the interaction between different language groups. Let me see. Yeah, the western province of Zambia appears to have attracted speech communities of very diverse historical origin. So, again, it's talking about migration patterns. They're fairly recent, not historic. Well, partly historic, but mainly this is talking about fairly recent, probably the colonial age in Africa. So, but it also has been a meeting point between early Bantu branches and the old linguistic frontier between the East Bantu and Southwest Bantu. That runs into the Western province, and all these distantly related language groups have already begun to integrate progressively into a common linguistic area, mutually affecting each other and undergoing the same external influences. So again, so this word bit is what, you know, he's trying to say is connected to Ethiopian languages, and he's trying to make a connection between Ethiopia and Egypt. We go to the next slide. Again, it talks about what they call town Bemba, which is also in Zambia, and it's it represents a form of traditional Bantu languages which having been brought as exogenous varieties to colonial contact settings. So again, it's talking about the colonial period and the different interaction between different Bantu groups. Then of course you got the Arabic slave trade. One of the highways was through Zambia. So you have a lot going on in Zambia. So this word beats. So going back to it, so in Proto-Bantu, I use the Bantu Lexical Reconstruction 3, which I'll reference later on and show you the link where you can go look it up yourself. You got the word for wine and beer, dogu, in Proto-Bantu, and in other zones across Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Then you got Proto-Bantu for B, which is Jiki, again, found in Proto-Bantu and spread across Africa. And that's where you can find it at right here. Again, so honey, well, you got B, you got wine, beer, and Proto-Bantu is this word in Boti is not present. So it means that along the way, these people of Zambia picked the word up from somewhere else. So, and it may have been now Saharan speakers, might have been Cushitic speakers, but was it by way of Egypt, through Ethiopia and all that? Nah, they didn't come from Egypt with this word, or I guess what he's trying to say, that it's some sort of connection there, but again, it's fairly recent. And from this book, The Prehistory of the 73 plus Bantu languages and language groups of Zambia, pull from page 208, it talks about the words in Zambia for you got honeycomb, sapa, kinda, honeycomb cell, ana for bee larvae, and then it goes down to the Proto-Bantu words like oke and uki, tana, or whatnot. So one thing that I noticed is he failed to disambiguate like what exactly happened historically. Again, like I showed you, it was a lot of colonial contact, a lot of area contact, a lot of migrations over the past 200-300 years, and probably before then. So did this word in Boti come from Egypt? No, it did not. I think it was with the evidence at hand, I think it was like fairly recent. And if you look at Proto-Bantu, which is, we talked about Proto earlier, Proto meaning first and foremost, and this word in Boti is nowhere in Proto-Bantu as far as honey wine or honey beer or whatever. So again, that suggests that they picked it up much later on in history. So, and I think, yeah, page 155, he tries to make a connection again with Yoruba. He tried to say that Yoruba Bale or Abal, father, husband, leader, is connected to the Afro-Asiatic Bela, Bala, and these words you see up here. So again, so when you talk about a word being a reflex, you're saying that it's a form or feature that reflects or represents an earlier, often reconstructed form of a feature having undergone phonetic or other change. So in order to reconstruct it, you have to go down to the root word. And when you look at the root word, well, the root words of Bale in Yoruba, it's actually compound words, or what they call vowel assimilation for Oba and Ile. And you combine those two, and that's how you get Bale. So this is incorrect, because this is the roots. These are root words at that top.
Wow. Wow.
Right. Yep. So these are roots at the top, and Bale, the root of Bale and Bel, what he's trying to make a connection to, is actually Oba and Ile. Again, that's vowel assimilation in Yoruba. So whenever a word ends with a vowel and the next word begins with a vowel, like most Yoruba words do, one vowel has to delete and take the form of the second, or the first vowel is retained, or, either or. So no, that's not a cognate between Afro-Asiatic or Eastern Cushitic or whatever he's trying to make the connection to. So, and I reference right here at the bottom, you got Intermediate Yoruba. You can check it out on page 107. And you got the Grammar and Dictionary of the Yoruba, page 4. Check that out. So again, uses flawed methods and with unrepeatable results. All right. So page 160, 161. Okay, this is his sound correspondence chart. So he's saying right here, and when you see a W in Chicam, it corresponds with a B in Chaluba. When you see, I forgot the actual name of this, but whenever you see this, it equals to an N, and S equals to a Z in Chaluba, and you see S again, it equals to the J sign in Chaluba. So what I did was, I looked up these words, dominion, power, and Chiluba. So, all right, cool. So again, dominion and power right here in Chicam. And when you go over here to the Chiluba word, right here, the Chiluba words for dominion and power is Bu Kukeshi, Bu Kalanji, Bu Fumu, and Mona. You got ruin, or what he tried to say, Waset. You come over here to Chaluba, you got Chikulu. Again, let me see, go down to prosperous and fortunate over here in Chicam, and go over here to the Chaluba word for prosperous, fortunate, and prosperity is Mwabi. And the last one on the Chicam, citizen, you got Mwina Mwabo. So, yep. So there it is in Chaluba. So, all right, so let's go back over here to his chart. So again, what I did was I took these words in Chicam and defined them using the Chaluba dictionary, the same one that he uses. And I came up with different words, as you can see over here: dominion, power, ruin, prosperous, fortunate, prosperity, citizen. You can see. So what about these words right here, like Banza? Zoom out. All right, so Banza, from what I looked up, go back. Banza does mean house, and Mbanza means it's the plural form of house. So all of these other words, so with sound correspondence, there should be sound correspondence with these words too. And Chicam, which he doesn't show. If you say that this word in both languages had a similar meaning, so those words are related, it should have the same sound correspondences, and you can see upon further investigation that they don't. So Banza does mean house. So this word right here, Lubanza, when I looked it up using the same dictionary and another dictionary too, I did not see remains or ruins for Lubanza. And then he says, page 161, the Mbaza capital is the location of the chief's residency, and this is where he maintains order. And you look at capital in Chiluba, it's Shiminga Sikulus, Simingeminga, Tuuni, and Impwilime Mambu. And it is not like Mbaza is nowhere on there. Mbaza just means multiple houses. It's plural form of house. Banza. So I don't know where he's getting that from. And here goes another reach. 177, 178. He says, above we see the European king holding a staff. This is Napoleon the First, by the way, sitting on his throne with a spotted robe. These are the same motives that are common across Africa, especially in ancient Kemet. Below we see motives among Zulu leaders. Here we see the king wearing spotted leopard garments while holding his staff, and even other headpieces that the other leaders are wearing similar to this is a borrowing from Indo-European speakers. As we can see, the same motives among ancient Kemetic priests and kings, thus suggesting a common African origin. But then when you analyze Napoleon's robe, Napoleon actually chose a bee as his personal family emblem. So no, this is not copying the leopard skin of these Zulu kings over here. This is actually a bee, and the symbol it symbolizes immortality, regeneration, and he based it off of some small gold and garnet beads that he had been found in 1653 when a tomb was opened of the 5th century king Childeric the First of France and father of Clovis, and thus by appropriating Childeric's beads, Napoleon was consciously connecting the House of Bonaparte with the ancient Merovingian dynasty that created the sovereignty of France itself. So no, he didn't get it from Egypt or Africa. Like, I don't know where he got that from. And here's a picture of the bee right here. So no, this is not a leopard skin. This is not copied from Zulu warriors in Egypt. So that's a reach. All right, so again, we got another table of sound correspondence. So he's saying that whenever you see Ingo in Chicago, you should see a B or M in, I guess, Kemet. I guess it means Chicam or whatever he calls it. So, all right, so we look up a word in Gengo, very steep, height above, dangerous bank, and I looked up words in hieroglyphic dictionaries, and I didn't find any words that start with B or M, what they contain B or M. So same thing for moon, didn't see anything. You got in Gondo, squirrel, didn't see anything for that. Like, so nope, those sound reconners are not consistent. That needs, well, that which requires linguistic reconstruction. So now that's it's a little pseudo. Then you got he says Ibira, was spoken in Nigeria. Whenever you see, and let me see, whenever you see an H in Ibira, you should see an S in Hebrew. And look at the Ibira word Ihai for home, and you look at the Hebrew word for it is Beth. The word Uwo for knife, and you look at the words for knife in Hebrew, not the same. Pillar of a house, you look at pillar of a house in food, it's not the same. You should see an S according to his sound correspondence that he established, and this is not tenable at all. So it's reaching. All right, page 193. Given that the Greek soter doesn't appear to have any Indo-European etymology, and early loan from Egyptian sita seems plausible, and that's incorrect. You can go to the College of Liberal Arts at the University of Texas and go to Indo-European lexicon and Proto-Indo-European etymon and Indo-European reflexes, and you see the root word right here, to swell, to grow, and you go down on that very same page, you got Hellenic, you got Homeric, Greek, and they have cognates within Indo-European root words, to and to and tuo and tu. So that's incorrect. It didn't come from Egypt. Page 197. Hey, Mel, you know what I'm saying? Just go ahead and get ready. Page 197. The Luo is the ethnic group that is now that the now President of the United States of America belongs to, at least on his father's side. In 2009, President Obama visited Egypt and visited the tomb of Ka in Cairo. There he saw the D2 hieroglyph, and made the comment, that looks like me. Look at those ears. Like, what's the point of even writing it in the book? All right, so another thing, any other time that he tries to compare words or he cites words, he'll pull from a dictionary. But then there was a handful of times where he wouldn't cite from a dictionary. He'll use a testimonial, a phone call conversation, or he'll make up a word. And this is the instance of him calling somebody to make up a word. So he tries to, let me see, an informant from this speech community informed me that the name Osiris means to lean on, to lean. And he called Mr. Icon Muruko from Kampala, Uganda, for that word, what that meaning. And then, so right here, so when something is stable and firm, we say Osiris. And something stands for, it does not have to be physical, a physical thing per se, used to describe deeds or actions, like your words need to be firm and stable. And this is a personal interview he did with Maureen Tunika Akinye on September 17, 2015. And I thought this was a scholar of some sort. I thought this was a linguist, and I looked her up and I couldn't find her. But brother Melvin knew of her, and this is who she is. She's part of the Session Metal group. So yes, Asar Imhotep. Look for confirmation with somebody in Amon-Ra Squad under the Session Metal group. So that's where he got his proof of Osiris, meaning to be stable. And no, I'm not accepting that. I mean, because number one, she's not a scholar. I don't have anything else to base that off of besides her word. So, and I've looked for that word too, and I just couldn't find it. So, page 2.
If you want me, I wanted to say something really quickly. It's not necessarily that she doesn't. She's not a scholar. It's just that he's using her because she's from Nairobi, and he's using her word, as a way to stand on what Osiris would mean in her language. But the problem with that, when you're doing preliminary research, is that you have to use somebody who can necessarily represent their culture and be the vocal point for those people. You don't just use anybody. You have to make sure that you use someone who is at least worthy enough to be accredited for the position. So this is why you would use a scholar, or use a linguist, or use a professional, from the same place. So that way they can, when you ask them, hey, what does this word mean? This is a specialist who studies, for a living for his country. So now that comes into play. There's no sociopolitics. There's no, because I'm from Nairobi, I can tell you what the Nairobi people say, just to make an agreement, agreeing with you or to disagree. Because you can't detect motive, or if someone is or isn't lying. But when you have a specialist in the field from that location, now their profession and the integrity of their profession is on the line. And now what they say, especially in a publication where they're being sourced, matters. But we just reach out to anybody, and especially somebody who's affiliated with you by, affiliation of a team of our squad. Now it gets sketchy. Because now it's like, okay, who is this person? What is their credentials? Or are they just from the country? Like that's the thing that I'm like, okay, I see where this is going. And so, like, that's the whole thing. It's not just because she's not a scholar. It's just because, you know, she's not necessarily somebody who's going to say, hey, I'm responsible for the full translation and understanding of the translation of the Nairobi language when it pertains to this particular word. When I would rather have, especially if I'm doing research, I look for the professional. I look for those who are in the profession because they are being responsible for anything that gets interpreted and for anything that they say. So that's my piece on that. I want to make that, you know, clear, you know.
Yeah, and what was, again, like I said before, like any other time, he would reference a dictionary, and you can go straight to it and you find the word, and sometimes it's still reaching. But in these instances, he does not reference a dictionary. He has to reference somebody on his team. There's who's politically aligned to him. And then again, so if she does say that, if you go look for the word and you still don't find it, that means there's something a little sketchy there. Something just ain't right. So.
Right, and that even makes her look bad, and it makes him look even worse. Because it's like, why not just go get a professional? You know, why not just go get a professional from Nairobi? I'm pretty sure there are several linguists in Nairobi that you can go look up, or at least look up an organization. There are plenty of linguistic organizations that can provide resources or answers for some of these things that you need.
So check this out, on page 200. Again, this is another example of him not like engaging in the actual linguistic data, because any other time he's trying to make a case for a word, he pulls from a dictionary, or Chalupa dictionary, or Kayla Jean dictionary. So right here he's just making, so he's saying that change my pointer. So again, so check this out. So he's trying to say that Razir Ankh, it equals Monsieur Langa, or Monsieur Life. So I looked up Anga, and like he provides no source of this, and then when I looked up Anga down here, it means shine, to look forward, to be furious, or how much in the high tone. So from my research, Anga does not mean life. It doesn't mean Monsieur Anga. And again, he provided no source on this. No source whatsoever. So these words do not mean life, because he didn't. Again, you can go to the Chalupa dictionary yourself and look up Anga, and you'll see the definition yourself. The same Chalupa dictionary that he uses throughout the book, but he chose not to use it this time. So, all right, so page 202 through 203. All right. So the reason why I'm kind of like highlighting this is the inconsistent and invalid logic. Basically, he's saying we are confirmed in our hypothesis not only by linguistic data, but from the primary accounts in Greek records. For example, Diodorus Siculus was a Greek historian who wrote about the monuments of history and monuments of universal history in his Bibliotheca Historica. Many Egyptologists try to diminish the accounts of Diodorus as fanciful because they just can't accept his argument. But from the record of Diodorus, we also know that Osiris was the leader of the colony, which implies kingship. So all right. So if you refer back to this presentation, he has a problem with the Copts and Coptic language and script, mainly because they borrowed from the Greek. And he said stuff like, this would explain why the Copts needed to adopt Greek writing script, and they did not have to. He's saying that the originals did not have to borrow signs from foreign people. It's my contention that the adoption of Greek signs is because the Copts partly originated or identified with people from the regions of the Aegean or Mesopotamia. Basically, he's trying to downplay the Copts' role or their ties to Egypt because they had to interact or use Greek or Greeks for a script or what you have. Or he tried to say that they have more connection to Mesopotamia or the Greeks. So, but it's okay for him to use Diodorus Siculus, which is he's a poor source anyway when we talk about pre-dynastic times and the origin of this or the origin of that, because many Egyptologists sum it up. He's an inept compiler of the Augustan era. He was not the man to carefully scrutinize the written records of the priests of Egypt. Caution is mandatory with Diodorus Siculus. Diodorus is a poor source in the role of the monarch in the last Egyptian dynasty. So, like, overall, he's a poor source. It just depends on what you're doing. Now, if you're talking about pre-dynastic times, like, he's a very poor source in the origin of Osiris. But again, it's okay for him to pull from Greeks, but it's not okay for the Copts over here to pull a writing script from Greeks, which he kind of like try to shuns them like they're not Egyptian because they have to use people from Mesopotamia and the Aegean Sea and all this other whatnot, you know. So it's inconsistent logic. So would you like to chime in on using Diodorus as a reliable source in this context?
Well, for him to, the contradiction with that is just the cultural aspects of the Greeks and Diodorus himself. If we look at the daily lives of those Greeks when we study history, we have to study culture. And Diodorus was not necessarily inclined to understand ancient Egyptian from a so-called Negro Egyptian or black, if we want to say, black Egyptian perspective, as if the Egyptians were conscious of their own skin color relating to their culture. They were continental people. Diodorus at best could only describe them, but would not have the ability to even give way to this type of interpretation, which is clearly Afrocentric. And I don't think Diodorus was Afrocentric or even open to Afrocentricity in pre-dynastic Kemet, if I'm making any sense here. The American social construct, Pan-Africanism and Afrocentrism was not present at that time. There was no need for it globally. So it would be a poor source just based on cultural reference. There's no cognate for Diodorus to have an opinion on it, in my opinion.
And I would tend to agree. Me personally, if I was writing a book, I would not pull Diodorus for the origin of Osiris. Like, it's too far off in history for him to, you know what I'm saying? So
and now remember, Brother Josh, even with the origin of Osiris, we're talking about within context of the title of this book, which is Nasut Biti. And Nasut Biti alludes to the Egyptians being a certain type of Egyptian. These Kemetite people that are being used by a fellow linguist of his, Wajawu, all in that construct. It's all indicative of Jean-Claude Mboli and Theophilo Benga and Sheikh Anta Diop in dealing with the Black dynastic theory. All of this stuff is cognate. Osiris Imhotep obviously is drawing from those parameters. So again, how do we fit Diodorus into that when they vehemently denounce any activity or friendship with any Greek? According to Osiris Imhotep, there was no Greek involvement in Kemet. Of course, we know that's different. We do know that that's not true. However, I digress. That there is no logic that is consistent with even pulling a source from that person. Not for this subject matter.
Unless you have an agenda and you tend to cherry pick only like favorable sources. If somebody's saying something that aligns with your paradigm, aligns with your agenda, of course you're going to pull this one little brief little sentence, but you're going to disagree with every other thing this person says, which is it's just not scientific. It's not scholarly at all. This is not what scholars do. We don't cherry pick one sentence in one instance where somebody lines up with what we say and just totally disagree with every other thing this person says, especially when you have an agenda, again, at the roots. So yep. All right. Page 223, 225. We come to find out that the inspiration of this glyph comes from Rabanala plant in Africa, which is called in Calagian Susuriyet. This tree plant is native to Madagascar. So he's saying that this glyph, this ideogram for the parasol, meaning suit or excuse me, shoot or shade, is inspired by this Rabanala plant that's indigenous to Madagascar. Now, doesn't take much to figure out that Madagascar is a very long way from ancient Egypt. And how in the world did this Rabanala plant get to Egypt, and the Egyptians saw it and were inspired by it? And even the parasol itself is not necessarily a plant. It could be ostrich feathers. It can be made out of a number of materials. So it's a reach. Then again, the inconsistencies. Come to find out that the inspiration of this glyph comes from the Rabanala plant in Africa, which the Calagian Susuriyet comes from. And here he goes. Any other time he references the Calagian dictionary, but when we come to Rabanala, which is not in there, he has to call Dr. Koich Ira Sambu, who provided me with the name of this plant in Calagian. I still have yet to find this word for Rabanala. And here we go again, like, cherry picking favorable evidence and relying on weak testimonials. So again, just to illustrate what I'm talking about, like, Egypt's way up here. Not saying that they can't trade with people down here, but how did this plant that's native to Madagascar and Southeast Africa, who, what, when, where, how, like, how's that even like possible? And two, I'm just trying to, okay, so right here, the Kemetu traveled that far south in pre-dynastic times to do trade. So he's saying the Egyptians traveled far south is right here to do trade, I guess, was what he's saying. Let me see, evidence for their continuing trade can be found along the east coast of Africa. It is probably from this pre-dynastic trade that this tree and plant was introduced in the Sesame Nether. But again, like, this is East Africa, this is South Africa, this is what the plant grows at. So again, I think he's just reaching. All right, so more inconsistent logic. Page 23, he said the word Sururiyet has the same consonant sequence as S35 hieroglyphs, SYRT. So he accepts this because it has the same consonant sequence, but he rejects on page 215 that Wazir is Berber, as the phonemes do not match. When they do match, the consonants match, and consonants, phonemes represent consonants. So you accept one, they have the same consonant sequence, but you reject the other one, which had the same consonant sequence. So it's just inconsistent logic. All right, so again, 229, a cognate for must stand on two legs, form and meaning. So we look at the Hebrew word balal, means mix, mingle, confuse, confound. All right, he just said that a cognate must stand on two legs, form and meaning. So if you go down here, if you look up in Chichua Bantu, you look up scatter, you don't see balala anywhere. You look at disperse, is one. The second definition is li ba. I'm not gonna say that, but it's not the same as Hebrew balal. it doesn't have the same form or meaning. So again, flawed methods, unrepeatable results, not the same thing at all. And all right, so this is a chart from this guy from the last presentation, A.M. Lam, who tried to connect Pular to or Pular or Fulani of West Africa to cognates from Egypt. And again, like I said last time, I pulled Gabar Cox. He says that Gabar Cox is an expert and he's a reliable source. And Gabar Cox says that this Pular and Egyptian connection is absurd, untenable, irreal, rejected, and false. So I already dealt with that on the first presentation. I'm not going into that again, but yeah, it's just pseudo. 255. So as a result of convergence along the Nile Valley by many different Negro Egyptian speakers, many sound changes and borrowings made their way into the Chicam lexicon and that were historically the same, but each term having found specific use within the language. So this is a brief synopsis of Negro Egyptian, Yoruba, Chiluba, Congo, Zulu, Zande, Somali, Shango, etc., etc. So this is what he's saying, that all these, most of these languages were along the Nile, and they influenced Chicam, is what he's saying. Again, no time frame, no archaeology, nothing to back it up, just a lot of reaching. And I kind of like illustrated what these different language groups are. You got, let me see, you got Congo, you got Egyptian, Haiban, Zandi. These are the languages that he's saying that are one branch, the Biri branch of Egyptian, Negro Egyptian, and this is a second branch. And all of these are, like he's saying, are connected to Egypt somehow. All right, 279. So when you're dealing with linguistic reconstructions, you're supposed to compare the base of a word.
Yo, what y'all think so far? Shit. My bad. What y'all think so far? I let it rock. My bad. So what y'all think? All right, so what y'all think? He been going in for a while. You know, I think he's doing a very comprehensive job on showing the inconsistencies. In Asar's methodology, right? So it's crazy that this video went ignored for 4 years. And there's more. We've been acting like people haven't, you know, did critical analysis of people's works, right? Everyone was called lazy in this community, and you know, don't nobody do sound critiques or do the work now. I will say Tim Osiris didn't try to become linguists, right, to dispute the claims in the book, right? They just went to the available source material and just did a systematic check of the claims that was put forth, right? They didn't become, I'll say this again, they did not try to become linguists, right? Something complex as that to try to dispute the claims put forth. They just went to the available source material and checked the claims. That's it. Where y'all at? How's it shaking out? Okay. Let me read some comments. Let's see who up in here. I'm about to have to go pick my daughter up in a second. I want to keep playing the video, right? Do y'all want me to keep playing it? Because it's good to me. You know what I mean? Let's see who up in here. I know everybody was up in this piece. We got IBM Indigenous Black Man. We got JJ 7000. We got North African Mike, Kiku Uju. We got my man Cedric. We got Mika. We got Obi-Wan Kenobi. We got Nomadic. We got my man Desmond Gamble. We got Joseph Israel. We got a little full house. We got COVID Jab is in the building. COVID Jab is in the building. Who else? Unc stuck his head in here, Abjuware. You know, but we got a full little house. I'm surprised that everybody is tuned in and actually engaged in this video, you know. I'm a little surprised, but let me know what y'all think so far before I continue playing it. It got like 30 more minutes. I wonder if I can keep it going and go get my daughter. Kind of rocking a hard place right now. Stu Peas, what it do? Matter of fact, let me do this. Since ain't no pseudo killers come up in here with me. The pseudo killers are at work today, y'all. You know I'm a barber, so I'm off on Mondays. So I decided to do this. All right. Let me grab this link. Rasta Man said he listening. Word. I know everybody pretty much at work during this time of the day, but I'm gonna try y'all chin anyway. Copy invite link. Boom. I need to shade. But yeah, this all hinges over the non-acceptance of the Afro-Asiatic language file and proposing a new language file. Anytime a scientific theory is overturned, the new theory has to explain everything that the old theory explained and then add something to it. So Negro Egyptian did not, when Deofalo Banga proposed it, it did not satisfy that standard, that scientific standard, right? To overthrow the theory and the consensus on Afro-Asiatic. Now, I will say that at best, what Obanga work did, right? At best, what Obanga work did was, now I'm being generous, right? So don't kill me, y'all, I know. But he is an accredited scholar and a linguist. So I don't think that he was completely wrong, all right? But at best, I would say Asar and them did right by what Obanga put forth, meaning that they started to look at African languages more with being connected with the ancient Egyptian language. So, you know, that set people up to start looking and see if there was any connections. I don't think there was no significant connections, but at least Obanga put forth people to actually look at it, right? So, and that's what scientists do, right? Scientists are not right all of the time, right? They just got to put forth, you know, theories, and then they got to work them and see if they actually stand up to the scrutiny of the scientific method, and does it pan out? And unfortunately, Obanga's Negro Egyptian didn't pan out. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world. That doesn't make Obanga a pseudo, right? What makes you a pseudo is when your claim gets rejected, you keep teaching that claim as if it was accepted and that is factual. That's what makes you a pseudo. Putting forth a claim does not make you a pseudo. All right? Now, when that claim gets put down and then others after you keep making the same claim, then they're pseudo. So Asar and Mboli and them are pseudos, not Obanga. Am I cooking? But yeah, y'all. I know everybody working, don't nobody want to talk to the chef. Don't nobody want to talk to the chef. Y'all want me to keep playing the video? I'll go back to the video. Give me a second. That's right, the chef is cooking. The chef is cooking.
Normally I don't track, but you know, I was just thinking out of the
We ain't heard my man Kent song all day.
trying to figure
Let's
out,
get it.
like, why we hating on low. But then I learned, you know, in order to understand the motherfucker, you gotta look at things from their perspective, put yourself in their shoes. That's how I came. They say Soul James from the hood. He ain't had the news on the stove, he looking too good. Living in the house, fireplace, he burning the wood, riding in that mirror every day, yeah, just like he should. Bitch, I would if I could, but I hate that nigga. Hate that nigga, make it look easy.
All right, we gonna keep it rolling, Brendan.
Like breeze, but he ain't no fucking saint, nigga. I can do it too, but I'm mad cause I can't, nigga. Look at him, look how you never slipping. We should've killed him long ago, now look how he living. This daily winning, yeah, I'm losing, but I chose struggle. Skinning and grinning, he a real nigga, man, but fuck low, taking Henny, he got a bad habit. A queen stay on his arm, with his granddaddy named Peter Rabbit, fuck him. Nigga don't trust him, yeah, he's solid as steel, but that money gon' rust him, and too many people love him. I mean, you know, I can understand, goddamn, when a nigga winning, you know, when you losing, you know, you kind of be feeling some type of way and shit, but you know, I'm like, let's all get this money, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, they continue to goddamn, you know, but that ain't none of my business. But, you know, this is just me, it's dedicated to them hater nation, man, you know what I'm saying? He a 30 nigga, bitch, he give him back like he ain't heard of niggas, ain't scared of niggas, he was raised by the young and fearless, when's the last time you seen this nigga? Yeah, he think he clean, when he pull up on the scene with his feelings missing, sociopathic, but I wouldn't want my car next to his in traffic, and at me he's laughing, it's like he's pricing, I'm the passion, it's like he's packing, and I'm the one that's lacking, fatal attraction, affirmative action, hey, hell nah, nigga, can't be, he just made another chess move, I can't see, he probably feel like this Nintendo, he the game genie, on FB, he always talking shit, I'm about to be leaked, you see me, never see eye to eye, his circle small, and he always dividing the pie, I can't lie, but fuck him, nigga don't trust him, yeah, he's solid as steel, but them haters gon' rust him, and too many people love him. Yeah, man, you know, damn, that's how y'all feel? Shit, I mean, what can I do? I mean, hey, I want us all to eat, you feel me? But you know, everybody can't win, gotta be a loser, so I mean, shit, you know, fuck it.
Or if you compare the morphology of a word, that's okay too. But in this instance, he's saying that the root Arabic dakara or dakara to mention is cognate to with the Yoruba word daruko, meaning to mention or to mention name of. But when you break down the root of daruko, it's not drk, it's actually a prefix. The word da, and then you add in oruko, means name. So when you have two words in Yoruba that one ends with a vowel and one begins with a vowel, and you combine them together, you either delete a vowel, you retain a vowel, or they assimilate together. And this is the case of assimilation, and it means daruko. So no, the root of daruko is not drk. That's not the root. All right, so page 296, 297. All right, he's trying to make a case that the Middle Egyptian shin and KNG sound value, it had the same sound value. So he says that we hypothesize the very word king in English and shin in Middle Egyptian derives from the same root word, with shin being palatalized. And this may allow us for us to speculate for a moment in African origin of the word king. So we look at, okay, and then he says king in Proto-Germanic, if our associations are correct, and they are not correct, because Middle Egyptian is right here in this area, you know, Middle Egyptian was spoken between, you know, estimated 2000 and 1300 BCE. Proto-Germanic, according to linguists, in the European linguists, they say that it's unlikely to be spoken more than 2,500 years ago. It's it's unlikely. So, and this is the spot of the Proto-Germanic homeland. So what he's saying is that the Egyptians walked up here and gave them the word for king. And again, this is just an instance, or this is an example why you just cannot use linguistics by itself. See, this is the Proto-Germanic homeland, way over here. This is Egypt, way down here. So at what point did the Egyptians and the Germans interact for Middle Egyptian speakers to give them the word shin, and they developed it to kuningas, or king, in Proto-Germanic. And of course, he doesn't have anything to substantiate that, so it's a reach. And then page 302, the role and function of ancient Kemetic centers of wisdom can be understood by examining a similar institution in a related language. In this case, the Mandi of West Africa. So he's saying that the Mandi of West Africa are related to the ancient Egyptian language. So I pulled from 2 sources on Proto-Mandi, and Proto-Mandi was most likely spoken around the 4th millennium in Southern Sahara in West Africa. This hypothesis is supported through an analysis of the cultural vocabulary that can be presumably be reconstructed for the Proto-Mandi languages. So it has nothing to do with Egypt, the Proto language. And again, when we talk about the prefix Proto, we mean the first and foremost. So before Proto-Mandi, there was no Mandi language. So how do you connect that with Egypt? Thousands of miles away across the Sahara. So that's another reach.
So on page 26 in the Suit Beatty, Newman, given these statements above, would consider emboldening one of those empirically based linguists who holds the position that languages should be treated as unrelated unless otherwise proved by the comparative method. So this right here is the basis and the foundation of their methodology. They treat languages as unrelated, totally unrelated. And they quote Paul Newman. Well, he quotes Paul Newman. But if we actually read what Paul Newman said in African languages, the job of the comparative linguist is to provide the best explanation possible, consistent with the facts. In proposing a classification, it is not necessary that the linguist prove that the classification is absolutely certain by the presentation of conclusive evidence.
At various times by irresponsible scholars, many careful, empirically based linguists jumped to the opposite extreme and took the position that all languages should be treated as unrelated unless until proved otherwise. This was thought to be a prudent scientific requirement. However, on closer inspection, this requirement turns out to be untenable and not in keeping with the standard scientific procedure. So right there in his own book, like, they basically cut themselves as far as their methodology, because treating all languages as they're unrelated is totally unscientific according to the source that you name. So, and I'm going to show an example why, because chance overlap in sound meaning, I referenced this before. It basically talks about how, for example, all languages have a low vowel sound, such as the A sound, an I, and a U. Most languages have a T, a K, a P, an N, and an M sound. And so, given that, you look at the phonologies of different languages, like Sumerian consonants, Hittite consonants, Amharic consonants, Georgian phonemic consonants, and Shango consonants. Like most languages, again, like you just said, has a T, K, M, N sounds or whatnot. So just by doing that, like you can find similarities in any language just by treating those languages as they're unrelated. And in this case, take Hausa and German, for example. If we were using their methodology, we can compare Liebe and Lippe for lip. The word for hand is Hanu in Hausa and hand in German. Hey, it means hand. And Karfi and Kraft for strength. So just by using their methodology, we can see that, hey, maybe Hausa and German might be connected. But upon further review, the larger your sample size, which is another key thing in the scientific method, your sample size should be at least adequate. It has to be large enough for you to test it across these 2,000 to 3,000 words within these given languages, and you just you compare 2 or 3 words and say, hey, we got a match. That's not how it works. So if you go on to compare other words in Hausa and German, like body is Jiki in Hausa and Körper in German. And drink is Scha in Hausa and Trinken in German. Two is Bu in Hausa and Zewe in German. So right there, that shows you why you should not treat languages as they're unrelated, totally unrelated, and then try to do these pseudo-linguistic reconstructions unless some things have already been established or they are in the same geographical region. So this was a good one. He says that on 324 and 325, he says that the word reg in Proto-Indo-European has Negro-Egyptian origins. So the languages that he uses Kikongo, he uses Chiluba, and Kikuyu. And he said these 3 languages gave birth to Proto-Indo-European, way up here in the Caspian and the Pontic regions of Europe and Asia. So again, so Kikongo is a descendant of Proto-Bantu, 2000 BCE, roughly estimated. Chiluba is attested probably in the 1st century Common Era, and Kikuyu probably the 16th century. And these are the sources. This is for Chiluba, this is for Kikuyu, this is for Proto-Indo-European, and this is for Chicago. So how in the world did these 3 language groups or languages of Bantu influence Proto-Indo-European way up here? This is based on archaeology. This is based on genetics also. The R1A and R1B split in somewhere around here in this area, in the steep region of Eurasia. And if you refer back to page 8 and 9, and what he says concerning relationships between cultures that exist in or reaching geographical spaces in vastly different time periods, we must not confuse relationships with parallels and parallels with origins. If I'm not mistaken, this is not only a far-reaching geographical space, Proto-Indo-European homeland, and Chiluba, Kikongo, and Kikuyu, but this is vastly different time periods, especially for Kikuyu and Chiluba. This occurred 4,000 plus years afterwards, based on archaeology, based on genetics, based on glottochronology. So again, the Sud-Bidi would have to prove that these people interacted with these people and gave them the proto word reg, to move in a straight line, to rule, to chartless, which don't use linguistics by itself, again, because it's extremely hypothetical. It looks real nice, but once you start pulling archaeology, you start pulling anthropology, start pulling genetics, and you see people have no contact whatsoever. Of course, the colonial period, but all right, that's it for that one. All right, so again, like with these, when I started to like look at all of the African linguistic reconstructions by Afrocentrics, I started to notice a pattern. And so let's just look at it right here. So, I mean, all languages in Africa are related to Egyptian. For some reason, I don't know why they try to make that connection. So, Diap or Giap in the game. Try to connect wall and Bully in the Democratic Republic. Luba in South And of course, sorry, just his old Negro Egyptian family, and he says that they gave birth to Proto-Semitic and Indo-European. So we talking about all of Sub-Saharan Africa, the Sahel region, Central, and all Semitic languages and Proto-Indo-European come from Egypt, according to them. But again, so if we talking about Wolof and Senegambia come from Egypt, and Boli said, Zandi comes from the Democratic of Congo, and Chiluba, and all these other languages. Remember what he said on page 8 and 9 is that unnecessary conclusions concerning relationships between cultures that exist in far-reaching geographical spaces in vastly different time periods does not confuse relationships with parallels and origins. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, did you take your own advice? Because if you look at this model beginning from ground zero with Diop and Obinga later on, but you see the pattern here is that every single African linguist, most of these African linguists tries to connect their language to Egypt for some reason. So you saying that that the Chiluba people didn't come from the Congo? You saying that the Zani people didn't come or originate in the Congo? You saying that the Wola people didn't originate in the Sahel, in West Africa, and Senegambia, somewhere around here? Like, they have to come from Egypt? Like, I don't understand it. And it seems like politically driven, maybe emotionally, because their culture is not good enough. And I don't know, they try to connect themselves to Egypt, probably to build their heritage up or to try to have some type of self-esteem about themselves. I don't know. But so, like, going over the whole book, okay, if you remember, he disagrees emphatically with Proto-Bantu being in West Africa. But however, he uses Proto-Bantu 30 plus times. And each source that he pulls for Proto-Bantu has Proto-Bantu in West Africa, like especially the Bantu lexical reconstruction. 3, he pulls from that. He pulls from Christopher Ehret and some other scholars. But I mean, but you disagree with. I don't understand why you pull from people that you disagree with, or people that disagree with you. So that's another thing I noticed about the book. And then here we go. We've got a chart of people or scholars that the Suit Beta uses whose stance totally contradicts or disagrees with Negro Egyptian, Chin and Intu family altogether. You got Sokita with the timeline, migrations, Afro-Asiatic, James P. Allen, Egyptian languages, language phases, Old, Middle, Late, Coptic, Afro-Asiatic language group, Paul Newman, Afro-Asiatic, and the comparative method, Christopher Ehret, Antonio Lepriano, Gabarta Cox, G. Tucker Childs, Hesmus Satsinger, their nurse. He used the Tower of Babel World Language Database, and he pulled from Afro-Asiatic. He pulled from Niger Congo, Bantu, and Proto-Indo-European. But the Tower of Babel agrees with the current consensus of what these languages originated from, based on the current knowledge. But he pulled from it. Didn't stop him from pulling from it. Then you got Obadale Combo methodology. He still used some of his information. Again, the Bantu lexical reconstruction. Andrew Kitchen, anthropology. So the list goes on and on. So next slide. Now, me personally, reading this book, would I cite myself so many times? If I were an expert, if I was the only scholar within my field, I would have no choice to. But when you talk about African languages, we talk about linguistics, ancient Egyptian, it's a plethora of information out here. And for you to be referencing yourself, citing yourself over 30 plus times, and you have 6 references, within his book, The Passion of the Christ or Passion of Osiris, the Congo Origins of the Jesus Myth by Sari Imhotep. You got, let me see, towards the method for vocalizing metanoda symbols, the Bacala of North America, and all these other texts, or I guess books or articles by him. And he references, this 6 times within his reference list. And again, so we check this out from Self-Citation by Researchers: Narcissism or an Inevitable Outcome of a Cohesive Sustained Research Program. So there are certainly instances where self-citation would be considered problematic. The potential for egregious self-citation exists. Authors that go out their way to cite their own work. And I've seen that repeatedly throughout the book of the, going out your way to cite or reference your work. And over here, from Chicago Guide to Communicating Science, they talk about the circumstances where an author cites his or her own work fairly often, or perhaps very, very often, as well as colleagues too. So self-citation includes the author himself and colleagues, in this case, in Bowley. Referencing your own work too often, say more than 20% of the time, or stacking your reference list with your own articles, maybe 5 or 6 out of 30 or 40 total, will produce an image of unprofessionalism.
Wow.
Yep. So even with self-citation, not only can it be yourself, Consul, it can be your colleague from a particular school of thought, or, so we talk about him citing Mboli. Check this out.
Wow. Huh? When does it stop?
It's going to stop. It's going to hit the jackpot.
Incredible.
Yep.
Incredible.
And did it over 90 plus times.
Wow.
Mboli. That's what I'm saying. So we combine Mboli and Osiris citations within this text over 120 times at least.
Interesting relationship.
Wow.
I wonder how many linguists are citing Mboli outside of Osiris.
Bilolo, maybe. That's about it. That's all I know.
Yeah.
So collectively, between Osiris Imhotep and John Claude Mboli, within the Subidi, probably over, I know, at least 120, 130 plus times collectively. So check this out. However, self-citation may also be inappropriate, excessive, unbalanced, promoting one particular view, Negro Egyptian, and the work of one author or team or school of thought, inbred, promoting one or more connected people, Mboli, misleading and distorting. Erroneous theories and beliefs can be propagated by citation networks that emphasizes statements that are clearly wrong or even being refuted by empirical evidence. Like Diop and Obinga have been refuted in the past. So here we go right now in 2017, this Negro Egyptian stuff is still alive. So refuted claims continue to be heavily cited once entrenched in the literature, i.e. the Subidi and Mboli's work. In this regard, the different variants of self-citation can be surrogates of a deeper and more troubling potential distortion of the scientific literature. And that comes from a generalized view of self-citation, direct, co-author, collaborative, and coercive induced self-citation in the Journal of Psychosomatic Research, Volume 7 and 8, this, Issue 1. So is Nasubidi a pseudo book?
All right. Well, that about sums it up, man. That was an excellent, excellent presentation, Brother Joshua. Very, very concise. I see that you took the time to cross-reference and You came with your own opinions in certain areas, but it was based on deductive reasoning, based on what was inducted, which showed, in my opinion, a flawed methodology of research, which induced us to kind of deduce his methodology. And we know that inductive, deductive, and abductive reasoning are elements that must be used in research. What's your opinion on his methodology? As you, gave a great presentation, man. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, it was flawed from the beginning. Like if you check out, let me see, will it go back? We quoted Paul Newman, and Paul Newman blatantly said that authors took the extreme. They took the extreme. This is right here. They took the extreme approach from methodology of treating languages like they should be unrelated and trying to do comparative method that way. And he clearly said that this was thought to be a prudent scientific requirement, but he said it wasn't. And Osiris goes on to say that Newman would consider Mboli and himself one of those empirically sound scholars or linguists, and this is not true. He was saying that, okay, they took one side, and with the language classifications, and the other people took an extreme side to that. And he was talking about people like Osiris and Mboli as far as treating all languages as unrelated, which is ridiculous because most languages have a T sound, a K, a P, a M, a N, a short A sound. So that methodology was dead at the root. It was poor methodology. You wanted to expound on that or add something to it?
No, you pretty much summed it up. Man. You made it abundantly clear. I couldn't have said it any better. We don't want anyone to think this is a personal attack. It's not. We deal with scholarship from a general aspect, but we also know that when we see flawed methodology, and quite naturally and personally, in my opinion, because I've just watched this person publish books after books, I just think it's a personal agenda. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert on, can't read his mind and his intent. But I will say that there are a lot of personal cognates throughout his works that just show that it's something that is not genuine in the work that he does. And he has a tendency to be a bit arrogant, speaking against it. But that's not the motivation of this subject matter. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, that's not only your personal opinion, but going by the what he's shown is he's been challenged in the past. Now, I have not been aware of most of those challenges until like lately, like with Dr. Combone in Ghana. But the one of the telltale signs of a pseudo scientist is their willingness to accept criticism, their unwavering stance, regardless of how much information you show them. They show them that their methodology is flawed, their premise is flawed, their information is outdated. They still hold on to these beliefs at the end of the day. So they're unwavering. If you look at this chart right here, science and pseudoscience, they start with the conclusion. What is the conclusion? Is that the Egyptians were black. They're hostile to criticism. You've seen that. I've seen that. They use vague jargon to confuse and invade. Make grandiose claims. They go beyond the evidence. And like these migration patterns and these people interacting that were not even around each other. They were not even quote unquote people at the same time period. That's a grandiose claim that goes beyond the evidence. Cherry picking. He did plenty of that. And I show that he cherry picked so many sources and references, uses flawed methods, unrepeatable results. Lone Mavericks working in isolation. Who is that? That would be Mboli, that would be Asar, and that would be Bilolo. Nobody knows these guys exist, but within their circle, they are the king of the hill, what have you. They are the authoritative rule within their circle, and they do that to people that don't know any better. And that's also highlighted over here in the Guide to the Perplexed. They feed off the ignorance of the reader, the layman reader. They also use inconsistent logic, and they're very dogmatic and unyielding. So overall, I don't know. Did you have something else before I continue?
No, you just put the nail in the coffin, man. When you said dogmatic and unyielding, that's exactly the description.
Yeah, I mean, like.
Well, I'm going to say this. It's kind of hard. We've had some really powerful eras in our history. And one powerful era was those mid-'80s to late 90s for some of us because of the influence of the Afrocentric boom. After the advent of Egyptomania from the European, you had certain scholars, Ivan van Sertima, Dr. Claude Anderson, not Dr. Claude Anderson, I'm sorry, John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben Yalkanen, Sheikh Diop. These people, George G.M. James, to name a few, these people were very influential to the Pan-African Afrocentric movement during the advent of Stokely Carmichael, who later became Kwame Ture. These things made us feel good. They galvanized the Black Power movement. It gave us a sense of belonging and superiority because culturally we are misappropriated as African Americans. The slave narrative has been misrepresented and hasn't been told properly. So me being around the same age, a little bit older than Asar, I know that it's hard to let go a lot of these scholars. They've done their work. I dare not disrespect any of them. I appreciate them and respect them a great deal. But, time and technology, along with science, changes things. So what was prevalent will not always be. And we have to be open-minded to change. And it's very hard to let go a lot of the feel-good stuff because they were such great pragmatic speakers. And they had some really great innovative things for their time. I don't believe any of those elders were malicious. I believe the misrepresentation of the elders is a malicious thing because you deify these people and put them in a false sense of identity. So I just think that Brother Asar needs to reevaluate and be most critical of his own information. I think that's what's needed. All right, Brother Joshua, that was excellent, man. Excellent presentation on the situation involving Asar Imhotep's book. I believe your screen, it just went black and went to end screen, but I just want you to give some closing statements on this particular book. Obviously, you got problems with it based on the presentation, but just give us some closing remarks.
Yeah, so overall, it's a lot of reaching, misrepresented theories, cherry picking, a lot of false cognates, like Brother Heru mentioned. Virtually, like it's a lot of jumbled historical timelines all together. No archaeology used. It's just standalone linguistics. It's not even good linguistics at that. And then he referenced himself like over 30 times. So it's almost, I don't know, like this whole entire book. I mean, he needs to go back to the drawing board with this one. Like this is like it was difficult to read because his thoughts were not concise. It was all over the place. It was a lot of inconsistencies. Like for instance, Semitic and Egyptian is not related, but Negro Egyptian, which Egyptian is a part of, gave birth to Proto-Semitic, but Semitic and Egyptian are not related. So that makes no sense. Like it's just a number of inconsistent thoughts, premises throughout this whole entire book. So 1 out of 10, 10 being the good, 1 being I give it a 2. Like, I mean, yeah, you know, and I'm being nice by giving him a 2 because I like the cover. You know, the cover was pretty straight. But the book overall is a bunch of BS. Like I want to find one person. I want anybody out there that read this book in its entirety and you understood everything he said in its entirety. I want you to email.
Yeah, y'all. So that's what it is. Did y'all enjoy it? What did y'all think? Did y'all think that Team Osiris did a good job? Do y'all think Team Osiris did a good? Oh, my bad. Hey, Dad. What's up, babe? I was cool. Okay. Put the bag on. What's wrong with your hand?
It's like, I don't know what's going on, but it's like happened this morning. It's like right here. It hurts. Stop. Don't put me down.
Sit down.
It really hurts every time. I have to go to the doctor.
You going to the doctor's today? Okay. Yeah, so what did y'all think of the review or the critique of Insibidi? Do y'all agree with Brother Joshua Cain's assessment of the work so far as wise what he showed? Let's see. Hold on before I end. If anybody want to come in, and give a whatchamacallit, I'm throw the link. Yeah, second, I'm driving, y'all. Yeah, they definitely did a good job, Mike. I'm gonna try to play Asar's rebuttal. Tony Macaroni sent me the rebuttal. Asar's rebuttal. So we're gonna see what we got. Got my man Sosa coming in the building.
Yeah.
What's happening? What's happening, Sosa?
Yeah, sure, everything good. When you told me about it last night, I went and listened to it this morning before you played it, and that shit was pretty fire.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying, yo. They did it 4 years ago, and it got ignored, yo. You see the cult-like behavior?
Yeah.
People were scared to even. Yeah, hold on. People were scared to even watch the video, yo, because they were scared they was going to have to really take a look at Asar's work. So they didn't even want to look at the critique.
Yeah, because you can't say he ain't read the book.
Hey, Brother
Right.
Jones, I'm proud of you. You are worthy to become a Lions Den member now.
Oh my God.
You see? This is the type of scholarship we have at the Lions Den Academy Education.
Right.
That damn Josh tore it up. Hey.
Right. He in the chat talking about, so y'all think David Imhotep working pseudo? Talking about Africans being 100,000 years ago. Like, hell yeah.
Now you discredited David Imhotep, man. You can't do that.
I ain't do it. The experts did it. Don't put that on me. I ain't that good.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. All of our top guys, Clyde Winters, Manuku Rashidi.
Hold on, top guys. Hold on.
I'm actually all of them on the pseudo list with Osiris. Osiris, you have made the pseudo of the week award. Every week we're gonna give a pseudo award for the person who come out with the pseudo goddamn presentation. That was bad, man. And I don't even have a pony in this race. You see? And you told JJ to go back to college. That's what he told me. I yield the floor.
Yeah, it's like, I ain't really used to pay attention to the SAR that much in terms of scholarship because it used to be a lot of meta, and so I didn't really zone into what he was getting at. Every once in a while he says some outlandish shit, and I'd be like, "That's crazy." You know what I'm saying? Then when you watch the video, and then you're like, "Yo, he really been on that shit." We just didn't never really pick up on like that. Because he had Hermstein on there, Black Suma on the show. He interviewed Hermstein. In his book, he quoted Moutoir.
Right.
I was like, yo. But I'm like, he was just like right under our nose and just straight black.
Right. That's what I be telling Unc. I'm like, yo, Unc, you made us not look at Asar
I know.
like in the correct light, yo. Like,
see, we blaming you for this. I called him.
I keep telling him that. I'm like, man, there's no way we could run around talking about, check sources, follow the experts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hebrews, y'all better go get your source up and all, telling us all this. Hey, we listen. And then look at this madness.
Yeah, so it's great. Hey, American Dream, what's up, bro?
What's good, Chef?
Yeah, I know you've been trying to get in and ask your questions for a couple days since Sean last video. They pretty much ignored you. But I already know you already had your critique. So what you think of the presentation?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm at work. I didn't really get a lot of time to watch the presentation. Peace, Sosa and JJ. Peace to y'all. But yeah, I didn't really get enough time to watch the presentation. But I do have like questions in my head. I mean, if you listen to that to the discussion I had on Sean's channel, I think it's kind of clear that I'm kind of like in the woods when it comes to this whole Afro-Asiatic genetics. I'm like if you listen to that, you could see like I was kind of like at a loss, but I'm trying to catch up on it. I do think though that it has something like, let me ask you this question if I can, Sheffrin. I know that we had the discussion about, Chief X talks about Egyptians being North Africans and coming down from the north. And then we had the whole debate where Ankh and them was saying, no, the Egyptians were from the south, from the green Sahara. So I'm wondering if in my head, I'm thinking the people who support the idea of the Afro-Asiatic family of languages and that Egypt belongs to the Afro-Asiatic family, I'm thinking that those people would support the idea that Egypt is kind of like a North African, more from what Chief X is talking about, more from that Mesopotamia area, and that the people more came down into Egypt, and where the people who are saying, who bring in the Negro Egyptian family would be more supportive of the idea of Egypt being a sub-Saharan culture and developing from out of the South. Because I'm just trying to make sense of all of this and trying to see how it makes sense and how everything is kind of tied together in my head. And I'm wondering if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that's not like, nah, but you can still hold a position that, Egypt had a lot of Near Eastern influence and still be pro-Afro-Asiatic and pro, the Egypt civilization coming out of that Green Sahara. You know what I'm saying? For them, this is the key.
But do you think it supports? So you don't think that the idea of Egyptian being an Afro-Asiatic language supports the northern Egypt concept more than it does the southern Egypt concept?
Nah. Because it's still, even with that being true, the Afro-Asiatic still stands. Like those Africans coming out of the Nile, coming out of the Sahara, don't change the Afro-Asiatic at one bit. Like they coincide together. Like they don't have there's no issue. The issue is that Afro-Asiatic stands in a farm that consists of mostly North African countries, and then you got some going to Near East. Whereas they want to fit, they got to get West Africa in there. That's the goal, to connect West Africa with Egypt. So now we can place the African Americans and West Africans in Egypt. That's why they're just demolishing everything, but they're trying to fit that West African narrative and make it make sense linguistically.
Right, because I do remember that's one of the main things that Chief X was trying to bring across, was that West Africa has nothing to do with Egypt. So I'm guessing Chief X would be of the Afro-Asiatic, would agree with the Afro-Asiatic story rather than the other one. And I guess I'm not. And I'm wondering why the other guys wouldn't be on the other page then.
Because it is only one story, is the Afro-Asiatic. The Negro Egyptian is not real. It was thrown out, right? So there's only the Afro-Asiatic. You know what I mean? We got to stop acting like it's actually an argument being had. It's not. You know what I mean? And Afro-Asiatic doesn't mean that you're not African. So we shouldn't fall into that category either. You mentioned Mesopotamia. Afro-Asiatic.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say Mesopotamia. I meant to say Mediterranean.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Afro-Asiatic, right, starts in Africa and then moves into Asia, right? So the origin of Afro-Asiatic is Africa. So I think you can still hold that Egypt is an African civilization, right? Because you got many different African civilizations and cultures that speak an Afro-Asiatic language, right? Berber is Afro-Asiatic, right? I think Hausa is part Afro-Asiatic. So I think all the way down to Ethiopia, they speak they spoke an Afro-Asiatic language family. So yeah, I don't think you exclude the African out by saying Afro-Asiatic, if that answers your question. I think they can still have the that is an African culture and civilization and still be Afro-Asiatic linguistically. Is that clear?
Right.
Sure, it's clear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and it does make sense to the fact that the language kind of went up north. It went from Africa, like the most, if I'm hearing you correctly, the earliest of those languages started in Africa, and then the later ones are found in Asia. So the languages would have migrated north. So and the other concept they're talking about, migrating south, so it's not the same. So I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense when I think of it from that perspective. But it's still kind of, I'm still trying to clear up exactly because, it's the same Black Egypt discussion, just in another, just under another context, just under language now.
Language, exactly.
That's the trick. That's the trick bag.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, and it took me a while to realize that it's just the same Black Egypt discussion. And yesterday when I was in the chat, Chef, I think I may get in trouble for saying this, but I think Asar is very clear that he's talking about Black Egypt and Black people, right? But I think Wujawu, I think, is trying to be a little bit tricky with it. Like he is saying it, but he's not, and he doesn't want you to think he's saying it. So he kind of says it in a way where it's just weird and it's hard to really pin him down. He doesn't want to say it, but he's saying it, so he says it in a weird way.
I think
that's what I'm getting from Wujawu right now.
I think part of an American Dream is that some of it he don't agree with Asar, but he don't want to say it. Like he don't want to be on record, so he leaves himself leeway to say, no, I never said that. Asar said that. My position always was, there's no race. But when Asar goes on a show and promotes Black race, Black, he co-signs it. You know what I'm saying? He camps it. You know what I'm saying? So he just straddles the fence. But I don't think he really agreed with the Black Egypt to a certain extent.
Right. I think because when I listen to him speak, he doesn't agree with Black Egypt in terms of the people didn't think of themselves. Black wasn't their identity, right? They didn't say, I'm a Black Egyptian, right? So he says they're not Black in that respect, but that still doesn't speak to whether they were Black skinned, right? Because they can be Black skinned, but still not identify as Black. You know what I'm saying? They can be Black skinned, but still identify as just Egyptian. But I think Wujawu is kind of playing that game where he's saying, no, they didn't identify as Black. But that doesn't answer the question that people really want to answer is, what is the color of their skin? Like, that's really what people want to know. Were they Black people in terms of skin, not in terms of how they identify? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did get him to admit to this, though. I said, if King Tut was walking down the street of New York and they locked him up with some other African Americans, right? What would they label King Tut after they arrested him? Would they put him Caucasian? And he said African American. So, you know what I'm saying? So
he said African American. They would label him as African American.
Yeah, I did get him to admit to African American after pulling his teeth. He was like African American.
Right. So he does seem to be saying that they are Black people in terms of color. But yeah, and that was causing like a lot of confusion for me in terms of really understanding what he was really trying to say and just trying to pinpoint. Because I heard Ngozi say it. I heard Ngozi say that he's just on the Black Egypt stuff, but I'm like, no, he's not. Wujawu is always saying that we should forget about Black. But then when I listen to him, what he means by Black isn't what Ngozi means by Black. And I'm like, this is kind of confusing, man. I feel like he's playing games a little bit.
He does. Wujawu's the king of double speak.
You don't get me wrong. He's a really smart guy. Go ahead.
I think y'all should set this debate up on a neutral platform.
I think Wujawu, for you to be
that brother Jonathan.
The
brother that just went, Jason.
Hold on, you froze, Chef. You froze a little bit, Chef.
Okay.
Well, what you saying?
I said I think y'all should set up a debate. That brother that just did the presentation versus Asar on a neutral platform on the Lions Den. See what I'm saying? That way, hey, we ain't got a dog in the fight, so can't nobody be crying. Because I'm sure the brother Asar not gonna sit around.
They already had a little sit down.
Oh, they already did it? Okay.
No, I think it should. I think it should more be done with Wujawu.
Nah, Wujawu
he not direct enough.
Yeah, he gonna tap out. Like he gonna just be like, yeah, he gonna be too slick with it.
Nah, but y'all got to find somebody that'll hold his feet to the fire.
You
You know what I mean?
You can't hold Uja feet to the fire. That nigga is feetless.
Yeah. You gonna spend 30 minutes in a rabbit hole for nothing.
Right,
You
but don't get me
submit.
wrong.
You're
Uja
gonna
was a
submit.
very
You're gonna
Uja was a
submit.
really smart guy though.
He is, and you gonna submit before he do.
Yeah.
Just
I
out of
don't know.
frustration.
I don't know. I don't know if I will right now because I'm starting to really understand him and what he's saying a lot more. So I think I can be more clear with what my question, because I am gonna, next time he has his thing, I do want to ask him to be a little bit more clear. He mentioned on the last show that
asking to be a little bit more clear. We do that shit all the time.
You've been asking him to be a little bit more clear for years.
Sosa, suffering. Can I ask Sosa a question? Sosa, let's be honest. Let's put Halle Berry, Meghan Markle, and who else? And who else? Oh, just use Halle Berry, Meghan Markle in one box.
Megan who? Who's the other one?
Meghan Markle, the prince, the queen, the princess, or whatever.
The biracial princess.
Right. And then we're going to put the girl who starred Black Panther. What's her name?
Yeah.
And give me the fucking Lupita.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a question now. Who is Egyptian and who is not Egyptian?
I don't know. Ain't that simple.
Lupita ain't Egyptian.
Lupita ain't Egyptian. Stop being hypocritical.
Halle Berry and Meghan Markle are definitely would be Egyptian.
Yeah, I would say they would definitely be the dominant class. There'll be some Lupitas walking around, but Meghan Markle and Halle Berry would be probably the dominant class.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. No, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Are we doing liquorship? Because
stop talking.
Yeah.
Stop talking. Just stop talking for a
Okay,
second, please. Stop
right.
talking. This is not your conversation.
Hey, brother, I'm just trying to see where we're going.
You call me a monkey.
No, don't do that, stupid. We're not finna go down that.
Stupid been trolling me all day.
We're not finna go down that rabbit hole of cussing each other out today.
All right, sorry, I'm not questioning.
Finished business.
JJ, I'm sorry. I'm not questioning.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, my question to you. This is a question in the Black community that has not been dealt with because we don't want to deal with it. Right? We don't want to deal with it. All right, let's throw Drake's son inside there and Drake also. Right? Outside of America, everywhere else in the world, we have Meghan Markle, Drake's son, and Halle Berry. And we take them outside of America. Would they be described as being Black people? If we took them out of North America?
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't.
Halle Berry?
They wouldn't. Halle Berry.
Halle Berry is Black anywhere else. Man, Halle Berry is Black.
No, they aren't.
I don't know what's
they would describe them differently. They would find a different description.
You might describe their description, but them niggas are still Black.
But they wouldn't be described as Black.
Yeah, they would. Meghan Markle might get away with it, but you talking about they were living in the goddamn BC time, maybe, yeah. But 2022, they're gonna be like Halle Berry's a Black woman.
The only reason I would say Halle Berry Black is because she's famous. If we put Halle Berry in Colombia, they're not describing her as African American or Black. They have a different name for her. If they put her in Brazil,
of course, because they got a different name for it, but it still means goddamn Black.
No, it still don't mean Black.
What is Black? It still means African descent. They still got names that describe them, but it's just different levels of African descent. They don't deny the African heritage over there.
The reason I asked the question is because when you asked Wujau, if an Egyptian was arrested, if they would describe him as an African American, right? And he said he's being facetious. He's playing the game that everywhere in the world describe African Americans as our Americans describe African Americans.
Nah, because you know the Egyptians are considered Caucasian. That's why I asked him that.
Right. So that means, according to you, then, if Halle Berry and Meghan Markle would be considered Egyptians, they would also be considered Caucasian.
No, you mix it up. No, you mix it up.
No. You just said it.
We know that like we talk about a known fact, like the person's come from North, like the dude that couldn't apply for to be black because he was from North Africa. If he didn't tell niggas he's from North Africa, he would have made it. But the fact that they knew he was from North Africa, like, nah, nigga, you Caucasian.
Okay, let me say something very controversial.
And then can I ask you a question after that?
All right. Let JJ get something after that.
Let me finish. I'm going to say something very controversial now. And nobody's not going to like it, but it's true, it's history. 50 years ago in Jamaica, Halle Berry and Meghan Markle could get a job in the bank. No pedo couldn't.
Yeah, that's cool. We had that. We had the brown paper bag in South Carolina. They ain't the only place.
She couldn't.
So Stu Pease.
Let JJ get it in. Let JJ ask.
Yeah, Stu Pease. Since we're doing, this lookership type of, science today, would Shaka Amos with his side ponytail be considered Egyptian?
I convert.
Wait. So you say if he stepped over in the land, he was geared up.
They would put him in. He's a big ass nigga. They would give him a sword and a spear. I put him in the army. Who wouldn't?
What'd you say, stupid? You put him in the army.
Of course, you give that nigga a sword and a spear and a shield. I put him in the army.
Okay. Now what about Jabari?
Jabari?
Would they look at him as an Egyptian or what?
No, he was servicing the priest class. I don't know what that. And servicing is in open and closed quotation. You can't put any word for servicing. You have something different. He would be servicing, open and closed quotation, the priest class.
So I'm saying, would Jabari fit in?
Yeah, Jabari would be servicing the priest class.
Okay, all right. Now one more question. Now, if I went over there dressed up like Jabari, would I fit in and be a command?
The thing about it, you'd be seen as a mixed child, so you'd be given some benefits.
But me and Jabari got the same skin tone.
No, you don't.
As a matter of fact, Jabari is a little bit lighter than me.
Turn on the camera. Jabari lighter than you because Jabari is in air conditioning. If you wasn't, or
Nah, I think they're about the same complexion.
You'd be looked and as had some Egyptian in your grandparents or great-grandparents.
Hey, chef, now light-skinned niggas got Egyptian in them and shit.
Yeah, no,
niggas look like you got some Egyptian in you shit. Niggas light-skinned and shit. Oh, wild, bro.
Look here. Let's be honest. Culturally, you come from a culture where light and dark skin might look upon in one particular way. I come from a culture where we have all different kind of admixture. We have half Chinese, half white, half this, half that, and people are classified based upon what mixture they mix with. So a girl is called a browning or a light-skinned girl because her more Caucasian phenotype is expressed. A dude is called Chinese, even when his parents are not fully Chinese, because he might have some Chinese phenotype. He has black in him, but he's not referred to as black,
Yeah, the slang of those two people, you don't feel like shit on the goddamn
Chinese side. No, but
the slang words in the neighborhood.
There's, in the census, there's no race in our census, really. Like that census. The last time I took the census, It wasn't like that. It was years ago. I don't know if that is added onto it now. Right, but it
You
was
ain't gonna
like,
put no goddamn brownie on the damn census, stupid.
no, it's not on the census, but
Ain't
Chinese
true.
on the census. And people hold tight to the Chinese descent, although they have black in them. Although they have black in them, they hold tight onto the Chinese descent. Because there's hardly any true Jamaican, East Indian, but people hold on to it. Supercat is a mixture. If you know who Supercat the DJ is,
Yeah, I know
he's of
Supercat is.
Indian descent. He's of Indian descent.
I mean, a
But
lot
he
of
has
them, man. Should Sean Paul, a lot of mixed.
Sean Paul is of Jewish descent. He's Ashkenazi.
Yeah, still mixed. There's a bunch of mixed.
Right, but he holds on to his Ashkenazi. He's holding on to his Ashkenazi.
That don't mean he mixes. He's Ashkenazi.
It's Sephardic, not Ashkenazi.
It's Sephardic. Sorry, he went to the
I'm
Wailing
going to say
Wall.
Ashkenazi is definitely a mixture. Like you got.
Sorry. He's Sephardic. Sorry, he went to the Wailing Wall when he went to Jerusalem, and he paid homage to his Sephardic.
No, I thought he had some mixed heritage also on there. The way he looked, I thought he looked at.
Of course, but he holds on to Sephardic.
Man, what's his mom and daddy, man?
But his mom and dad is a mixture also.
Oh, okay. Of course, that nigga name was goddamn Ryan Francis Enriquez.
Okay, now what about, hey, Stupid?
Yeah.
Brother Stupid, what about Reggie? What would they say about him?
Reggie would be in the palace, and you would be bringing Reggie food.
No, I'm saying if he went over there, what would they label him?
It's Sephardic,
Sephardic, you said?
Yeah, that nigga, that nigga Sean Paul mother is English and Chinese and Sephardic. His mother is English and Chinese, Jamaican. Yeah, somebody got to turn the YouTube
Somebody
off.
breaking up.
Somebody got to turn the YouTube off.
Right. But he holds on to Sephardic.
What's his mom and daddy?
Yeah, whoever just joined the chat need to turn it off.
Hey, Stupid.
Oh, it's American Dream.
American Dream. Mute your mic.
Hey, Stupid.
Yeah.
Brother Stupid, what about Reggie?
American Dream.
What would they
Hit the mute.
Turn your TV down when you're asking your question.
Yeah, Reggie would be in the palace. JJ. And you'll be serving Reggie food.
What was the question? Yeah.
What is the Wi-Fi password?
The Wi-Fi password? Oh, for the computer.
All right, we good now. I got the damn static on. All right, yeah.
Yeah, Reggie would pass.
Yeah, who that we got somebody's joined, Moses Jefferson. What's good, family?
Moses sound like he over on our team. What's up, Moses?
Man, now
Bruce in the building. Y'all in some trouble.
I just wanted to ask y'all that about the Jabari stuff, man. Definitely.
I enjoyed it. It was beautiful. Do not criticize it. It was a beautiful ceremony.
No. I'm not gonna sit up here and say it's not beautiful. Yeah, I'm
breaking up a little.
I mean,
That minute, man.
that is what makes it tough.
What's going on? Stupid. You can't do that, man.
Hold on a second. You're breaking up. You're breaking up a little bit, Moses.
He's breaking up. That's why I did it.
That's some Nazi type of
Yeah, hold
propaganda.
on, let me see if I can hear it real quick. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Speak on it, Moses.
Let me get it out.
I ain't seen it.
Brother
Let me get it out. Let me get it out.
What I'm saying is, yeah, I mean, yes, it was beautiful. I agree, but that's what makes it difficult. It's like you can't critique it, right? Like what about it? I mean, you basically saying I can't disagree with it before I even started talking.
That's just him clowning. You already say what's on your mind. Say what's on your mind. Because see, when you came in, you got the name Moses Jefferson. I thought that was your Hebrew name. So, that's already confusing. You know what I'm saying, Moses?
The whole thing is confusing. I mean, ain't it all some word tricks, word games? That's like everything I'm hearing. Even with the Egypt, you can call it Asiatic or you can call it Mediterranean. You can be right on both of them and wrong on both of them, depending on who you talking to. Like that's. Am I wrong on that? That's what it sounds.
Nah, right is right. Some niggas just be saying some wrong shit. You know what I'm
So
saying?
with the Egypt, so look with the Egypt shit. If I'm calling it a Mediterranean culture, it's not discrediting the Africanness of the culture, right? It's both are correct, right?
Yeah, both correct.
You're not calling it white because you're saying Mediterranean, basically.
Right. Right. Well, I understand what you're saying. Like, I don't
I
trip
don't
on
know
that.
too
Some
much
people
about
do, but I don't trip on that. We still agree that it's a indigenous, homegrown North African culture still, even though it shares that Mediterranean borders. It's a Mediterranean culture.
Right. That's it's an easy one. Like I feel like it's hard to say it though, and I don't know why. It's hard
because when you say it, they feel like you're denying his Africanness.
Yeah, it does.
But then you can also say it's an African culture.
But
And it would be, you know what I'm saying?
So can we get to the ceremony? Like, what did he do?
Yeah, I missed it. I think he baptized some people.
He initiated persons in the shrine. It was an initiation process in the shrine of Mahat.
So here's the thing, no stupies. If he wasn't Jabari and he was just a regular nigga doing the goddamn voodoo ceremony, you wouldn't have an issue with it. The fact that he got some Kemen on that shit and you don't like it.
I have an issue. I have an issue with it. But let's
wait. So who think Stuppies? Go ahead, Stupid. You got an issue with it?
The last thing I have. Brother Ben, Dr. Joseph Ben Cannon was initiated in the shrine of Mahat by Jabari. And
Hold on, what? Hold on. He was what?
Brother Joseph Ben, whatever.
Dr. Ben?
Dr. Ben was initiated in the shrine of Mahat with a ceremony similar to the one that we saw.
You're saying Jabari, brother?
Yeah, what that guy?
I want to ask Stuppies a question.
If I know better than he might initiate me. What's wrong with that?
Right. That's why I'm sitting here saying like, well, I can't say nothing bad about it. I might want to.
If you're going to question what Jabari did, you'll also have to question one of our greats, Dr. Joseph Ben, because he is an initiate in the shrine.
I really ain't even got it out yet, but like that's actually what's so interesting about it.
Recognition, man.
So like, why is it so tiptoeing? Like what is it about that? Why does it feel like I'm not supposed to say nothing about that?
I mean, some people got an issue with.
What is your viewpoint? Because we never heard what. I mean, can you tell me what you saw and what you thought about it?
I mean, I keep thinking about the praying and the omen with the Baba Heru.
How did it make you feel? How did it make you feel?
I hear Jabari talking about math and science, and then I see it's about something totally different. At least in ceremony for sure. Like it's not a math and science practice in that regard.
Nah, it's not math and science practice in rituals.
Let me tell you something, man. Jabari really believed them deities are real. I mean, he may not come out and say it, but that's what the ancients believed. They wanted to be in the afterlife with Osiris. They didn't just think it was a principle. They thought it was another goddamn type of
rabbit hole stuff right there, though, automatically. Like, no matter which way you go with it. Because all of it definitely just leads you into your imagination. That's actually so real. It's crazy. I feel like I'm definitely the regular guy looking back and like, wow, all these dudes is just coming up with something fire. Like if you listen at what he said, you know what I'm saying? He said something about a priest and binary codes the other day, right?
Yeah, I heard him say that.
You heard him say that, right?
Yeah, I heard him say that.
I sit back and I feel like
I heard
him say about math and science, right? But you omen and all of that, like that's.
I mean, that's just like you get in contact with your ancestors, right? Don't y'all teach that? Some of you guys.
Who y'all?
I mean, I
I'm telling you, they don't like the way it looked because it got that with that Kemen on it like that. If it was Yoruba,
if it was
Shay or something like that, they would be a little more lenient.
Can I ask JJ 7000
So,
a question?
but y'all
JJ,
got these Kemetic and these African names. Y'all cannot discredit
I
the
ain't got no
ancestors for doing rituals.
ain't
doing
nobody don't got no Kemetic name.
Okay,
JJ,
maybe not you, brother. We're gonna
JJ.
discredit you.
No, I'm saying everybody, even the pseudo kills, only person who got Kemetic name was
JJ, you're a Hebrew Israelite, correct?
Yeah.
Is it any different what Jabari did in practicing his spirituality than
I
what
didn't
you?
see it, but if he's praying and all that, then I would say no. He believed that. This is why I said that. This is why I made that point. He believed whatever he praying to is real. It's the one, the all,
And
the
you believe
universe.
whatever
That's what he
you're praying to is real also, right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I didn't hear you.
And
Of course he does.
you believe what you're praying to is real,
Of
correct?
course he does. Like, why would he
Yeah.
not?
Fine.
So is there any difference in what Jabari practicing than what you are practicing?
Nah, that's his point.
Uh, he follow maybe different principles. Maybe he calls his all creative power a different name, like the all the one. But he know that there's something greater than himself. And then a lot of atheists say, no, there's nothing out there, but we evolved and come from a unguided, what they call it,
Do not say
unguided chemical
monkey. Do not say
processes that
monkey.
they created.
That's
You know what I'm
right. There
saying?
you go, JJ. There you go.
Yeah, I know what's going on,
You
man.
getting nice. You getting nice.
I'm just trying to figure out if Jabari finally showed his real self. That's him. Y'all been saying Jabari was a Christian.
No, I mean,
Ain't
but he
nothing choppy.
always he never claimed to be an atheist. So I think
He never done that.
It
Nope.
was always known that he did believe in a higher power or something extra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Shanetta believe in something bigger. He
Of
called
course,
it the it, though.
of course
He
they
called
do.
it the it.
Of course they do. You know what I'm saying? They all do. That's why they bang on us because we atheists. They think we crazy.
I don't think Shanetta bang on the atheists. He give y'all more leniency than he do. Like
Yeah, he gives us a leniency, but he won't say that he's atheist.
Man,
You know
it's hard. It's hard to take any side. It's tough. It's
they
tough.
all believe.
But so Stu Peas, what do you think about the what you see? I'm about to go back and check it out. I might do a recap on what's going on.
Listen, I
Hey, JJ.
understand. Let me answer this. I understand that there's people in the diaspora, people who are away from the original land, sometimes are searching for a belief system. I do not agree with it, but I understand the reason for it. Just like how I understand your reason to cling to Hebrew Israelite, I understand the many people saying that they are American Indians. I understand. It is to find yourself, but it does not reconcile with science and math. Right? So will agree with me on that. It does not add up. But to understand the need for it. And sometimes we need to bang on you guys and say, listen, you're kind of wrong. Jabari kind of wrong. But to see all those white people looking like angels in the Bible, in all the white and flowing and forming a circle and turning outward from the circle. It was a beautiful thing to see.
It was. We all know symbolism.
Right. But at the same time, it was wrong as hell. It was wrong. But we understand why I'm doing it. Is that there's a lot of
Everybody else
love.
do it. Yeah, I'm saying like we wouldn't feel the way if it was Isheshe or something like that.
I would feel the same.
They would be like that brother right there. He's staying true
Nah.
to the African roots. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they'd be like, yeah. They give him a lot more praise, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, it is what it is.
Man, I kind of felt like at first, like with all the stuff the Bari teach that, Kemet would give me a better way out. I felt like that. I really did.
Better way out of what though? Like, what are you trying to get
out of Christianity? Like I didn't, I'm fresh. Like I didn't know nothing but the Bible and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that's the issue. I think people when that's why some of them when we had this conversation about atheism being an atheist, like sometimes when people come out of something, they don't they think the next step is to find something else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, you know, like you kind of need time with yourself to, you know what I'm saying, to get your bearing, to get your head straight. You know?
Right. And it's crazy. Like the longer I listen, it makes more sense that like he's kind of saying that his over there is just better than yours over there. Like that's really what it is.
Yeah, he argues from the perspective, you know, a lot of people debated that the Kemetic practices are more moralistic than that of the Abrahamic faith. So he had a lot of those debates.
But when you do that, doesn't that kind of like that's gotta diminish the whole point of it? Like it's like isn't it kind of contradicting itself? And
no, because it's still a faith system, like shit, like you know what I mean. And he'll argue that, you know, the Kemetic idea of, you know, Osiris and Aset, like those aren't actual real people; those are principles. Versus the Hebrew narrative, that those are actual real people that walked around and did stuff. You know what I mean?
I get where you're going.
Yeah, so he argues more of a Kemet as a philosophical, the religion as a philosophical understanding of life, versus the Christianity more literal interpretation of historical events.
Right, but he's got some spiritual context that he puts on top.
Oh yeah,
of that.
yeah, a lot of it.
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Right, right.
Yes,
So just like yesterday. I mean, I ain't gonna say yesterday, but I'm going back to like a lot of the previous things I actually heard him say, and he did admit that he's making most of that up. Like as far as the language wise, like he is just kind of putting it together. And there's a little spin in there. He's just being a little honest about it.
Of course, because it's 2022. You can't do the same exact shit nigga was doing 3000 BC, 2000 BC.
And the other thing, let's be honest, we weren't there 3,000 years ago to see exactly what the ceremonies were. So he's giving you his best interpretation of what he thinks.
Yeah,
so
throw a little Nunu in there, throw a little Kemetic yoga in there too. Throw a little Kemetic yoga in there to get the ladies fit.
For sure. I ain't know he was just enjoying this. That's what got me.
Yeah.
No. Is it any different than what the Rastas did? The Rastafarianism developed as a response to colonization. So what Jabari is doing now with this Kemetic is a response to let us develop something of our own that utilizes some history of what was going on 3,000 years ago, what the Africans were doing, and let's call it our own. So this is actually a new age interpretation of our old religion. It is not anything new. Every couple of years, a black man like Brother Divine comes up with something. So the Jabari is the new Brother Divine. Anybody in here know who Brother Divine was?
Brother Divine or Father Divine?
Father Divine. Father Divine, right.
Yeah.
So Jabari is now the new Father Divine.
Father Divine was a little, I get what you're saying, but we don't want to just throw Father Divine on a man like that. Come on now, like Jesus Christ.
What would you throw on him then? What would you compare him to? Who would you compare him to? If not a Father Divine.
I mean,
he might not be saying that he's Christ manifested, but he gave himself the title of priest. Who would you compare him to?
Priest is no different.
I kind of feel like we are.
Priest is no different than Reverend, man. Like,
do y'all think Jabari a cult, man?
I mean, it's a cult by definition, just based on that it's friend of the small, so it's definitely a cult.
Who would you give him, Sosa? Sosa, I'm not letting you jump off the hook here.
Who would I give him? Who would I give?
Who would you give him?
Shit, that's hard. But Father Divine claimed to be God, though. Like, it's like, come on, like, let's say, you know, just your average.
Charlatan?
No, I won't call him a charlatan because he's making it up. Like, that's his thing. Like, long he not running around saying you're the savior,
No.
You know, God's speech. You know what I'm saying? Your God. I don't really got an issue.
Listen, he's not. So I'm not letting you off though. He's not going around but saying that he's the savior, but he's showing you that he has a door to salvation. He's telling all of those people who went and did that sermon, and said, this is your door, your path and your way to salvation. I am a gatekeeper to your salvation. I am the
I ain't
of the
seen it,
temple of
Supees. I know
Mahat.
you got a way of goddamn putting a little extra goddamn sauce on it. So I got to wait till I see it.
But he brought us there. He brought us there the way he wanted.
Isn't he the priest of the temple of
He brought
Mahat?
us there. We got there.
Isn't he the priest of the temple of Mahat? Isn't the temple of Mahat the gateway to your salvation when you become an initiate?
I don't know how he run his whole spiel. I never really watched it.
So you
he is a priest, though. He is a priest of his little thing, but I don't know if he.
Does he have a temple?
I don't know if he got. I think he does it in his home.
But it's a temple. That's what he calls it. He calls it the shrine of Mahat. Shrine, temple, same thing. So he said he is a priest of the shrine of Mahat, and these are his initiates. These people initiated into the shrine of Mahat, right? There are no members of the shrine of Mahat. So I'm asking you, what would you refer to him as then? Because he's actually a gatekeeper.
I would look at us more like Mason.
Louis Farrakhan?
Nah, more like masonry. I mean,
more like masonry, but
like
they pray to a deity in the shrine, or they show reverence to a deity.
I think those masons pray too.
Well, I've never been invited to the hall in a mason, but I've seen.
Those masons believe in the masons believe in the divine power. You know what I'm saying? I definitely do.
So you're saying that this is Brother Jabari now is a mason.
Honestly, I look at it the same way I do. Like I take it I don't see it as harmful to me, as harmful as others may see it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a proponent against our religion being evil, then you're gonna see it that way. Like I don't really have an issue with people having a different faith and practices. You know what I'm saying? I don't want, like I've always been the person to say, if you're gonna have one, make it up. So I got an issue with what he's doing. Like make up your own shit. That way you ain't got to worry about interpretations. You know what I'm saying? Like it's my shit. I took a little bit of this and I made the rest up.
I'm having more time getting off.
Remember the branch Dominion. David, what's his name? David Koresh from the branch Dominion. He made up his shit. So you're saying that?
Yeah, I'm talking about African people. Yeah, of course. Listen, this is gonna be bad as hell. I ain't saying that that's the way. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna be a one, just make your own up.
But why you gotta make one up? Like,
because my argument has always been like, you know, when you look at religious practices, they're tailor-made for the environment that the individual was in. So you can't just pull a religious system out of someplace else. I think shoehorn that into where you are. You have to make it, design it to fit the paradigm that you're in. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be running around slaughtering goats and shit like that.
Right.
So you have to.
But that's what it is. Okay. So what's the big difference between slaughtering goats and standing up there in them posts?
I mean, you're not slaughtering a goat, but that's the whole point. But I'm saying, like, as that, and as you live in
aside from the act of killing, right? Like,
yeah, you live in a society where you might have to deal with racism, systemic racism. So you may have more moral principles in there that's going to either push you to fight out against it. Or,
my point is both acts are symbolic, right? Like, it's not even about what you're doing.
Of course. Like, I'm just saying, I ain't got no issue with the symbolic. So I'm just saying, if you're gonna do it, design it to fit the paradigm that you're in.
I'm saying, so we here in 2020, we actually understand that like doing all that doesn't do anything like in the realm we in. Like that's
of course.
Right. So you gotta bring that with it. Like you can't have the act and don't be dealing with the other realm. But we dealing with the realm that I'm already told on. Like I'm trying.
But you gotta look at it like this. I don't know Jabari. I don't know Jabari at all. but as far as I know, he's a pretty competent person, financial, at least financially.
Right.
He's been able to survive in this society pretty well. You know what I'm saying? He's not struggling. You know what I mean? So, you know, if what you're doing is not a hindrance to yourself or others, if it motivates people to be better people, however you got to do it, do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as you're not doing something detrimental to yourself and society. You know what I'm saying? Like when vaccine time, he was pro-vaccine. Okay, cool. Them points for me right there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so at the end of what you're saying, make up another realm that you got to deal with the spirits in.
No. I say make up another realm. I said if you are going to be able, if that's the path that you choose, then let it be something that you create. Let it be something that tailor-made for you. That's all I'm saying. You know, or you can do whatever.
I got a different stance on religion. I don't know why I do that. Like I mean, just smaller stuff I heard, it just don't never it don't lead to no good common sense. Most of the time, it just don't seem to.
I don't know. What are your parents Christian?
Very much so. My name is Moses.
You think they got good common sense?
Actually, what's even crazier is that my mama pretending to be all Christian, naming me Moses. I ain't been to church since then. More like it, like that's really more accurate than her, you know, living out this Bible.
But let me ask though, is your mother and father sensible people?
Of course they are.
Do they pray?
I mean,
yeah. When in times of trouble, do they say, "Please, Jesus, please, Jesus, if I need you right now"?
I say, "Please, Jesus," and I'm not religious. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's not. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about your parents.
Right. So
they say,
I'm
"Please, Jesus." Do they mean it, or they just bullshit?
Having distinguished them is something we talking. I feel like we're talking about somebody who speaks against a different realm, right? Like he's saying the Hebrews and all of that, Yahweh did, and then he turned right around and he got a realm of his own that you admitting that he literally created. That he created, because he's saying that he don't, I mean, he can't.
He created
really,
some aspects of it, but it's you know, they're still using the damn Egyptian, you know, the duat and you know the underworld. They're still using the Egyptian stuff. He just added a little spin on it. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not. I don't. His argument's never been. His argument's always been.
That's it right there. It's the spin.
Yeah, his argument's always been chemonism. And when you go to the certain other channels, more religious, all unreligious. Like that's all the debates you get.
Well, see, when you
Hebrew
got
versus Kemet.
That's what I'm long. And I don't know what you mean when you say binary codes and priests. That's I can't.
I ain't watch all. I ain't see that part. I ain't see that. I don't know what binary codes got to do with priests. You know what I'm saying? So I have no idea.
Right.
Like you know, because like for one, like I'm not into that, so I don't watch. I don't know. Watch the minute I see it on, I'm a turn.
No matter what the spirits definitely do something like that, and the spirits and Kemet all together, like it's a very cultish like combination. I think I see it now. Like it's a funny thing to it. Like you can't do nothing but put your spin on it because like that's gonna be how you read it. Just like if you read the Bible, you're gonna have your spin.
Yeah. All of it's cultish, man. All of it's cultish. The only way to get to the next level is to become bigger. I mean, Scientology started off was probably what we would say started off as a cult. Like they may not consider it a cult now because it's so damn large, and they got enough members now that they probably surpass what you may identify as cult status. But shit, they definitely cultish.
I mean, that's like. I mean, that's the small part, though, right? Like he know that the other realm ain't real. Like that's what I'm emphasizing on. You saying that's okay, so I can't. I mean, I get where you coming from. It's
I don't
cool.
think he believes that the other realm ain't. I mean, that's my opinion. I think he believes
that
the other
it's real. It's real.
Yeah, he believes that it's real. Like I don't think like otherwise.
He believes that when you die, you will be weighed using the feather. He believes that.
Yeah, he believes that shit.
Where his partner walks around with a feather, with an ostrich feather or eagle feather, or whichever feather it wants to be. He believes that.
He do believe that if you're not living your life in according to something, like something is going to happen to you afterwards, either in the hereafter or the right. Like he definitely believes that. Like, to what extent and how the rules work, I'm not sure, but he definitely feel like there's going to be some effect in real time or in the next if he don't act accordingly to Ma'at.
That he believes in Mahat. He believes.
I feel.
He believes it just as how JJ 1000 believed.
Yeah, I'm not
Moses.
I'm not
7,000. Put 6 more grand, 6 more thousand on that man name.
JJ 12,000.
7,000.
7,000. JJ 7,000 believes in Moses.
Yeah, he believes Moses Jefferson.
Hey man, I keep the staff on me, bro.
Yeah, hey, so Mo, you still of the Christian faith or nah? You what's your position now?
My position is all of that is useless. Like it's a Stone Age method of trying to solve New Age problems.
Okay, there you go.
I feel like you can't describe it no better than that. And then like when if you think about it,
I like that. I like that description. I like that.
When you think about it like that, you can't. Is none of it worth? Like it exists best in its story, right? Like in its place. That's the best. That's the best way to experience it. Like, you know, the fact that it was so long ago and you can appreciate it there, but trying to bring it here, I mean, it's not just problematic. To some extent, you know, you got to be lying a little bit. Like you just got to be. You got to have a spin. You got to have an angle, and you can pick any of them.
I mean, here's the thing. It's always going to be because
it's fire.
Here's the thing. They're always going to say, when, just like how you felt like when people leave Christianity and how you felt like, man, I felt like this was going to be the way out, right? A lot of people feel like you do, right? So a lot of African people, some Afrocentrics, you know, was of the mindset, well, those that are fleeing Christianity and Islam and these different Abrahamic faith, we need to put them into an African system. That comes out of the Pan-Africanist pro-Black thought process. Right. So to them, you know, in their mind, that's the next step towards Black liberation, African liberation. Like that's even in the low Afro-centricity thing. Like, right. That's why
that was a part of the Amos Wilson conversation yesterday that I understood that part.
Right.
I understood that the practicalness of the Amos Wilson is what, you know what I'm saying, is better than all the spooky stuff.
But Amos Wilson didn't speak against spirituality.
He didn't?
No, he didn't have an issue with
that. I can clearly remember him speaking against Christianity.
Yeah. But what about but his thing was because he's a Pan-African, bro. Like, come on, like Pan-Africanists don't really support atheism. That's not like a prerequisite in the Pan-Africanist movement, bro. Like atheism is not there. They more.
No, it's not. I get that.
More of the mindset. Free African, free mind, a African system, African spiritual tradition, practices, keep it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying. I understand. You know why I was brought up in that type of context without all the you know the praying and stuff. For sure, he wasn't talking about praying. That's for sure.
No, the blueprint of Black Power was about but in the blueprint of Black Power though, because you know he's a psychologist and sociologist, so you know he's also going to deal with how to develop one's psyche to live in this world of, you know, I mean, white supremacy and whatnot. So you know, he would see that as, you know, being beholden to, you know, African ideas and Pan-Africanist thought. You know what I mean? But he just had, also had the economic, you know what I mean, understanding that a lot of Pan-Africans kind of got rid of, you know, that he, you know, like he still was with being a part of the system. So, yeah.
So with all that being said, even if, man, that just sounds so crazy. I don't want to say it like that. So at the end, him as Wilson, you know what I'm saying? If he brought out some of the other realm stuff, does that discredit some of the other, you know, more practical things that he brings to the table?
You said what now? Repeat that.
Does it like diminish? Does it like it dilutes some of the more practical things that he brings to the table, or it's just like a part
because throughout because throughout humanity, people have done that and still done the practical things. You know what I mean? That's why we're here in 2022. It's like, I mean, regardless of what people may think, it's not the world wasn't built by atheists. You know what I'm saying? Like, there were some along the way, but a lot of people have belief system and they knew how to separate, you know what I mean, spiritual beliefs from science.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
I understand that. And so look, so I feel like right now you kind of doing it a little bit, right?
What?
I feel like you know for a fact that you can point to a direct part of history, right, where being too spiritual, or at least the shift to being more scientific, was more beneficial to the society. Like you can't sit here and deny that, right? So what was that?
No, of course, but you know, science is a method. Science is not like a principle that teaches one how to live their life. Like, I'm a humanist, you feel me? That's more along the lines of a principle of how one should live, how one should hold himself, how should we treat the next person? You know, compassion, reciprocity. Those aren't like scientific endeavor. Those are more, you know, philosophical and stuff like that. Like I said, I'm a humanist, so that's my standpoint when it comes to that. But you know, other people choose other routes, you know what I mean? But you know, as long as you can separate the bullshit, you feel me? As long as you can put it to the side when it comes time to take a vaccine and shit like that, like, I'm good.
But you okay with mixing the two? All right, that's.
Nah, you don't mix science. Like, you can't mix. I mean, you don't mix science with spirituality. That's two separate shit.
I mean, based on what you just said you can separate the practical stuff. So
yeah, because when it comes, if I get shot, I need to go to the doctor. That's not spirituality. That's goddamn. That's science and medicine. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean. But like somebody that's on drugs and they may choose, you know, to get under the spiritual system to help them psychologically break the hold that drugs have on them and shit like that, they should go for it. I ain't tripping. That's just my opinion. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. I don't really argue against that shit.
I mean, okay, all I'm saying, if it helps, for sure. If that's where you at with it, for sure. But like, if you yourself understand it, right? You basically just telling me, I'm like, okay, what I meant, what I said, I feel like you doing it a little bit. Like, I actually kind of been listening to y'all for a little minute. And for real, I just thought that the Barbie situation was really funny to me. It was really funny to me about the Bob Urban stuff. But, I mean, I'm not even trying to go in on Bob.
Oh, yeah. I ain't watched it. I mean,
that they do the almond and stuff. I thought it was funny.
I didn't watch that stuff. I didn't watch
it. Right. So what I'm getting at, like, you actually know the benefits of science, right? We just talked about vaccines.
Of course.
Right.
That's what we talk about. Science advocates over it.
Right, but you also kind of advocating a little bit for the spin. You cool with the spin?
I'm saying this. What you want to do? You want to go outside, beat them up?
That's what made me kind of like had to
No,
say,
I'm
like,
saying,
wow.
I'm saying,
No, for me, I'm coming from a totally different perspective. Like, I didn't expect what I got from Jabari yesterday. I mean, with
I don't see why. I don't see why.
I did. Like, do you watch Sonetta?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm
I
shocked
can,
at your
I can
shot.
remember the first time. I can remember the first time that Jabari and Rob Bourne had a conversation about does he think the deities are real, right? Do you remember that by any chance?
Yeah.
Man. So as I really look at how he answers those questions, that he really trying to leave himself enough room to do what he gotta do, right? Like he's not gonna sit up here and say he gotta answer your question with a question. He can't just say, "Oh, I think it's real." You know, no matter how practical the example is, he gotta find some kind of squirmy way a little bit to kind of
No.
leave
I
himself.
watched that
Brother
conversation though.
Moses, only Brother Moses, because I
Yeah,
country.
I
Brother
find
Moses,
myself rooting
Brother
for.
Moses,
I was rooting for Jabari, right?
Brother Moses, let us cut you there.
Yeah.
Jabari has always established that how he conceived myth. He says myth. He always says sometimes myth is how a people explain themselves, right? And he said sometimes myths are not. You cannot call myths lie. You
Right.
cannot call myths lie, right? So myths are how people express themselves in and the place in the world. And these myths that the Egyptians have, the Osiris or whatever the name is, were very important to the people. And those myths are very important to him. So you saying that Zeus never exists don't mean anything to the people in Athens or Greece at the time. It was their myths. It's how they explain their experience. You saying that Zeus don't exist don't mean anything to the people in Egypt at the time. It's how they explain themselves. That's what he came off of saying to Rabbah. He said he acknowledged that there are myths, but that don't mean that you can't believe in your myths. You can't believe in how you express and explain yourself. You
Yeah,
can't believe.
and what two
I
pieces what
think
Rob
I
Bourne didn't
think
understand is like the part that he was confusing himself with, and it was kind of even frustrating to me. Is like, okay, if he's telling you, if I tell you that Isis is just, for example, the principle of love, she represents the principle of love, and you ask me, is Isis real? The answer would be yes. You get it? The
Yes,
answer,
because the
yes,
principle
love
of
is
love is
real.
real.
Love is real, but the actual representation of love is not real. That's
No, but it's how the people express themselves.
yeah,
It's how the people express war as Mars or something in Greece.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the part that's Rob was getting stuck at.
no.
Like,
I
you could
think
have moved.
no,
You should have
I
just moved
think
past the argument. He kept getting stuck there. It's like they were arguing over what does real, and the whole conversation was about what is the difference between real and literal. Like come on, let's move.
You
But
know,
it's really annoying.
if you say ISIS wouldn't be literal, but she's real to the people in Egypt. The principles that she expressed was real to the principles in Egypt, to the people in Egypt. That's
No,
what
I'm
he's saying.
saying like it's real. The principles are real, but did they actually believe that? Like I'm sure some did, but did they actually believe that ISIS or a dog-headed person was out there walking around? You see what I'm saying? Like that's the point though. You know what I'm saying? Like I can agree with some of that to some extent, but I do think the niggas believe in that shit. You know what I mean? Like they believe. You know what I mean? I do think some of the shit they believe in. Some of the things are principles. I think more. I think if anything, the priest. Listen,
Let me
I think
ask
if
JJ a
anything.
question. Ask JJ a question. Does JJ believe that angels have wings?
No. I don't want to drag dog. No,
Yeah.
but that's a different. No, the reason you don't do that because that's a different understanding. He believes angels got wings, but he also gonna believe that angels are real. So that may be a different. That might be a different dynamic.
Yeah. Some people will always believe in that as certain things as being real.
Yeah, always.
In every culture.
That's
They're
why I
going to
say.
believe that the gods are real.
That's what I'm saying. I think if anything, the priestly class more understood. But your regular everyday Joe most probably thought that shit was real.
Right. I understand that perfectly. I'm not trying to get caught up on how poetic his answer is. I get it, and I feel like that's why it's so acceptable because I think it fits what my imagination tells me about the culture. Right? Like I can't read metaphysics, but I just envision it having beautiful poetry. Right? So he says shit like that, and my questions just stop right there. Right? So I'm good. He answered that question. Cool. So what I'm saying is, All I'm saying is when I first heard it, I'm actually rooting for Jabari. Right? I mean, I'm actually rooting for Jabari, right? And then as the more I kind of get into the atheist information, or at least why people hold on to those faiths, and just how I guess you would say just how ridiculous they sound trying to defend it at times, right? Like,
But,
at least
Moses,
how little sense they make sometimes when they
but
try.
Moses, let me ask you this though: who on Sonetta is an atheist?
Nah, it's not an atheist channel.
Exactly. So everybody over there believes in some
telling you,
form of fashion.
I'm just like
unless
a little,
Unc on the show. You know what I'm saying? Like shit.
Nah, they
everyone, all of them.
So, sir,
Yeah.
when Jabari came on, when Jabari came to the community, Jabari, I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Jabari came to the community as a breath of fresh air. A-I-R, air. Here, H-E-R-E, because Jamaicans don't pronounce the H, so I have to spell it out. So air sounds similar, but it's actually two different things. Right? Jabari was a breath of fresh A-I-R.
I got you.
H-E-R-E was a black man. He was successful. He was educated. He was eloquent. He was well dressed. He expressed his belief in language that people readily and easily understood. So the brainwashing started instantaneously. Almost instantaneously, Jabari's subscription jumped almost 10,000 to his YouTube channel. Right? Because people said, whoa, I did not know that this was out here, because we were used to the Tazariac, the red pill, the blue pill,
and you know, remember he came at a time when Sonetta was a little bit on the down slope.
Yes, and Sonetta was a little bit on the down slope.
Amara Squad that broke a left, Steady done left. So he really needed another star.
So he was fresh. He wasn't loud. He wasn't. I've never heard him curse. I've never heard him curse.
The black gray pill.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he was like Barack Obama. He was like Barack Obama.
He was smooth. He came smooth. He came and said, let me explain to you.
Let me be clear.
Let us be clear. Let us be clear. Join me. I welcome you. His body language was significantly different. And because of that, a lot of people gravitated towards this game.
Yeah.
And he was Kemet. Like, don't forget about that. Yeah, you got
to. He's not the Hebrews. He be doing.
Yeah,
if he was atheist, he would not. If he was an atheist, he wouldn't get the same love. I'm sure you did.
But after he took the shine off the shit, because his shit was very shiny. But after he stick back and took the shine off the shit, you realize that he was no different than anybody else. His shit was only shiny.
In terms of what? Like, I don't put him with polite. Like, I don't put him on a level of like polite and them niggas like that.
No, he's different from Tazaria. He's selling.
I will put him in
selling anything different than Tazaria.
I would put him and Shaka Amos on the same level. Like,
what's Tazaria captain again? Captain.
What do you mean?
Who Tazaria fall under?
Shit, yes, wrong. Oh, I can't never remember. Johanna?
Yeah, is he different than
like that?
Is he different than Captain Jenny Johanna or Benny Bohanna, whatever Cesare captain is? No.
That's all the same. There's a different face. Yeah, different faces. Yeah.
It's a different approach to the cult. He's a leader of a cult.
Yeah, but Sonetta's team Kemet, so you know what I'm saying? Like, he needed another Kemet dude. Like, Sonetta, shit, his name was Sonetta. Like, shit, come on, man.
Different. And then after within a few months, he showed who he was. I
felt like he ain't never changed.
I don't have no problem with him. I mean, that's even crazy. Of course, I had a problem with the guy, but like the ceremony. I don't have a problem with the ceremony, but it's like, man,
You wanted to go? Like, man, ain't even invite Moses.
I just hear him talking all the math and science and the history, and I know for a fact, like he keep that rock in his back. He got the crystal. I know he got it. And so, so when I get into, so for me, anybody that's dealing with the realm, like you gotta have your power gotta be right. Like you gotta be doing it right, or because I keep doing it, don't nothing happen to me. I can't do nothing in the other realm. Like I really don't have no power over there, no matter how hard I try. And I be watching motherfuckers do shit. I won't do that shit too. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, because the bottom line is this: shit, what are you gonna do? You gonna beat them up? You gonna goddamn lock believers up?
Nah, I ain't gonna beat them up.
Brother Moses, you ain't practicing your spirituality, your spiritual warfare, right?
But we gotta live. So we gotta live in the world.
There's been people that send voodoo shit at me in the realm. They look. He came in a wolf body with a human face. I met him at the top of the stairs. His ass fell down. I told him next day, I said, yeah, nigga, I know you practicing that voodoo. It's been niggas like Greg Phillips who showed me his Satanist shrine. I said, brother, that shit don't work on me. See, it's been guys like Killer B who said, yeah, I got a voodoo god.
Oh, Greg Phillips was Satanist?
This shit don't work if you don't let it. Look, bro, don't let the shit work on you, bro. You work the game. Don't let the game work you.
Greg Phillips, you say he's Satanist?
Oh yeah, he's Satanist.
Yeah. They don't. Satanism is not like what people might think it is. Like,
yeah, he's Satanist. He claims he's Satanist and Hermeticism. He mixed it all up. Like,
he's talking about the enlightened one and shit. The enlightened one.
Like Malachi Z. York. See, a lot of you guys are ex-Malachi Z. Yorks, like Wujai,
So JJ, why you can't say
but not Sosa,
not
Corey, not Chef.
Look, then you got the new age one, like a consul, not the consul, the elder consul, but the other consul.
Oh yeah, I be seeing them sometime. A moon ray or some shit like that.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. So Malachi Z. York has made a mess out of things.
Oh, nice. You got a nice stable running around here. You got a nice stable.
So it is what it is. That's what's going on, and it's a bunch of mixed doctrines together. What he got.
So JJ, why wouldn't you personally say the same thing about Jesus? Why? I feel like that's the only thing that keeps Jesus alive is us. Like I feel like the whole idea of Jesus just exists in our head.
JJ is a believer, man. JJ, you can't shake that man faith. Tell him, JJ.
I'm not trying to shake him. I mean, I thought it was a practical.
I'm just messing with you, bro.
It's the Satan thing. I'm saying.
I'm messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you, bro.
I want to answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead, get it off. Yeah, don't take it personal. I'm just clowning, bro.
No, I'm good.
Yeah. Go ahead, JJ.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He said, y'all keeping Jesus alive. That's what he's saying.
I didn't hear him say that.
Shit, yeah. He said, man. He said we the only one keeping Jesus alive.
Jesus alive,
say it again, Moses. Say it again, Moses.
I don't know, man.
Oh, Yahshua.
You want to make it clear?
Yahshua.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, hey, how you? What is a barakatah thing, man?
Barakatah. I mean,
what is it? What is it?
I mean, bless you.
No, like what is it? How does it go? Something barakatah.
Barakatah. Atah. I mean, bless you, man.
Oh, it's barakatah atah?
Yeah, barakatah.
Barakatah. Yeah, he was killing with that shit. Barakatah.
I put my own little emphasis on it, man. You know, mine a little bit more famous.
Yeah.
Guys, they don't do it right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it real on that. That's it.
Hey, you gotta put the fire behind it.
Yeah, you need to trademark that shit, JJ. Your shit was fire. Your barakatah, one of the best ones I ever heard. I was like, that.
Guys don't know what they're doing, man.
You'll be in the middle of talking, that motherfucker be like, y'all finna go to the house and nothing about
That's funny. Yeah, but I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with what Jabari doing. He just need to be honest with it.
Nah,
drop the link. Drop the link in the chat, Brandon.
I tried to switch it up. So.
Oh, I thought we still on Jabari. What are we talking about now?
No. I mean, she can go wherever you want to go. He was talking. Yeah, he was talking about Jabari.
I mean, I'm still trying to keep it under control, but yeah. Baba Heru, man, he got the Sub-Zero outfit on, doing his
So
thing.
you wouldn't feeling that. So you wouldn't feeling that Egypt was a black land by Shaka Ahmad.
I mean,
Can them guys, excuse me, can them guys speak the language? Baba Haru and Infodezi, when they be out there making videos.
You can't speak it.
I've never seen a panel of Kemet guys just do a whole session of them doing the
You can't speak it. I don't think Jabari can. I think Infodezi can read it, but there's some questioning to ask how accurate he is when he reads it. But I don't think Baba Haru can read it. No, I don't think so.
Right, I think that's like the real right there. That they actually have people that can read it, but all the people that's playing.
No, stop before you move on. Let me ask. I've heard Baba Haru saying some stuff in a language. What language is Baba Haru speaking?
You can't speak. You can't speak.
Pootie Tang. That's what he's speaking.
No, we have heard Baba Haru speaking in a language. We have heard him chanting or speaking. But especially when he's introducing someone, he says a phrase. What language is that? Isn't that the language?
Something Hotep, but that's just not a spoken language. Something Hotep. You might say something Hotep, but niggas ain't out here goddamn speaking.
I mean, that's it. I mean, there's a I've seen them banging them homes together too, and doing all kind of stuff. So
yeah, just banging the hung together and speaking and phrases and making chants in a foreign language. What is he saying?
Wait a minute. He banging us together.
Hey, Bob Haru look like a little pimp with the little on his wrist.
Doing the though.
Yeah, with a little. Hey, I mean, as a player, man, with a little.
What's that about though?
Niggas walk around with the cane. I
really feel like I'm not supposed to say nothing, and I'm definitely not supposed to be laughing at it. But I mean, man.
No, you can say it over here. You can say it over here. We laugh together.
Why you can't laugh?
I don't know, man. It don't feel right. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why I'm not supposed to be laughing.
I've been laughing at Israelites for years, man. You know, so come on.
Hey, JJ, yo, man.
Where else for a change, man?
JJ, it wasn't outfits, man. If y'all would have came a little more practical, bro, I promise you, y'all would have got away from a lot of stupid.
Hey, Brian, you ain't never seen me do. That's them camps.
Cool though. That's the trip part.
I would have rather than been like you, JJ, at the TV with the bat.
Yeah, right.
Like that. Now that shit look like some serious shit. But when I see him with the goddamn looking, you know what I mean, looking like 2500 BC, it's like, oh,
come on, man. What's wrong with them guys, man?
Yeah, you think they got a mental illness
with the plastic spikes? Hey, what's going on? There's a lot of S&M. What's going on?
Yeah.
You know, tie somebody up, a gag in your mouth.
Yeah, man. Yeah, see that is gotta be people having fun, bro. Like you gotta be having fun with that, bro.
Yeah. That was a bad PR move. Y'all had a publicist, they would have been like, no, we're not doing this.
Right.
They enjoying themselves, man. When they get together and they all do it, and then when it's over, they ask you, did you enjoy yourself? Gotta be.
Hey, and when the dude be out there with the read. Yeah, y'all had some really bad publicity.
From the earth up to the clouds, falling back on the earth as rain to bring vegetation to the ground. And also spirit, life.
Stupid.
So however you look at art, it shows.
Stupid, I gotta mute you.
That sound like you playing the Bible video. That's what I thought I heard, man.
Yeah, probably over there praying and shit.
Baba Haru the greatest, explaining how the Ankh honors the mother, the father, the children, and rainfall. Seriously, how do you take this man seriously? How? Explain to me, Sosa. How do you take Baba Haru seriously?
Oh, I don't. They all from the same though. Baba Haru, Asar, West Africans or Egyptians. They're all in the same.
Because I know you mean well.
They in the same club.
I know what I'm saying.
Okay, so Stu Pease, Okay, now what's your thoughts on the Dogon tribe? Are they pseudo?
Listen. If aliens came and the only thing that aliens gave you was their address, they did
That sounds so crazy. I believe you lost 2 P. They said the aliens told them about serious.
The aliens only gave them. Why would aliens give people their address when those people cannot? Why would alien leave them with a station?
Them chemists though, they just said from the chemists. They just
Nah,
Dogon. Hey, but how they figure it out, these 2 Ps? How they figure it out? They told you who gave them the information, man.
I actually saw that show. That was
You
actually.
can't discredit them 2 Ps.
The white man, they got that from the white man and
Listen.
other culture.
I watch every episode of Asian DNA. I was brainwashed on that bullshit for about a couple of years. How that white man explained it, and how the Dogons saw Sirius B, and how did they know what it was? They must have that interaction with beings of higher power. Seriously?
Oh, so you saying the interviewee changed the story that the Dogon told them?
No, the Dogons don't know shit.
They weren't scientific literate. I guess what were they scientific literate? They had to be to even line stuff up and figure it out, right?
Listen, how the Dogon know about Sirius B and they don't know about the periodic table? How the Dogon know about Sirius B and they don't know algebra? How the Dogon know about Sirius B and they don't know calculus? Science take incremental steps. We didn't go to space overnight.
I don't like that.
We first had to invent the locomotive.
I ain't asked you about everything. I want to figure out. Let's figure out how did they know about Sirius B?
They was told by either the Europeans and plus that there had been Arabs and everything in that area. They had contact, but they weren't isolated, so they had contact with other people around them and stuff like that.
So wait a minute. So what kind of gain would the white folks get from saying that these people knew about this without telescopes? That's just making it.
Because write a book on it. Remember how back then the white people would use a lot of ancient societies for the same mysterious knowledge. Oh, these individuals over here I got my book coming out. A tribe in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Who knows that Venus is real? You know what I'm saying? They write a book on that shit and it becomes a bestseller.
Hey, they tell how their little voice be, their little whispering tone and shit. When the show come on.
Yeah, you ain't finna go back there and find out if they really said that shit. You ain't finna go to Africa and spend time.
You know what? I like the story. I like it. I ain't gonna mess it up for me.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
When I first heard it, I was an ancient alien dude when I first heard it. I'm like, wow.
Okay, but now what do y'all have to prove them wrong on their story? You got to come up with the people. You got to have the people. That's just like y'all run. A lot of people run around talking about the white folks can convert everybody over in Africa to be Israelite. See, but they never give me that guy. Who's that guy?
Yeah,
what's his name?
They never really explain how they got the knowledge. Or you don't see any byproduct of them having that knowledge. It's just that they said that. But they were still, pretty much barefoot, running around barefoot stuff.
They said they got it from the Nomo.
The Nomo, you're right. The Nomo, the creatures, fish-like looking creatures.
From Sirius C.
Right.
C.
I mean, that ain't no different than y'all ex-teacher Malachi York talking about y'all got a planet.
None of us are Malachi.
I just somebody he's part of the. I mean, Wuja and Unk and Mike, Tahuti, and them guys. Hey, what about the planet Risk?
Oh yeah, that's a spill. Yeah, from Planet Risk and all that shit. Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, how he can shapeshift into a 6 foot, an 8 foot foot person.
Yeah, but you know how it is. You can't just come out the gate with that. That nigga worked his way up to the.
Because if I was him, I'd get real little and shapeshift to an ant and just crawl up out of the goddamn jail. Fuck it.
Yeah, when I was in Atlanta, they would tell stories like, "Yo, Malachi York was in the temple. He levitated," and people would be like, "I seen him do it. I seen it." You know, I'd be like, "Fuck out of here."
Yeah, didn't they say at one point he got up and walked out of the prison and shit, and then he went back?
Yeah, just to show his people that he can do it.
I would stay gone.
And then went back to jail where he can get raped, shanked. And
No. Hey, I would change my identity, come back looking like Stu Peas or somebody, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, come on, man.
Yeah.
But see, that's what myths are. See, now he's a living legend right now. Right now. Just think how the story would be in 200 years. But he exists.
Oh, yeah.
Malachi York. In 200 years, the story gonna be more outlandish, and there's gonna be people like, nah, man, he didn't live. That never happened.
Oh,
but
yeah.
actually, he did.
Yeah. They're gonna be stories about that jail situation, and they're gonna be like, nah, there was witnesses. They got actual documentation of people saying they seen it. Yeah.
You're gonna have you two debates on whether it was a real guy or not.
Yeah, yeah, all that shit. All that shit. I promise you. Yeah.
No, I believe that. I believe that our people in 200 years will be more wise. I believe that.
You hope.
Google is not being fair now. Are you telling me that my people is still going to be this stupid even after 200 years?
Well, I didn't use the word stupid, but when the internet first came, everybody was thinking the internet is going to make everybody more smart, right?
That's just 20 years. That's just.
Oh, we need another 180. Then 180. We better off.
Right. We cannot expect that much in 20 years.
I think, CP, the conundrum is, just as people get intelligent, it allows the ignorant to remain ignorant because they're able to find more individuals who think like they think. It leads them to stay stuck because they believe, well, if I got this many people believe me, the earth has to be flat.
Couldn't be wrong.
I got 50,000 followers, so that I can't be crazy. Just 50,000 people agree with me.
So you're saying something that will remind me. Brother Sanchez believes in flat earth and alien. And I ask the question to people, how is it that the earth is flat and aliens exist? You cannot have both. Because a flat earth requires a very small sun and a very small moon. And the stars are basically just lights in the sky. Those aren't suns somewhere else. That's what if you look at the flat earth model. Now, if you follow the flat earth model, aliens cannot exist because aliens must come from another planet that circle a sun.
Yeah, they make this shit up as they go. Like they believe the earth is flat, but the other shit's a circle.
Yeah, but how is it that the earth is flat? The earth does not go around the sun, and the moon does not go around the earth, but yet still they believe in aliens. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get it.
It's interplanetary.
Yeah, none of that shit.
It's not a planet. The earth is a flat surface. So how do you believe in aliens and flat earth at the same time?
Well, it depends on, because you have some that believe in the dome, that you're inside a dome.
Right.
And then some believe it's a plane.
Yeah.
It's all type of shit.
So
Phil Valentine's a flat earth.
Yes.
Yeah, he called it. He believe in a plane. Like it's. He said it's not necessarily flat that we're on a plane. Yeah, he believed. Well, I don't know if he believed it. I think it's a scammer. So
you cannot have it both ways. You understand what I'm saying, Google?
Yeah.
No, I know what you're using
logic. You cannot have aliens and a flat earth.
Yeah, you're right.
You're using logic, stupid. The logic don't get you to a flat earth. That's the point.
Yeah, you can't. And like they say, you can't reason somebody out of position and it gets you reasonably. So,
and if you believe in flat earth, you cannot believe in aliens. Where the aliens come from under the dome?
I guess
somewhere else on the plane.
Maybe they're under another dome somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's too much. I don't try to follow that shit. They believe that Alaska or
Antarctica,
yeah, there's some shit behind it that the government is stopping us from going past.
That there's more land beyond that,
Yeah.
it's an expanse that goes on and on.
Yeah, this shit.
All right, hold on. How come y'all ain't? I just learned something today about something called monkeypox. Can y'all scientists over here? Can y'all get into a little bit of that? What the hell? Well, they got tired of chicken pox. Now we got a monkeypox.
Monkeypox always existed.
Monkeypox has been around for, I think, since the 70s.
Right? I never heard of it though. Monkeypox.
Yeah, but it's not it's close contact and shit. Like you gotta actually come in contact with the motherfucker that got monkeypox. It's not like
you're going to have reemergence of diseases that exist because as people encroach into areas that they didn't encroach into, start building houses and interact with other organisms, you're going to have infections from other animals that
And
cross
you're
the
going to
gap.
have new ones too.
And you're going to have new and emerging diseases. So monkeypox should never frighten you. Because I remember when first it was AIDS, then it was herpes, then it was HVPV, then it was, there's always a new disease coming out.
Yeah, blue waffle.
Right. So if you follow the trend, there's always something, because getting people scared sells. Sensationalism sells.
yeah, not necessarily new to just keep
But this
variations that keep evolving.
Men more than anything. It says UK reports 104 new cases of monkeypox. Mostly in men.
Yeah, and how is it spread? It spread through close contact. And what they realize it is being spread about homosexual males. Homosexual males are spreading it more than anybody else.
No, I think you made that up. I don't see any data about that.
He did.
Yeah, the LGBT.
I didn't.
You gotta think about it. It's a pox. You know what I'm saying? You know how those poxes are. It's a pox. So it's spread the same way a pox is spread.
No, this is spread like, no, it is not spread the same, because we have smallpox, and it's not spread like that. This has to be very close.
More like like chicken pox.
Right, chicken pox.
This one you have to be in close contact with
you gotta be close contact like chicken pox.
Hey, the coolest pox is the Tupac though. Tupac is the coolest out of all the pox. You know, all eyes on me.
Hey, but JJ, viruses is you got on-site evidence of evolution when you see it in viruses, bro. Undeniable. Viruses prove evolution every time.
JJ, evolution. He just don't want to accept it.
Evolution doesn't prove that one species can turn into another. So, see, that's where a lot of people get
confused. No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Explain this. I'm
JJ,
you're
wrong. JJ, you're wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong, bro.
Okay. All right, let me read this, please, because somebody said I'm wrong. CNN publishes article May 24.
You read CNN, not the CDC.
I'm going to the CDC, but this is it. Anyone can get and spread monkeypox, but a notable fraction of cases in the latest global outbreak are happening among gay and bisexual men. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say Monday. Some groups may have a greater chance of exposure right now.
Right.
But it's by no means is the current risk of exposure to monkeypox exclusive to gays and bisexual community in the U.S. But they are at higher risk, gays and bisexual. If you don't want to read
when the bisexuals sleep with the women, then that could be passed on to a straight man.
Bisexuals are persons who sleep with women.
Right?
Yeah, but what he's saying is a bisexual man also sleeps with a woman, and that you can pass it on to a straight man. That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have to be sex to pass it on.
Yeah, you come in contact with somebody. Yeah.
Right. Hold on, let me do a Jabari shot. And then Jabari gonna get on something at the TV. It's okay, ain't nothing wrong with being gay. He okay with it if that's what you want to be.
Listen, I'm okay with it.
It's way of life, everybody.
Oh, good God.
This is why I want y'all to come on back to the Bible.
Now we all over here.
Listen. You never beat up somebody because a rumor spread that they gay. You have never done that in your. I can guarantee that you have never beat somebody senseless because
For
a
what?
rumor was spread that they were gay.
Hey, man, ain't nobody trying to do all that, man. Shit.
But hey, but according to the Bible, but you got to stone him.
Come
Like
on.
JJ 7,000, you got to
Now
stone
you
him.
back in 2005. I'm talking about what's going on today.
No. So,
2020.
JJ, 20 odd years ago, I did. I partake in a group who beat this dude senseless because it was said that he was gay.
Well, she need to watch what you say on camera now.
Yeah, that's why they
stupid.
that's why they made them hate laws. They used to have shit back in South Carolina. Like they was that was a thing. They would beat up gay people and rob them. Like that shit was like an epidemic. Bro.
So no,
you don't want to incriminate yourself.
No, man, the time passed already. Never did, and that's Jamaica. No, the thing that I'm going to tell you is this: is that now I've grown and I don't have a problem because guess what? He's not having sex with me, so why should I have a problem with him having sex with? As long as it's two consenting adults.
That's because you done got your frustration out beating up on gay men.
See, but what I'm saying, it's not healthy to promote this lifestyle.
What
for our community, and for Jabari to be a leader and get in front of the camera and say something.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
he didn't promote it though. That's a misrepresentation. He said he was okay with it. He didn't have a problem with it, but that's not promoting it.
That's a gray area right there, I guess. I don't know. Why would you be? I mean, I don't know.
It's individual freedom.
Okay,
like,
so have y'all seen the
it don't
other
bother
comedic
me.
leader? Have y'all seen another comedic leader in the community called King Shama Rabba? You heard of him? He got gay metaphysical temples all over the United States.
All right, JJ, I'm going to ask you a question.
If Jabari is a top Nasut, how come he ain't coming at him? Like, this is not.
Yeah, but how come you're not going at the gay priests and gay pastors?
Okay, now guess what? Now what? Guess what? Watch this. Did you see my debate with Pastor Bennett? I brung that out. See, so you can't come up there and say why the JJ didn't do this and do that. I'm not biased. I come at Tazariak, Jabari, Pastor Bennett, and I mean different people from all different walks of life, bro. I'm not biased. Because you guys are scared to step. Well, you know what? I take that back. What I seen today, y'all was coming at each other. So, but some guys are scared to come against people because they're friends with them. Me and Black Jesus are friends.
JJ, can I ask you a question? JJ, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where's Black Jesus, by the way? I've seen it.
Oh man, he built his empire over there on a Clubhouse, man. You know what I'm saying? he got a pretty big following over there. A lot of guys is going over there. I don't really too much care for Clubhouse because you can't share your screen. You don't see who you're talking to. So
yeah, it's for the talkers. It's not for information. It's for the talkers.
Oh yeah. Unless you can guide them and direct them over this way to YouTube, you could probably use it that way as a tool. But you know, that's not me. But that's what Black Jesus Minister doing. We debated twice. Actually, I beat Black Jesus on the flat Earth debate. I don't even believe in flat Earth. But see, so
but he said he beat you. So who should I go?
Well, go watch it, and then you'll see what the judges say. Matter of fact, one of the judges was from the Caribbean.
I didn't see that debate. I don't even entertain flat Earth debates.
Well, he talked me into that one. He talked me into that one.
I actually, well, not debated, but in the chat, I actually did go back and forth with more than one flat Earth. I mean, JJ no Takor, right?
Oh yeah, Takor. Yeah.
He's a rabid flat Earth.
Okay, I didn't figure out which Caribbean guy I was talking to. Okay, go ahead.
No,
you mean I beat you up so many times and you don't know me?
That's why I don't know you, because you ain't ever beat me. But go ahead, man.
Man, I came over to the Lions Den and whoop your ass over there. Come on.
Then you woke up. Where's the proof and the evidence? As a matter of fact, you ran from the debate. You changed.
Ran from what debate? Come on, man. Even Aunt came over there and said, "Man, I'm whooping your ass."
Well, okay.
Yeah, I don't even want. Like I said, I don't watch Sanchez. It's just like you've already lost that, man. Like show me the math. You know what I'm saying? Like make the math work, and you got me. But other than that, I can't. He gonna go to goddamn see on the wall holes in the nut and look at the nut and all that crazy shit. Like I ain't got time for that shit.
See, I thought you guys deal with aerodynamics. See, that's how I won my debate. You see,
Don't win a
NASA.
debate if you were defending.
Watch out, man. NASA, boys and girls. See, they use flat Earth calculations to design the jets and the fighter planes.
Right. And GPS, how GPS go work?
I don't know, man.
JJ talking about?
You know, hey, that's.
If you're defending flat Earth, then you lost. I don't
That's
care.
what I won the audience over with that day. I'm just letting you know. I can't.
No, I'm saying if you were defending, if you were defending the flat Earth, then you lost.
Air Force, god dang it, NASA. Boy, I had it all, man. Then I went to the Bible on them.
You lost.
I went to the Bible on them. You know. Then I went to Kemet. They showed
Well, with the pillars.
I went all over. You know.
With the Bible, with the Bible verse, what Bible verse, JD, with the pillars?
Okay. Oh man, I can't remember. I went to Job. I went to Job and I went to Enoch.
To Isaiah.
Yeah. I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. I went that way. I went scientific and Bible on it. Black Jesus didn't know what to do that day. You know.
But you still lost because you're defending the wrong position.
Who said I lost?
How you gonna win when you're wrong?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't hear you.
I said, how you gonna win?
Man, that's all the counting in the debate, man. Really. You know, you trying to either you trying to reach the masses with the public vote, or if you got 3 judges, hey, that's what count when it's an organized debate. You know, and I don't even push flat Earth, but hey, it may be going to a bag. I say, okay, well, this is what I'm gonna bring to the table. I don't really care if it's flat or round.
Like
hey,
I like to see
out our condition. It was flat or round. I don't give a damn about that.
I would like to see us saw have the actual debate. See, Wuja said he don't debate, but then go on his platform and debate the shit we talking about. But it's not
organized.
But right. So you can talk over each other and argue.
Right.
Does Sanchez believe in the Dogon and serious B or serious C?
Man, he believe in all that shit, bro. Like if they wrote it, he believed that the ancients, like a lot of times, and I had this, I come across this a lot. A lot of people think that the ancient people are actually more intelligent than
more
we are
knowledgeable.
Now. Yeah, they think that way. They think that we've
we've lost knowledge.
Yeah, we regress.
Okay. Did the ancient people invent plastic? Is there any sign of plastic in the ancient world?
But I think we've been a little arrogant because we cannot produce another goddamn Great Giza pyramid. What can match?
That's trivial to produce.
Shit, nigga, they can produce an iPhone. I'll take an iPhone over a pyramid. That's more practical.
If we could do, okay, well, I don't care. iPhone don't compare it to a great wonder of the world.
Of course it is. Of course it does.
Man.
I'll take an iPhone over a goddamn pyramid.
They can't make a car.
If you could build one of them today, you know how much money you would make tourist wise?
Shit.
Come on, man.
That shit of the person that invent the next shit above an iPhone, he gonna make
iPhone. We can't steal that from them. I won't.
Somebody can go beyond that though. Somebody can go beyond the iPhone and create something even more spectacular.
JJ tripping, man. We got probes leaving the solar system. You're talking about pyramid.
Oh, okay. So now we went on the moon. Y'all believe it?
The goddamn Hubble telescope and shit.
Wait a minute. That one guy Armstrong, he said, "No, young lady, we did not go to the moon."
Who said that?
Come on, man. Armstrong. What's his name? Armstrong. I use that in my
talking about Neil Armstrong. I said that. I don't even look into it.
Yeah, JJ do that. That's a misquote. He didn't say it's a misquote. You like to use those misquotes and stuff like that.
Help me out in my point of view. Then y'all gonna have to prove he misquoted. Because I heard what he said.
Where you heard that?
We can't do that.
I know. No, all I'm saying. So look, anybody that's practicing that ancient religion, you got to some extent feel like the old people was a little smarter than us. That's why you going back to their stuff. Like that's
right.
It's got to come to baggage, right? It's got to.
You feel that way, JJ? You feel that way?
I respect what they done. We know what a lot of our ancestors done. You know, I respect their work. You know, some of them was ahead of their time. You know, you can't discredit that.
It being old is a part of what's different about
JJ, think about it. In that time, they didn't really understand what leprosy was. So you fuck around, get leprosy, they'll stone your ass.
Shit, in 2022, over in Africa, if you're an albino, you might get caught and kidnapped and chopped up and little powder puffs and used for the goddamn rituals. So that's what they do to albinos.
Of course, but that speaks to ignorance, not in terms of knowledge. You just co-sign more ignorance. You know what I'm saying?
So, well, how come they ain't advanced in 2022? Why they still doing that? That was my point of saying that.
Yeah, because people still hold on to ancient ideas. They want to let them shits go. That's the whole point. Shit.
I mean, new ideas come, new ideas go, right?
I mean, I respect those ancient cultures, but I believe that's where it should stay in the past. You know, you can study it as a history, fine. But I believe it's 2022 now. We need to be looking forward.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. A lot of people believe the ancients were more intelligent. That shit, a lot of that shit come from ancient aliens.
Is any of y'all familiar with the laws of Plato?
With who?
The laws of what?
Of Plato.
Laws of Plato. I read a bit of Plato, but that was a while ago.
One of my pseudoisms for sure I had, like I heard that part of the laws of Plato, it says that the way that you, I think it's in the book called The Republic, if I'm not mistaken. Like in the book, it says like the way that you can build a community is you can tell one generation a story and have that generation like tell it, like several generations down, and basically the idea is that story will become ancient in a couple several civilizations because they won't know what happened before them. So you can tell them that story was 3,000 years old when actually it was only 200 years old, but because of the way that you did it, you can make it more sacred or make it more credible by making it old and it be alive. Basically, I don't know. I was trying to see if one of y'all familiar with that. Could discredit that.
No, I ain't
No, I'm not familiar, but the concept is basically what you're describing is oral traditions, right? Once you get something into the culture, over time it morphs and it changes and different elements is added. So yeah, I can see that as a principle.
Yeah, I ain't big on Plato, so I ain't even gonna jump out that window. not gonna dive out the goddamn Plato window.
No, I years ago I read some, but not like much.
Hey,
I
Google
don't know
Star,
much.
I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, say in 200 years, now 300 years, we won't be around here, but they be saying like, JJ was the best debater ever seen on Sun TV. Would that be truth, or would that be a fairy tale?
In my mind,
that would be a myth, which is some kind of way better than reality. So
wait a minute. Because he said he beat the likes of a Polite. He beat the likes of a Tazariak.
It wouldn't be factual, but I guess it depends on who's telling it, right?
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Yeah, because the person that tell it could really believe that that's the honest
really
truth.
Believe it or not. That was my point. Go ahead, Doc.
And that's religion in a nutshell, right?
Pretty much. Same thing with atheism, right? Atheism would be a belief.
Not a belief. We go even that.
Oh, here we go.
AJ doesn't really understand atheism, but yeah.
So go ahead and tell me why atheism is fact and not a belief.
It's not. This is a situation. You're saying, my God is real, and I'm saying I don't believe you. That's atheism.
That's it. It's just your belief.
Yeah. I don't believe it.
So you are a believer. You are a believer in the doctrine of atheism, because atheism is a belief that God doesn't exist. Right or wrong?
No, that's not atheism.
What is it?
I just explained it to you in layman's terms. You want me to do it again? You're positing that a God exists, and I'm saying I don't believe you because you haven't provided me with the evidence of such.
So is it a belief, atheism?
It's a belief. Of course it is.
Okay. So
not a belief in the sense that.
So if by you believing, it's really not. You really can't prove your belief.
But atheism is not supposed. That's not the.
No,
not the
I'm
position of
saying, JJ, I don't
now,
believe
y'all.
you. I don't believe you.
Yeah,
when you say
that
on
you, the burden of proof is on you.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that you don't believe me.
Well, you're fine to accept that, but
there's something greater than ourselves. Even our ancestors said this is why an atheist discredits our people from Africa and say they just dumb. They really don't understand.
So everybody from
Jabari
Africa
really
was
came
saying.
out of it. Listen, Jabari came out the closet and he's showing y'all that there is that he calls it the one, this great creative force.
Jabari is not an atheist, though.
I know. I'm just trying to show you that
Neil was the one. Shit, no, Matrix. Neil was the one too.
So let me ask you this. You from Jamaica, right? St. Croix, one of the islands. Now, do your people? Is there any like shrines or where we can go and all the atheists get together and just God isn't real. He isn't real. God isn't real. Pray that into existence. I mean, how does this work?
JJ,
how do you guys come in one accord together and get us out of our condition? I want to see the atheist way. You got the floor.
JJ. Here's the only thing you know about. Here's the only thing you know about an atheist.
Okay,
he doesn't believe. He doesn't believe in your God. That's it. There's no other requirement. There's no other requirement. He just doesn't believe in your God.
That's it. Just our God.
That's all. That's
everybody
it.
God or just my God?
Everybody God.
Everybody God. Now when did this movement come about? What year?
I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta get. I can give you the breakdown about the atheist.
No, if you're talking about the word,
if for this week
about the word,
yeah, go ahead.
If you're talking about the word, it goes back to ancient Greece. If you're talking about the concept, I'm gonna say as long as the first God was proposed, there was the first atheist. Because I'm gonna tell you that the moment somebody said, "Man, there's a God and he did this," there was somebody saying, "Man, I don't believe that shit."
So who's that founding forefather? So far we trace it back to Greece. Can you go a little deeper, or that's it?
No, Greece only came up with the word that we use, atheos or atheist, meaning a lack of belief, right, in the deep. And it was used to describe people who did not believe in the state religion. So that where the word come from, but the concept is as old as time, or as old as humans believing in God's name.
But you don't have a source to as far as you go as the Greece, right? You can't bring up.
No, there wouldn't be no source because that community would have been very small. They would have got stamped out by the believers.
Yeah. Don't help him out, bro. He gonna be okay. Is that Uncle here? Let's see, Unc, man. I hate to tell you, bro. You gonna have to come on.
That's Sheffron.
Okay.
That's
you got to come on here and apologize for supporting that madness that Osiris was spewing out 4 years ago.
He definitely need to apologize to the community.
Right. I took a poll in the chat.
I want to ask him a couple of questions, but I don't think you talk to me because you're going to say I'm not studied enough, because I heard him talking the other day saying that, like, if he'd been over this for the last 6 years and he's not going back over it, anybody wants to address it should put it in writing. So
you know why he's saying that now? Because years ago, everybody wasn't up on par. Like now the heat is intense and they've got real legitimate questions with evidence. And you're like, nope, I'm not finna do that.
But see, we Hebrews warned you about this guy years ago. Y'all didn't listen to us. We told you about him. We didn't call him pseudo back then. But we told you about him years ago. See,
I'm not saying he's pseudo. I don't even know if he's pseudo. I just want to ask him a couple of questions.
He's pseudo. He's pseudo.
I'm saying it.
He's pseudo.
He told me I couldn't ask him a question that I need to go back to college.
Yeah, that's what basically what he said the other day on Sean's show, he said like he been answered the question many times and he's not going to answer any more questions. Anybody want to address it, have to put it in writing.
Yeah, they're in a big echo chamber, man. They only would, I mean, because Tommy put it in writing, he be done wrote 2 other books you got to read.
Right.
Shit, I'm telling you that shit. Yeah. Now we more up on game than we were back then. Like back in the day, everybody was like, that linguistic shit, I'm not even paying attention to him. Like we didn't really think it was that serious what he was doing. We didn't really understand the type of damage he was trying to do with linguistics. You know what I'm saying? You know, Unc was like, African agencies. So we was like, yeah, you know what? We just let them have their little African agencies.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Because I've actually been doing some reading in the past few linguistics and it seemed to me like in terms of the study of African languages, he's right in terms of there is like a lack of experts that delve into that there should be more.
From the African side, you mean? From terms of the African or just overall, you saying?
Just for African languages, mostly African languages, right? Because,
But how would they establish a Niger Congo and stuff like that if they didn't pull over it?
No, I'm not saying nobody is doing it. I'm saying not enough people. When people go into linguistic, they tend to focus more on other languages or other sets of languages. Like, for example, most of the linguists that I could find, they mostly specialize in the Indo-European languages. You don't have a lot of people specializing in African languages.
Yeah. I didn't even go ahead.
No, and even when you find they study African languages, it's mostly like the Semitic languages that they focus on because of the I guess the Bible and Quran and the whole religious thing. But as far as I understand it, there have actually been like only about 4 or 5 meaningful paradigm shifts in terms of classifying African languages. And the last time was by Greenberg in the 80s, I think. And since that, no meaningful work. Well, maybe not. That's not the right word. No great changes have been made since that time.
So, but I have to look into it though. But I mean, but are we attributing great change, meaning that because there has been no great change, then that mean that it's flawed in itself, or
no
great change because pretty much what they got is pretty sound?
Yeah, no, because one thing that all the experts agree on, for example, is that his classification of the Klek languages as being Khoisan, that is massively flawed. But even though that's flawed, nobody has undertaken to do a reclassification of those languages. But for the other sections, they don't really have that much criticism of it. Like for the Niger Congo and the Nilo-Saharan and the Afro-Asiatic, they're fine with that. But
the experts are not a SAR, and they're not cool.
Yeah, not a SAR. I mean, they're fine with how he analyzed and classified the 3 other main groups, but the Khoisan, they feel that he made some errors with that. But even though they recognize he made some errors, nobody has actually undertaken to try to correct those errors. Then, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But as far as Afro-Asiatic go, it's the most studied group in terms of African languages. So that's almost pretty settled in my view, at least so far as I'm seeing it.
Mm-hmm. And that's the point. And the only reason that they got a bone to pick with Afro-Asiatic is because the Egyptian language fall in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And since the Egyptian language fall in there, they want the Egyptians to be so-called black people. So they gotta hook it up to the Bantu languages. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Like, he doing some bullshit, man. He doing what Diop and them was doing, and they got shot down for that shit.
Yeah, because I looked over Saul's old video with Herm Hermstein, and the dude that he was working with was on the same type mission with the Bantu. You understand? So you can see like I don't think none of the art, anything that he's presenting is new. I think he's grabbed a collection of different ones, and probably over in France, and obscure ones, and he's patched them all together. But they all work around the same Black Egypt, Black Samaria paradigm.
Oh, Sumeria is a part of that too?
Yes. Asar believes that Sumerians was set up by a group of Africans,
Proto-Bantu speakers, right?
Yeah, that went over there and
wow,
influenced the group, because he was saying, a small group can influence a large amount of people because of impacts. So he thinks that that's how that got there. And then the other dude, Hermstein, goes a step further and said them niggas was black. So he got books called The Black Sumerians, Black Akkadians,
So how does he explain then the fact that Sumerian is an isolate?
They don't give a damn about that shit.
Right.
They don't give a damn about that shit.
Their linguistic prowess, it trumps all of that.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah, no, that part is wild. I mean, I cannot.
Yeah, even the experts that say, you know what, that shit there is like undoable. But they're like, nah, I got it.
Right. It's undoable for y'all.
Yeah. I did that shit on lunch break. I go to school.
Right.
Shit, I got a girl to take care of, all type of shit. I do shit in my spare time, and I done this shit. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Let me ask you a question, if I can. Like a while ago, right? Chef said that the reason people were pushing the Afro-Asiatic thing is because they didn't want to, because they wanted to say that Egypt was black. And I'm wondering, because it's as if he's saying that if you do accept Afro-Asiatic, then you have to accept that Egypt was not black. You know what I'm saying? And again, this is where I'm kind of confused, because when I called in first, I said whether it's Afro-Asiatic or Negro, that doesn't tell whether it's black. But now we're saying if it's Afro-Asiatic, that means it's not black.
No. See, that we go again. Right? They just want to hook up West Africa with it. Right? They don't want the rest of Africa left out.
Yeah, no, the feeling I get, but
go ahead.
Bergu, what you saying?
No, the feeling I get is that the whole idea is that they realize they're West Africans, right? And so, because for years they've been pushing Egypt and Kemet and all this, if you could connect Kemet to West Africa, then it's all Africa and we all the same people, so it wouldn't matter. That's so the way I see it.
And the African Americans who are here now with all this shit on got a legitimate gripe for the Egyptian shit, because that's our heritage. That's what it's all about.
But Michael, but if they don't want it to be Afro-Asiatic, right? Because they want Egypt to be black. Are we saying that when we say Egypt is Afro-Asiatic, they mean that it's not black?
No,
you're mixing the two different things. Yeah. Like the only reason they have a problem with the Afro-Asiatic is because Egypt is it falls under that classification. It's a part of that language. So if they can remove that, then they can get rid of the Asian connection to Egyptian to Afro-Asiatic, and it would be African language. You get the point?
Yeah, but it's still an African language, though.
It is, but
They just don't want. They don't want that North.
So they don't want it to be an African language.
They don't want that North African connection. They want that. They want that shit out of it.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to pull Egypt and Chad. Like they're trying to pull a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like anything they think is black, they try to pull that shit up. Or they consider black, quote unquote black.
Really, they know if you say is Afro-Asiatic, then it takes West Africa out of the goddamn equation. Let's just be honest. That's their real gripe, right? They want to connect West Africa, right, and themselves, right, and the cultures that we come from to Egypt. And the Afro-Asiatic piece, it says that the West Africans belong in a whole nother language group, so they don't have nothing to do with it.
Right, because that linguistic connection would be there.
Exactly.
Right.
So the genetic piece, right? That's why we argue for months over the genetic piece, right? And he brought in the West, the Green Sahara, and is a subclade in the Green Sahara that connects the Egyptians to the West Africans. Is that all that shit? They want to connect it so bad, right? It's crazy at this point, but you know, they to me they all doing the same thing in some weird type of way. You feel me?
Yeah, and if you follow Star from the beginning, though, if you follow Star from the beginning, that's what he's always been saying. He's always been saying, and if you look at his work, he's been tracing like the shit that's in Egypt coming out of South, going all the way from Milan to South Africa, all the way into Egypt. So he's been teaching that. You just didn't really understand that the linguistic argument was also in there too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He ain't changed.
What's going on, fellas?
Good, Brendan.
That's Brendan.
I tell you what, the mounting weight of the evidence in terms of what we're looking at and what the current field of linguistics is saying in terms of those relationships inside of the Afro-Asiatic, it's just mounting, right? And a lot of it, when we were just talking about the Northern Africa, the North African connection, right? There's a lot of texts that go in from a linguistics perspective that show that connection between the Egyptian languages and the Semitic languages as well in terms of morphology. Right?
Yeah.
So that's a lot of the things that we're seeing here, right? And remember, over the course of the last couple episodes, right, we've been showing these sources, right, that are basically saying that yes, we have unquestionable genetic relationships between certain languages within the Afro-Asiatic phylum, right? So I don't know if is JJ 7000 still on here?
Yeah.
He jumped off. So I've got something for the Hebrews, right? I want to share something, just something to kind of tantalize their appetite here for this particular conversation, right? So we're talking about the Semitic relationship between Egyptian. Let me know if you guys can actually see my screen here. I'm sharing something. Let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Cool. So this is another source that was provided from a linguist for me, right? It's called An Outline of Comparative Egypto-Semitic Morphology, right? So this is comparing, right, Egyptian languages with the Semitic languages, right, within the Afro-Asiatic morphology or phylum, right? So this comes from Aaron D. Rubin, right? He's a professor. He's a linguistics professor out of Harvard. Well, I think he graduated from Harvard, but he published this inside of Cambridge, right? So if you take a look here, I can give you guys the reference to this if you want. It says a full analysis of all the Egyptian forms would involve an attempt to reconstruct pre-Egyptian forms by internal reconstruction. That too is beyond the scope of this particular paper, right? Because again, when you're doing like these complete reconstructions, it takes a whole lot, right? So they try to condense these things into small little, areas where they can talk to them, right? He says, I do believe it is necessary for the present purpose, right? It says the comparisons presented here inside of his particular paper right here, if you guys want to see it, he says the comparisons that he's presenting using attested Egyptian forms will demonstrate beyond doubt that many parts of the Semitic and Egyptian morphological systems correspond, pointing to an unquestionable genetic relationship, right? So again, he's using morphological comparisons to make that comparison between Egyptian and Semitic languages inside of the Afro-Asiatic, right? With an unquestionable genetic relationship, right? He says, I wish to emphasize that by correspondences in morphological structure, I am referring to correspondences between actual morphemes and not typological features. Remember, we had conversations about doing typological comparisons, and for the sake of this particular conversation, we don't want to use typology, right? We're talking about the historical comparative method, right? For this particular analysis, right? So he's saying we're not even using typological forms. We're using actual morphemes to say that there is an unquestionable genetic relationship between these languages in the phylum. He says, as is well known, only the former, right? Only actual morphemes, which are the former, can advance proof of a linguistic relationship. So the probability of two languages that resemble each other typologically is too high. So even within this paper, they're throwing out typological representations or examples, and they're going with actual morphological reconstructions. And they're saying that there is an unquestionable genetic relationship between those languages. Right?
Yeah, no, I get it. Because I watched a video. I don't remember the name of the video, but it was somebody that was doing an actual comparison between the Egyptian language and Arabic, and you'd be amazed how similar they are. So
Right. Especially, there's a lot of work that's been done between Egyptian and the Semitic languages.
Yeah.
Yep. And the Hebrew, the Arabic, all of it. Yep.
Yeah, but that's why I say.
I just figured I'd drop just one additional source, right? As the mounting weight of the evidence sort of piles up, right?
Well, you see, Brandon, you got to put it in writing. That's what they say.
They're not writing. That was black and white, right? No frills, no colors, right?
Yeah.
Peace, Goo. What's up, man?
Oh, what's up? Yeah, no.
Hey, Brandon, put it in writing and source that dude 120 times.
Oh man.
All right, so just to be clear, and man alive, when I tell you I'm slow on this topic, boy, am I slow on this topic. So to be clear, right? What you guys are saying is that they're trying to get West Africa into the Afro-Asiatic phylum in order to show that the Egyptians were black. Like, sounds as if you're saying if they get West Africa in there, then they prove that Egypt is a black land.
No, if they get it reversed, if they get Egypt out of Afro-Asiatic, they would have put it into Bantu and shit like that.
Okay. Yeah, they want to show a connection between Egypt and West Africa. So that's the goal.
Yes.
Right, and being Afro-Asiatic doesn't bring Egypt into contact with any black African country. Like, there are no black African countries in the Asiatic phylum, in the Afro-Asiatic phylum?
No, not saying that. No, not saying that. There's no genetic connection between the Niger-Congo languages and the Afro-Asiatic languages. So Bantu is in Niger-Congo, and Afro-Asiatic, Egyptian is in Afro-Asiatic. So there's no genetic connection. So if they can't show a connection, that means that West Africa and Egypt have nothing to do with each other. And that's not their goal. Their goal is to show a connection. So if they can move Egyptian out of Afro-Asiatic and put it into Bantu, then they can show that connection. You get the point?
Yeah, I get the point, but I'm just not sure where the black, because we're talking about black Egypt. We're not just talking about West African Egypt. We're talking about black Egypt. Like,
When you
why
talk
are
West
they
Africa, though, that's what they can. That's shit. That's the black as a black when they talk about it. Though West Africa, that is Black Africa.
Right.
But it's not the only black Africa,
No.
right? Black Africa can be considered to be South Africa. Like whenever we wanted to talk about black Africa, whenever we're talking Egypt, we always talk about sub-Saharan. We always
in
talk
terms
about
of us, though, but forget the main thing is we have to be in it.
Yeah, because there's other black language columns closer to Egypt, right? Nilo-Saharan is closer to Egypt than Niger Congo, right? The Nilo-Saharan languages exist right under Egypt, right? The Nubians spoke the Nilo-Saharan language, right? But they saying fuck the Nilo-Saharan. that shit was Bantu. We can connect it to the Bantu. So they want to cross the whole Sahara Desert and end up, you know what I mean, down in Nigeria some damn where, right?
Right.
As being the birth. It's crazy.
That's a
Yeah,
good
I think
point,
Sosa
Chef.
just said it.
That's
I think
a good
Sosa
point.
just cleared it up for me. They're not just trying to make it black. They're trying to make it Black American. That's why they want West Africa in it. To associate it with Black Americans.
And to your point, Chef, like for instance, the Chadic languages. The Chadic languages are very similar to Egyptian as well, similar to the Semitic. Actually, there's an argument that the Chadic family is even closer to Egyptian than the Semitic.
Right, from where it's split from. But it's also saying that Chadic, that Afro-Asiatic started somewhere in Chad. Right, the origin of it is somewhere in Chad, and the argument that we don't know what time Afro-Asiatic, what time the Egyptians split, right? Because like it don't follow the same form as Semitic, so it split before Semitic did, right? So that's another argument within it, but it's still Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah.
Right.
Regardless.
And what we're seeing in terms of like the field of linguistics is it's just that the time span that we're dealing with, right? In terms of like reconstructing the Proto-Afro-Asiatic, right? You're talking about 10,000 years, right? So it may be absolutely impossible to do that, to really construct a comprehensive, sort of detailed Proto-Afro-Asiatic language. We may never get to the point where we can do that, right? But that in linguistics, they admit that that's one of the limitations of the historical comparative method and all of these different methods, right? That's one, and you know what? That's a limitation that anyone that would try to make these connections, you're going to be faced with that across the board, right? But just because, now with that caveat being said, right, that doesn't mean that the work that they're doing doesn't establish a genetic relationship, right? Just because we don't have the Proto-Afro-Asiatic, that doesn't necessarily mean we don't know if any of these languages are related.
But I watched a SAR interview with Herm Hermstein. He was saying to Herm Hermstein that there's no historical comparative method even done with Niger, Congo, and Nilo-Saharan. He said he's asked for it. He sent email and he asked them to show it. Where's it at? And he said that it just implied.
There's caveats. Is there a full proto reconstruction? No.
No.
You know, but when you say that there's no historical comparative method, that's not entirely true. Again, there's caveats to these arguments that I think some of these people are being very disingenuous against. Right?
Yeah.
We say just because I don't have a full Proto-Chadic, that doesn't necessarily mean that I can't do enough work to establish a relationship between the Chadic and the Omotic. You know?
Yeah.
These are the things. These are those nuanced conversations.
You see the video that Sheffrin played last night. It actually broke it down in simple terms so anybody could understand it, right? It shows you how you would tell that there's some sort of a genetic connection. And so if they can show that, then that's fine. Let's see the evidence. But unless you can show that. You have to show how you establish that genetic connection, where the scholars are saying, listen, these are different phylums of languages. It's not the same.
And they were saying but what they're doing is like, even with the connection with the Sumerians, like we was talking about earlier, the experts are saying like you can't do it as an isolate, and even at the Nav, and everybody was saying like you can make connection to Sumerian and goddamn language, like, because you know what I mean, because as an isolate you can make all type. So they're able to make connections based on the fact that you can do that. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't hold any weight.
Yeah, if you're using things like cognate, right? You can have cognate, but you have to show that a deeper connection. Like when the brother was showing, like the simple words, the everyday words, they have to correlate, right? Yeah.
Right. Not only just a sound correspondence as well, right? You have to show connections in the grammar. Right?
Yeah.
There's additional things that should be done, you know. Now, in terms of what the one guy off the video, Linguistic, he mentioned like the positioning of vowels and consonants. I'm not sure exactly what method that will fall under. I don't know if that's considered typological or if that's considered comparative, right? But that's one way that that you can actually measure. I agree that that's one way that you can do it. But again, my experience with is somewhat limited, so I don't know if what he did there is considered typological or something else.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I would be
I
able
admit
to tell
my
you
limit. I put my limitations on the table.
Yeah. No, I say from the outset, I don't know what's going on, but I from what I understand, I have questions, and nobody seems to want to answer these questions.
Yeah. They're the same thing. They don't really like. I don't think they like. I think we're way more better at challenging the arguments now than 5 years ago when he was doing it, and everybody was just like, I can't even follow this shit.
Let me give you guys just one additional slide, and I want to do readumship for you. But this is another interesting. This is another interesting thing that I found. This is about the challenges for the Afro-Asiatic reconstruction, because I think we should be fair and be straight down the middle in terms of the limitations as well, right? And this is one of the things that I found, right? It sort of outlines many of the challenges, right? So I'll go into it. It says, at this time, any serious reconstruction of Afro-Asiatic is probably impossible. Some attempts have been made, right? Christopher Eric and others, just say, but none adhere to sound methodology. The difficulty of comparison is due to several factors. First, the time depth separating the Afro-Asiatic branches must be quite long, as the branches attested in the 3rd millennium BCE, Semitic and Egyptian, are already quite divergent, right? So that's one limitation, right? We talked about the time span, right? We talked, tens of thousands of years, right? Says second, 3 of the branches, Cushitic, Omotic, and Chadic, are only attested in relatively modern times. Berber is attested in the so-called Libico-Berber or Numidian inscriptions, 3rd century BCE or 3rd century CE, but the linguistic value of these short and poorly understood texts is minimum, right? So they don't have a lot of understanding between the Cushitic, Omotic, and Chadic, right? So that's the second one. It says third, the lack of vowels in the pre-Coptic writing system of Egyptian, the only branches besides Semitic attested in ancient times, means that many details of its grammar remain imperfectly known, right? This is some of the stuff that Reggie sort of alluded to, right? There's limitations in terms of what we know inside the vowels for the Egyptian side, right? So that's a third sort of limitation. It says fourth, many of the Afro-Asiatic languages, especially within the Cushitic, Omotic, and Chadic branches, have yet to be adequately described, right? These proto reconstructions, right? It says, or even described at all. This means that scholars are far from fully reconstructing Proto-Chadic, Proto-Cushitic, etc., right? And it is only when this has been accomplish that the branches can be fruitfully compared. Now, with all that said, right, these are all these limitations, right? It also says, he says, for all the reasons contributing to the difficulty of Afro-Asiatic studies, it is important to be cautious concerning any work done in this field. It says, with the above caveats having been said, it is nonetheless clear that there is a relationship between and among the Afro-Asiatic languages. This is mostly clearly demonstrable in the pronominal systems, for example, independent and affixed pronouns, in nominal morphology, for example, the feminine affixed T, and nominal prefix M, right? And in verbal morphology, for example, derived stems with the affixes N, S, and T, right? So with all those caveats on the left, it still says that there is a clear relationship between the Afro-Asiatic languages, right? There's limitations, but they've still done the work to say, yes, there is a genetic relationship. So those are the caveats.
Yeah, but you know, this didn't say anything about, well, I guess it's talking about Afro-Asiatic. But as you mentioned earlier, the most studied part of the Afro-Asiatic is the Egyptian and the Semitic. So they're clear on that part, right? That there's a clear relationship there.
Right. More work needs to be done.
Yeah, but the other parts that mainly has the challenges. Not that there is none in this part, but this part is more understood than the other parts, like the Chadic, the Cushitic, the Omatic. Yeah.
Right. Right. And if you actually go into some of the studies, how they talk about the Chadic pieces, again, right, they don't have a full Proto-Chadic reconstructed, right? But they do in terms of like some of the things that I've studied and that I've seen, right? They say that there's strong evidence for that relationship within the Chadic, and they give those reasons. And again, like you can go to the sources and do that, right? I can provide some sources to get in detail, but we're sort of building on this narrative at this point, right? Yep. Let's stop sharing. Again, you know, I was, when I first started studying this, you can ask Chef, I was on the verge of throwing all this linguistics stuff out the window. I was like, how are they saying this? They have this, but they don't have that. And I wasn't fully understanding it, right? But again, I chopped it up to, hey, linguistics is just a field inside of the humanities, right? So I lean towards science, so I screw the humanities, right? Quite frankly, for lack of a better word. But in reality, linguistics is something that you can apply the scientific method to, you know, so it's not a truly a field inside the humanities. It's also a scientific endeavor as well. So when you go through and actually look at this, there are methods that they use to verify and validate this stuff using the scientific method, which is, to me, as you sort of unpack this, to me, it gets a bit interesting.
Hey, JJ7 say you owe the community an apology.
I don't owe him no apology at all.
This is from the Encyclopedia of Hebrew Languages and Linguistics.
So yeah, man. I kind of so we just reporting back what we actually see. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can. I think the narrative is, yo, why you doing this you hate us all? Right? All right. That's a. Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hear you.
Yeah. That's a hell of a narrative, right? And I start to realize that that's a cult narrative. Because why would I hate us all? So this is what everybody got to watch out for, right? And I'm not even saying Asar is doing this, but you've heard him say that. Well, they doing this because they don't like him. And I think that Asar should just work harder on his situation with that, because when a person says, you're doing this because you don't like me, that's like when you say, Umar Johnson, why haven't you opened up the school yet? Well, y'all don't like me, the white man, the devil, and all that. No, I'm asking you, I've donated money to you. Why haven't you opened up the school?
So if he continuously say the reason we're talking about him is because we don't like Umar Johnson, and the crowd and everybody behind saying, yeah, y'all just don't like him, I start to realize that's called cult-like behavior. You know what I'm saying? So if people are saying in the chats or on other shows that y'all just don't like Asar, right? You got to ask yourself, is it that they don't like Asar, or is it that they just don't agree with his stance?
Mm-hmm.
So like Asar, right? Me and Asar ain't never had no problem. So the narrative, you got to ask yourself, right? Why is it that don't like Asar? Right. It's not that I don't like Asar. That's the narrative people are promoting. And I got to blame Asar for that. Asar threw that in the mix. You know, people pay attention to what we say based off our previous work. But you're only as good as your last goddamn stand. Simple as that. Right? So I just want to make it clear. There's no beef between me, Asar, Wujai. We're not beefing. We having a healthy discussion. Right? So I know heavy is the head to wear the damn crown. I get it. But you can't be mad at me, right, for stepping up and saying, I just don't agree. You can't be mad at me because I decided to read some information other than Asar Hotep's work that totally disagrees with it. You can't get mad at me. You should ask yourself, how come you don't have that skill set? You should ask yourself, how come you don't have the ability to block out all the noise? So we making a stand on some information, and we come at a crossroads where we don't agree. We part ways on that situation, but that doesn't mean you don't like me, right? Just because you say we don't like the shit or kill y'all did this, nope. So I figured out, so why don't you like? Because y'all be talking over each other, and we fixed it. It wasn't that you don't personally not like me. It was something you seen you wanted to do better. So when individuals, when groups become unteachable and never wrong, right? It's time to change that space. All we doing is going over the basics of Afro-Asiatic. We're simply pulling out the facts that aren't going to change just because people continue to say it, just because the mockingbird, right, the School of Asar, something called the School of Asar, says this, and they all market that, right? Wujai, they never created any genetic relations. Like, why are you saying that? Why you go through all that? No, we're going to pull it up and say that they did. Now, don't say they didn't do as many as you make. Don't say that. Because I know that's coming next. What we did, they didn't do this many or that many. They're going to start breaking it down little increments. I can smell it already. So, for the record, me and Asar, matter of fact, I haven't even talked to Asar since he came back from Egypt. Me and Asar is not beefing. Well, why did you bring Team Osiris on? Well, for them to talk about Afro-Asiatic. But why did Kofi bring Team Osiris on? Well, he felt like interviewing. Well, why did Asar bring on Team Osiris? Because he felt like fucking interviewing them. But when everybody else just felt like interviewing them or debating them, whatever their reason was, their reasons were definitely better than mine. I'm doing it because I just don't like Asar. No, I'm doing it because I want to understand what Afro-Asiatic is. And I can't get a clear picture from Wujai or Asar. When it comes to Afro-Asiatic, I don't trust them on that. Simple as that. And the reason I don't trust them, because every time I look it up, it says the exact opposite of what they saying. But when I looked up Team Osiris information on Afro-Asiatic, it fit right into the experts. Now, y'all got to be damn fools to think that I am not going to go with the experts. And I heard a little birdie, right? I heard a little chirp, 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 chirp. And I heard about 7-8 months ago on Garfield Show, this is what the birdie said. The birdie said, chirp, chirp, chirp. The consensus, the scientific consensus ain't all that. It don't really mean nothing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The experts don't mean all that. Chirp, chirp, chirp. That was Wuda and a saw. Now, this month, chirp, 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 Sean. Experts ain't nothing. You ain't really, and they fake y'all out with the razzle dazzle, bizzle bazzle about the experts. Then they confuse you about the consensus, and it was so crazy. He was showing he was reading literature about people who really was accepting consensus and trying to show you how not to make the mistakes. But Sean Ron so fast, he missed showing information to y'all. Nobody connected with science is going to deny the scientific consensus. Nobody does that. That's like a person dealing with science say, I don't accept a scientific theory. A slap crazy pseudo will do that.
Nah, people go against the consensus,
I'm not going to do it with you right now. I'm not going to argue with you, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you're very confusing. And I'm going to tell you why you're confused in American Dream. Because we are talking about the experts fighting against the consensus, because that's exactly what science does. You know what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about the armchair revolutionary guy, non-expert, going against the consensus and changing the whole goddamn consensus. That's exactly what I'm talking about, American Dream. People are very confused. Go ahead.
I mean, I think at this point, you know, because I don't, me personally, I haven't really looked at the work that they have done. You know, all they're doing is talking about, but I haven't looked at the comparisons that they're looking at and why they're saying that Egypt doesn't belong in that one, but it belongs here. Because I know I know that that method that they talk about, the historical method, I know that it's a really in-depth process. And I don't know if their process has been published yet, or if anybody has looked at it, if it's been reviewed. I don't know if any of us have actually sat down and looked at their method and their process and exactly what they're talking about. And I think that we're just kind of ignoring it. And
it was already refuted. It was already refuted. It was already refuted, though. Yes, it was refuted.
By whom?
By the linguistic community.
Okay.
I mean, Obanga submitted it. Hold on. Obanga submitted the full work of his Negro Egyptian, and it was refuted. They didn't accept it. Diop did a treaty on it, and before him, and it wasn't accepted. So
and they're not doing anything different from what Diop or Obanga did. They're just regurgitating the same old stuff.
Pretty much, putting different names on it. You know what I mean? So, well, what do you want us to do? Now, these are hold on, but these people that I just named, right? Obanga and them, they are accepted linguists and shit, right? So they actually can present their work and get it peer reviewed, and they did, and it wasn't accepted. So what Assad and them is doing is not even on that level. So we're putting these people somewhere where they don't belong at, right?
Why do you say it's not on that level? Because it hasn't been. Why do you say their work is not on that level?
Because they're not submitting it nowhere to be scrutinized on that level. They're selling these books and this shit to us. Like we don't.
Right, but are they choosing not to submit it, or has it just not been finalized and submitted yet?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Wait, see,
and I think that makes a difference. And I think that would make a difference based on how we're.
No, I'm not doing an American Dream doing it.
Yeah, American Dream. American Dream. I got a question for you, bro. Do you deal with Dr. Sabi information?
Do I deal with who?
Dr. Sabi information.
Dr. Sabi, no.
Why not?
I don't know much about him. I don't know. I don't really know much about him, and I've never really been in a position where I've felt compelled to or anything like that. So no, I just don't.
Let me help you out. First of all, he's not a real doctor. He's not a doctor. So is that not a red flag that he's not even a doctor? Why would you call yourself a doctor if you're not a doctor? You can't just call yourself a doctor, bro. Not in America. Maybe somewhere else in West Hell or the foothills of Asia, some damn where. But in North America, yo, if you have not earned that title of doctor, you cannot call yourself a doctor. That's your first red flag. The second red flag. No way would Dr. Sabian be able to overthrow their entire 200-300 years of medical science, bro.
Damn, nigga, jump into the black hole. He out of here. What you do, American Dream?
Yeah, I mean, I think going against. I think he's trying to come back in. I just don't know. I just don't know how I feel about the idea of, saying we shouldn't go against the consensus or we should just go with the experts and not, because I think that at some point, at the heart of science, it's challenging what we know or what we think we know and always challenging ourselves. So, I don't think it's a bad. I think that what they are doing is commendable. I think the fact that they are looking at things differently and trying to actually do it, and I think that's great. I don't have a problem with them doing the work, and I don't think it's fair for us to kind of to just label them as being pseudo or anything like that just because they're going against the consensus.
What would you suggest? What would you suggest would be an appropriate course of action to address something like this?
Well, at this point, we don't know whether their work has been properly reviewed. I don't even know if they've submitted it anywhere.
It's already refuted.
Well, again, when we were speaking about
maybe
that,
I'm
you brought
not.
up
Hold on, maybe
Obenga's
I'm
work.
not.
When you said that the last time you brought up Obenga's work. No,
right.
because
So,
maybe you're not, because the last time you said that, you went into talking about Obenga's work and somebody and Diop's work, and that those guys were, but I'm not talking about Obenga and Diop. I'm talking about the work that Asar claims he's doing, and that I'm talking about their work specifically. Has their work been analyzed and submitted and reviewed?
If you're building off of a faulty premise, that's like me challenging the consensus with Dr. Sabi information, right? It has already been refuted. Dr. Sabi is using a dude from the 1800s work. I think his name Arnold Earhart or something, right? And this guy went against the germ theory. He said the germ theory didn't exist. He said that mucus was the cause of all diseases, right? He was refuted back in the 1800s. So Dr. Sabi come along in 1970 with the same jargon, right? With the same information. He repackaged it a little bit differently, but he's spitting it. So all we got to do is go back to where the originator of the information was refuted, and there we go right there.
Not necessarily, Chef. Not necessarily, Chef. The person who's doing the presenting may have to simply start by showing how they made person was, because it may have just been one aspect of the original thing that was rejected, and what I mean, because people make mistakes and they readjust and come back and present again and say, check this out.
But this is where you're wrong. Asar himself said is not presenting any new information. He did it like 4 or 5 years ago, and he's not talking about it anymore. Anybody has a problem with it, put it in writing. So there's no new information. There's no rework of the old information. It's the same information.
An American Dream.
Right, it's the same work of his from 4 years ago. But again, the question still stands: has his work been submitted and reviewed the way y'all say Obenga's work? Because
maybe you should ask him
that. Well, I'm surprised that information, that question hasn't been asked yet.
Maybe you should
You know what I
ask him
mean?
that.
Can I add
And I'm
some?
surprised that y'all are
Can I
making the
add some
judgments
color?
that you're making about them without asking that
Can I
question.
add a bit of color to the conversation? In term, I really agree with you to an extent, American Dream, in terms of Asar and Wu Jiao and whoever, being able to bring forth some of the proposals that they're bringing forth and challenging the status quo. I fully agree with that, right? They're squarely within their right to do so, right? So I agree with you on that point. But what I don't agree with, right, is somewhat misrepresenting the state of the linguistic field in terms of where they're at, right? When I say misrepresenting, saying that, within linguistics, we haven't established a genetic relationship within these families. When the field itself doesn't agree with that. Now, you can say that he doesn't agree. He doesn't agree with it, but saying that, well, none of the work has been done, that's somewhat disingenuous. So I don't agree with that particular piece of the stance. And again, that's the premise that we're talking about, right? When you're building your proposals and these postulations on that premise that none of this work has been done and no genetic relationships have been established using the historical comparative method, that's not necessarily true.
I sort of have a bit of an issue with what you just said in terms of challenging the status quo. Sure, fine, it's in their right to challenge this status quo, but we're dealing with science, and science deal with a methodology. So there's a method to challenge the consensus, right? You don't just put something out there and say, this is the fact, and the consensus is wrong. If you want to challenge the consensus, there's a way to do it. I don't see that methodology being applied.
You have to put forth the evidence.
Yes.
Right. You have
to submit it.
Exactly. You are
to
within
submit
your
it
right
to get reviewed.
Exactly. You are within your right to put forth your evidence. I 100% agree. Yep.
Yeah, but it's like American Dream is saying that it's supposed to be the reverse. It's saying that, academia supposed to go out and look for a song.
Yeah.
And see if that's not how that works. You know what I mean?
That's not what I'm saying.
Again,
that's not
I'm going to stand by. It was already refuted. Hey, I'm going to stand by that. Like, the same way Dr. Sebi information was already refuted back in the early 1900s. When we start finding out about germs, all of that old shit went out the window. Like, the world had moved on past that, right? We got microscopes now, right? We discovered the germ, that caused diseases, and we was able to look at the micro world, and see the small particles of, and then we learned about disease. You feel me? Before that, we didn't know. But so now none of that Arnold Earhart or whatever his name is, none of his information stands now, right? Dr. Sebi can't use that and then reintroduce that to the body of science and they're going to take that serious. No, it don't work like that. You know what I mean? The same way with Asar, if he's regurgitating, right, a faulty premise using Obanga and them work as a model, right, then it's already refuted. What do you want us to do?
Right.
That's the question.
And for me, again, I've thrown out a lot of evidence on the pro-Afro-Asiatic side, right, to come sort of towards a middle ground, so to speak, with it, right? Like, for instance, the work from Christopher Eric, where he says that, hey, he has a definitive work for the reconstruction of the proto-Afro-Asiatic, right? And within his 1995 work, I threw it out, right, because it was in question with some other linguists in terms of the veracity, right, or the completeness of his work, right? So, as good as a source that Christopher Eric is, right, since it was in question, I had to throw it out, right? I'm throwing out things, to come to that middle ground, right? So I'm actually looking at works on both sides, right, to kind of do my analysis.
Where American Dream at?
You right there, waiting for the smoke.
Where you at, American Dream?
You right there.
Anyway, so I'm gonna get right. All right. So we know where we left off at. I'm gonna pick right back up where I was at. So the fact that Dr. Sebi called himself a doctor should be a damn red flag, right? And the fact that he's claiming to be able to overthrow the entire medical science for the last 200 years since the 1700s, it should be a red flag because the medical science was not created by one person. If it was created by one person, then it wouldn't be considered scientific. Science is not based off of one person. It's based off the previous works. That's why I cringe when people claim that just because modern science was predominantly put together by Europeans doesn't mean that they didn't get it from more ancient things. They absolutely did, because science is real, and it's so real that you can't get to the next step unless you understand the step before it. It does not allow you to jump. Simple as that, right? So now when we come to the Afro-Asiatic, let me finish. You can't butt me, bro. Don't butt me. So now you're actually putting in Afro-Asiatic. We just told you it's a scientific discipline. So if it's a scientific discipline, your radar should go off when one or two individuals claim to overthrow a field that is at least that close to 200 years, maybe. No less than 100 years. You're talking about revolutionizing it off of the work of one person. Like, come on, dude. 3 people, Theophile Banger, Asal Hotep, and Mboli. Okay, Theophile Banger, he has a Wikipedia page. He's a damn linguist. Okay, so no one, you can't take that from him. He's an expert. You can't take that from him. He was part of the one-third African scientific community in 1974. They fought for Black Egyptians. He's an expert, qualified. Nobody's dogging him. Nobody's saying he doesn't have agency. He absolutely has agency. And the reason he really has agency, because he's degreed and he's an expert. We want experts representing African goddamn people. We don't want a Dr. Sebi representing us, bro. Y'all can do it. I'm not. It makes no sense to me. We want the best, because when you play that little line about the white people thing, you got to sing your best, bro. All that I'm a saying, brother, to go against a group of white biologists on evolution, y'all slap crazy. Just because I sound good, just because I make you rock and roll, make you laugh, that's some bullshit at the end of the day. What really counts is there support and documentation behind what he said? Is he credentialed? There's a reason why we need to be credentialed. See, the Black community has really marginalized Black studies, because Black studies, right, was based off a degree. It was degrees. Like, they got it to the point where you can actually get a degree. Michelle Obama has a degree in Black studies, bro. Look this shit up. The conscious community has marginalized it and made a degree nothing. And we're back at that point again, bro. Like, I came in the community and revolutionized it because I put the doctors back where the goddamn doctors are supposed to be. So the whole Black agency, the whole this and that is malarkey. Well, I don't care about no damn African agency if the people you're sending aren't experts. We sent the best we had, Walter Rodney from the Caribbean. She got the Diop from France, Paris, and Theophile Banger from Africa, the Congo. All right? And not to mention the other Black scientists from different parts of the world, Africans. All right, so now we come to Afro-Asiatic. If you're sitting there thinking that Asal Hotep, not credentialed, is overthrowing a language farm, then you crazier than me when I was in the goddamn cult. I'm not listening to none of that, bro. Y'all can. I'm too old for that shit. When I say I'm too old, meaning I've been in the cult for 5 years. Okay? I hustled for damn near 20 motherfucking years in Baltimore, Maryland. I've seen all the street shit. And I was homeless for 2 years. So I know what it feel like to be on Mount Olympus, and I know what it feel like to be underneath the fucking mountain. So you can't trick me with that shit. I'm not trying to hear that. Every time people say they don't like him, I know that's the trick, man. Oh, you're not buying that bag of dope from Charlie because you don't like him. No, his fucking dope fell off. That's why we ain't buying it today. That's why the line ain't as long. Because the shit ain't no good today. It was good last week, though. We had suit lines around the block. But today, the niggas put too much cut on it, and we ain't buying that shit. That don't mean we don't like him. When he get that pack back, we be back. We be back. So when Asar go get that degree in linguistics, bro, or a degree, watch this, or a degree in anthropology, because within a degree in anthropology, you learn linguistics. So they all say the Greenberg didn't have a degree because I was definitely in that camp. Ain't no shame in my game. Ain't no shame in my game. I said the same shit. All right? Had an excellent conversation with Double X. As crazy as that little nigga is, once he figured out and got it together, he was saying, yeah, but in anthropology, basically, you know what I'm saying, you learn about linguistics. See how easy it is for me to say that? See how easy it is for me to go back over certain mistakes I made? You got to ask yourself, why is this man able to do that in front of everybody? Because I did it in front of everybody. But there's certain individuals around you who are never wrong, bro. There's certain individuals around you who ain't got a degree in shit. There's certain individuals around you who swear to you down they fucking experts. Bobby Hemmett used to be one of them. Phil Valentine, the Duke of Tears, blue pill, red pill, gray pill, orange fucking pill. They all did it. So I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not hanging out with that. I'm not doing that. Y'all can do it. I know better. So if I don't stand up now, then who the fuck gonna stand up? Think about that for a minute. I ain't even trying to be right. Shit, I'm a Star Hotel #1 fan around this bitch. I tell y'all what, go back over all the videos. You got crazy ass Sean. He's so crazy right now that he running around showing videos of me supporting the song. Like, why wouldn't I support a song? Like that's what scientifically minded people do. Right? They support things, and when they realize, right, that things aren't panning out the way they thought they was, they stop supporting it. That don't mean that that person don't like me. The same way with my real black atheism. When it fit what they was doing, the shit was good. When it didn't fit, they was like, that shit goofy. Y'all act like y'all don't remember all that? Right, y'all remember that shit. Y'all just think that I got the thickest and the toughest skin. Because I talk that talk. But I'm saying I'm a petty ass nigga. That's what y'all need to know. Brother Luke is petty as hell. And I mark down every goddamn thing. Because that's my job. To see the shit that y'all don't see. That's why I came to the community. To see shit that everybody don't see. So if y'all want to keep running that narrative that I don't like Wu-Ja, I don't like Asar, that's some bullshit. That's some find a nigga who promoted them harder than me. Go find that nigga and bring him to me. This was free of fucking charge. So I'm gonna say it again. Don't talk me to death. I do not agree with a brand new language problem overthrowing the scientific consensus on Afro-Asiatic. I refuse to agree. I'm not trying to hear that mumble jumble about the experts. I'm not reading a whole bunch of crazy ass shit on it. I'm not doing it. And for those who continue to do it, they're in a fucking cult mentality. Now watch you fuck it up. I bet you fuck it up. I bet you.
Let me respond, please. You can't ask me not to talk you to death while you're talking me to death, bro. But no, I'll say one thing first. Now let me say something. Come on.
Let me tell you what you're messing up is. It's my show, and I can talk you to death.
Right. You're right.
Can talk you to death. Social
you're right. So I'll start.
I'm trying to
I'm not
make
going to
a
talk.
point, bro. This not your show. I'm trying to make a clear point, a clear and concise point. You just the adversary.
Indeed. I can live with that. But, you know, on a certain level, I think that, you know, if like there's a certain type of science that deals with laws and theories, and then there's another type of science that the best it can do is deal with consensus, right? There's this branch of science, these types of sciences that there are no laws, there are no theories. It's just based on consensus, right? Now, in my head, the main difference between those two types of sciences is that the one that deals with laws like physics, for example, there are, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see where I'm staying there. I don't see where we're gonna find any new information to overturn any of the laws of physics or any of the laws that are considered scientific laws, right? However, it's always possible to find new information to overthrow what's considered consensus. Consensus can change, right? And
Why are you saying it though, yo? But why are you saying that?
Yo, I didn't cut you off, bro. Let me just finish.
Okay, but I'm cutting you off. I'm trying to figure out why are you doing this right now, though? Why are you confused?
Why am I doing?
Why are you
What do
saying
you mean?
that?
Why am I doing it? Why am I saying
Why
that?
are you saying? Why are you saying what you're saying?
Because you're treating the idea of consensus. You're treating consensus as if it's a law.
Check this out, bro. Why are you saying that? You're saying that because
I'm
you
trying to
don't
explain to
understand.
you.
No, you're not.
Don't
You're not. I'm not going to allow you, bro. I'm not going to allow you to confuse the audience, right? Because within a scientific consensus, they already know it can be overturned. So the very fact that you're saying that shit is confusing.
But you're speaking about it as if it's a law. You're speaking about consensus as if it's a law, and that people should not go against consensus because it's as if they're going against a law. And
Nah,
that's
nobody's
not fair,
saying that. Nobody's saying that.
No.
That's not what's
That
is kind of what y'all are saying.
Hey, now this is what we're going to do. Hey,
He
so
said the evidence.
No, everybody chill. Hold on. We got to make sure we're doing this right. Brendan and Sosa, right? No fucking non-expert is going to be able to do that. No one person is going to be able to do what he's claiming we think it can happen. Okay? No one person, non-expert, non-degree, is going to overthrow medical science, the medical consensus. It's not possible to do. It's too much work involved. One person never could do that, let alone a non-expert or a novice with no help. So I'm not engaged. That's nonsense right there. The consensus clearly says that the consensus can change. So why is he saying what he's saying? Because he don't know what the consensus is, Brendan or Sosa. That's why he's saying that.
Hold on. Anyway. I'm offended that, okay, in terms of challenging the consensus, right? Theophile Benga challenge. That's what Theophile Benga did. Okay. What Osiris is doing is not, we wouldn't classify that as challenging the consensus just because he has an idea that goes what the consensus is. There's a step and a process you do to challenge the consensus, right? And there's a certain level you get to get into that room. That's the point that we're making. You know what I'm saying? So we're saying, okay, yeah, you got these ideas, go all the way with it. Don't try to convince us in YouTube land, get the greed, challenge the expert, attend those damn meetings that they be at, and actually do the work. That's what we're saying, bro. So what Osiris is doing is not challenging the expert. But Theophile Benga did that. He wasn't successful, but we can respect the fact that he made it to the level and actually attempted to challenge the
Right, and that's what's great about the scientific method. It doesn't stop at creating a hypothesis. That's the beginning, right? You make an observation, you create a hypothesis, you test, right? You gather data, then you present your data for review, right? That's the process we're talking about, right? If linguistics is not a hard science, in terms of like physics or anything, I agree with you on that point, American Dream. It's not a hard science by no stretch of the imagination. But if you're going to apply the scientific method to it, right, you have to follow it all the way through its logical conclusion, right? Follow all the steps, not just, I made an observation, I have an idea, a hypothesis, I write a book, I'm done.
Well, check it out, right, Brendan? Check
Hey,
it
can
out.
I
This
say
morning, let me just get this thought out real quick, please. This morning, Chef played a video earlier today. He played the video with the guy who was, that video you played, Chef, with the guy breaking down.
Yeah, Joshua Team Osiris. Go ahead.
No, not Joshua, the white guy.
So the white boy? Yeah.
Yeah,
Lincoln.
and he was showing the word cow in ancient Egyptian and in Nubian, right? And then he would look at other words, and he was making the point that those words were so different that, you know, that's why they couldn't be in the same phylum or something like that, he was saying, right? But he was just looking at the words and comparing them. I haven't seen Asar do that yet, and I haven't seen Wujawu do that type of work yet or present that type of work yet, but I do have a feeling that that's the type of work that would need to be done, right? And I don't know if we've challenged them to present that work. I would like to, all I'm saying is, I would like to see it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see anything wrong with someone actually doing that work, where they actually study and look at words and make the comparisons and say, yo, check this out. I don't necessarily see anything wrong with that, or, you know, or necessarily feel that they have ulterior motives just based on the fact that they wanted.
I don't think you're listening. I told you before, they said they're not up for any more debates. They want, if you have an issue with their work, you got to put it in writing. You get that part, right?
They're not up for debate doesn't mean that does that mean that they don't present their work in a debate? They're not presenting, that's not a debate.
As if they reached a level to have that somebody's even going to think they're worthy enough of an opponent to put it in writing.
Okay, so let me ask this question.
My time.
No, video where they present that work.
No, I'm not listening to you. Hey, Sosa, let's not run past your point you just made right there. So I'm gonna tell y'all what that is. Since everybody listening in on the airwaves, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are still semi-bananas. Watch this, yo. Here's what I understand. As soon as a non-expert, like a Phil Valentine and them, they respond to me in writing, right? And stop actually talking to me, then I know they got something to hide. Then I know they trapped up and can't get out with their mouth, so they want to buy themselves some time while you write a damn response. Right? That's the game, y'all. That's what Seti did. He ran into his corner. That's what people do. They run into their corner. So I figured out what the corner was for this situation right here. The corner is, we're not doing it no more because y'all don't understand responding right. So they can disappear and keep writing that shit, bro. Like, so I ain't the one. I'm not smart, and I'm not retarded. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, yo, but you ain't gonna keep getting me. You ain't gonna keep selling me some damn popcorn, talking about this and that. So check this out, American Dream. Did you actually think that you don't need a person who's credentialed in building jets? You build a commercial fucking airline, bro? Then go get on that motherfucking airline.
You can't compare that shit to no linguistics, man. Come on now.
Shit, bro.
And keep in mind.
No, it's not. That's ridiculous.
I'm not sure why you're so angry, Unc. Your anger is showing that that it's something personal for you, and that it's a personal thing against Wujawu and Asar.
No, I'm mad at you, bro. I'm not mad at them.
Why you mad at me for? How you mad at me? If you mad at me, you definitely mad at them.
Let me tell you why I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you because you go on this motherfucker with the shit slam bam bam. You go on this motherfucker talking about we acting like you can't go against consensus. Bro, we teach.
When you ready, are you aware that when you're ready, you invite the flim flam? Are you aware of that? You can't invite the flim flam. What you're calling flim flam is just points of contention or points of disagreement with whatever. You can't invite it onto your panel, and then when it comes onto your panel, you curse at it. You got to chill out, Why are you yelling and being angry for it? This is ridiculous.
I did not invite you, first of all. Now,
come on, man. Every chance you get, you invite people on your panel.
Second of all, I did not cuss at you. No, I did not. And third of all, you know damn well we understand what a scientific consensus is. You just don't. So I didn't invite
I understand why you're angry, bro. You're the only one that's angry, and you're talking as if you're angry. Why are you calling me a nigga if you're not angry?
I'm not angry, bro. I'm on the fucking
cell phone. You like him calling you a nigga?
And keep in mind,
you gotta be angry to call me a nigga.
In terms of responding and writing, right? We to a degree we are responding in writing. We're responding with the existing literature. Right? The existing literature doesn't agree. I don't have to write any new literature in the field. The existing literature doesn't agree.
Hey, Brandon, can I ask you a question, Brandon? Brandon, how do you manage to say that without sounding angry? Can you please
let somebody else get in the American Dream?
Come on, American Dream. Check this out, man.
Get in there. Tag in, Haskell.
Nah, man, whatever, man. Just don't come in with that halfway shit. Y'all sound
Haskell back cleaner. We ain't really get there yet.
Yeah,
Haskell on the plate.
American Dream. We the Steiner brothers around this.
We're using the existing literature, brother. The existing literature stands in our space. They say it stands in the gap like Christ. He stands in the gap, right?
We got a bit.
What made you reverse course? Because I remember what it was year and a half ago or so when Osiris was having the little debate or discussion with Double X. And you was riding. So what made you
he lost that debate.
No, I'm saying no, but Aunt was riding with Osiris
because he was right though. Osiris was right.
But that wasn't a linguistic debate.
It was just whether or not Greenberg had a degree in linguistics.
That was a whole. I don't think that was the whole debate.
That's all it was, yo.
That's all it was.
And but the point that Double X was trying to make. Saying Double X just wasn't skilled at actually getting the conversation off right. And when I went back and kind of went into it, right, when I really started, what he was saying is the fact, like an anthropologist, you got to learn something about archaeology and all that shit, right? So kind of like, just because that's not your major and all that, you do take coursework on that. And he could have just came out and said that shit. But he was just saying, he don't got, I was like, he don't actually have a degree in that. But he has a degree in anthropology. And so what changed my mind on it, because I went back and looked at it, yo. So this is what this community needs to learn. People who advocate science, and I got you, crazy ass Chief X, for the record. I want you to make another commercial for me. That's why I said your name. People who advocate science and people who are science advocates, right? Scientists, right? There are times where they change their position based off more available information. So if y'all gonna crucify me, right, for not being biblical and changing my mind based off of more available information, right, then have at it. Then go ahead and be anti-scientific and crucify me for doing what American Dream is saying that we don't do. Like, he trying to act like we don't know that the consensus can change. So if the consensus can change, then goddamn Bobby Banger can change. Y'all tripping with that. Like, y'all don't trip with that.
Personally, I was just asking.
Wait, no, I know, but do you hear my point, though? Now, you can either say I'm flip-flopping, or you can say this man just got more information and he's changed his mind. And I shouldn't be crucified.
Yeah, you can't pigeonhole somebody to a position, new information. And I feel you. I was just wondering what made you reverse course.
Yeah, he was asking what situation drew a red flag. He was like, ho. Because man, I think what he's getting at is because remember
I got away from the echo, chamber. Ha. That's what happened.
That's why Sean's so mad at you, bro, because you switched out on the gang, bro. Like,
no, I didn't.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I didn't. Yo, them niggas switched out on me on real black
did. You
atheism.
switched up on them.
They ain't
No, I
switched. Them
didn't.
niggas is exactly the same fucked up way they been.
Okay, but that don't mean they switched up. That don't mean that I switched up on being their friends. That don't mean they switched up
not
on
with
me
being their friend.
on being my friends.
You switched
That's
up
the
on your
point, though.
position.
Nah, but you
And that's
supposed to be in accord with the doctrine, bro. If you going against the doctrine, you
that's why I don't have no doctor. That's the problem.
It's called having a scientific worldview.
Yeah, but hey, it's the same thing. It's
a scientific worldview. You change your views change or your position change in light of the evidence.
Yeah, but it's the same thing that happened when Unc was trying to talk about evolution and Darwin, and people be in the chat like, "Nigga, you was with SETI. White man's the devil.
Yeah.
How the hell you trying?" It was like,
nah, I wasn't never on that.
Nah, he wasn't on it, but he was around. But he was around SETI, around Sonetta, so that was foreign. Actually, touting Darwin on Sonetta TV. Shit, nigga, that shit was goddamn
I was a sacrilege.
So that was state of the art.
That was radical thinking at the time. He might have been.
For sure. I mean, it was though. But it absolutely was. And I've always been that type of guy. So normally, I expect Asar and Wuja and them to be better men than that because Asar and their whole thing is talking about character. So then a bad character individual will put this shit on the friendship and try to run you off your position. A good character is going to say, yo, we just don't agree with that. And I understand that. And that's just real. And so I have not switched up on the gang. Hell, I started the fucking gang. Right? And when I see the gang is doing some different shit, then I got to step up, right? I know what the vision's supposed to look like, right? The vision supposed to be, if you take, see, this was y'all messed up. If Asar today, right, go spend 4 years and get a degree in linguistics and verify that shit, then I'm gonna leave him alone, yo, boy. I still don't agree with it, but at least I know you working in that field. See, anything short than that, I'm not even listening, bro. So y'all can have that. I'm not listening to that. Why? When I can go to some experts and read it, degree people. Why? And here's another thing before it come out. Well, see, when a black man challenged it, see, that's another game move that they do in the cult. See, that's what Malachi York did because the black man said it is right, and they put this guilt trip on y'all. See, so as soon as a black man challenges it, y'all not accepting that, but y'all will read a white man's work. I'm gonna say this again. They'll say, as soon as a black man challenges it, watch this, right? Y'all not listening to it, but y'all will read a white man's work. That's the game, y'all. First of all, the Meta-Netia was deciphered by white people. Champollion, Thomas Young. It was white as a lily. And I never heard him say that. Said he tried to use that. And I'll say, well, damn, so what, they ain't got enough melanin in their eyes, yo? You better to read the Meta-Netia, bro? See?
That's what he said.
See?
It wasn't in his spirit to interpret it. That's what he said.
Right. Do we gotta bring out the video? It's the same statement. Yeah, y'all just not used to hearing this around this situation. Yeah, you ain't just not used to hearing this around the situation. It's okay, yo. It's okay.
Hey, due diligence. You just gotta speak, bro. They're not gonna see your hand raised up. You just gotta get it.
And we ignore that yellow thing. We ignore that yellow thing.
Peace to the panel. No, I don't do that thing. I just wait for opportunity. And in a scientific
Cedric,
community,
I heard you went over there and beat somebody up, Cedric. I heard you was on Sunday to beat the brakes off of him. Big up to the
Cedric, you was on Sunday.
I missed it.
Who
we beat up? JJ?
Yeah, he had to redeem himself from that ass whoop my game the other night. He had to go somewhere else.
JJ, leave me alone. JJ, leave me alone.
Yeah, that nigga had a
JJ,
spirit of Jesus in him.
you're not gonna get me out of character.
Yeah.
You're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it anymore. That card has been played. I got your number. I'm gonna laugh. You're not gonna do it. You caught me last time. You're not gonna do it again. You had me out of
JJ beat the
character.
spirit
Now
of
I'm gonna
Jesus
have
on
to
that
apologize.
nigga, Cedric.
I'm gonna have to apologize to JJ 7000 on the air.
That
I was
motherfucker had
out
an
of character.
exorcism.
I went there, which I shouldn't have gone, and I'm apologizing live on the air. I shouldn't have gone there, but you caught me, and you're not gonna get me again. Never.
That's what's
It's
up.
all good,
That's
brother.
what's
It's
up.
all love. It's all love.
Has anybody seen a hard work?
You rattled my cage like a mofo, boy. You got me good.
It's all good, Cedric. The devil stay busy. What's on your mind?
Hey,
Has
I
anybody seen
called
a hard
Unc the
work?
next day. I called Unc the next day and told him I had fun, man. Didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has
I'm
anybody
gonna
seen
say
a
this
hard work?
on
Has
a
anybody
serious
seen a
note.
hard work?
Hold on.
In
Let
terms of
Cedric get it off.
growth,
Then you can go.
I think I made the most growth in this whole community. Okay, I came into this community scientifically literate, but I thought Egypt was somewhere up in Greece. This is how ignorant I was. I would listen to these discussions going back and forth, and the way my memory works, I can tell you the exact episode when which went down, who said what, and these are the words that stick. Demonstration beats conversation. And I said, if I get a son again, I'm gonna name him Asa. I was that into it. I was bamboozled by the talk and the smoothness. I was all in. Listen, whenever it came to the spooky stuff, that was never going down my throat. But when I got the linguistics presentation and you got to read the book and this volume 1, I said this, and I was right there with the rest of them. And what the pseudo killers did as a group, and that's why I'm so proud to be a part of the pseudo killer. Renegades who don't have no Holy Bible, who put every piece of information through the exact same rigorous process of scientific review. Watch what happens now. Team Osiris that did this work years ago. The paradigm is now shifted to the point that we hear them, understand them, and can follow it. You can't fool me no more. This whole idea that Bantu spread all over the place and that we West Africans somehow have some link to Egypt, nonsense. I never came here thinking that the phenotype of an Egyptian was the exact same as mine. But I would say black because I see black as a spectrum. Never thinking that when we say black, we meant phenotypically exact like me. Come on, I keep referring to Nipsey Hussle as an East Sub-Saharan African that none of us could say we are identical to or have a phenotypical affiliation, but he is a member of the black community. Let's be honest. So there's this level of disingenuousness that is taking place and it's being exposed. The paradigm has shifted. Anybody here is going to change their mind and evolve. I was one of the guys that was the one who's gonna say, no Africans, no slavery. Now I can say, listen, folks, slavery was the commodity, was the tool, was the technology of the time. Every culture practices it. You cannot exclude the Africans. This is evolution. This is growth. So nobody's gonna beat up on anybody for changing their mind. What we're gonna do is stick to the fact that exposing is happening. The flim flam is over. The gig is up. No more 600-page books that are not necessary. The gig is up. You're not going to come and tell me, well, I'm not versed in linguistic. I'm scientifically literate, so I can understand what you're saying, and it's some creationist nonsense. There is no genetic link. There is no archaeological link. And if you even understand these languages, basically, there are certain sounds that are made that will easily lead me to understand, yeah, they're grouped together. When you hear a Chad person speak, he sounds just as Semitic to me as the Arab. To me, they sound the same. Now, there are nuances, but I can understand that those things are somehow connected. When we speak over our West African type of lingo, it doesn't have any connection to that. The sounds, the formation of the tones and these type of things are completely different. Come on, man. You can't, you're going to demonstrate how. But again, now with it firmly rooted in our understanding of what the consensus say, we can filter out the heebie-jeebie bullshit, the humana. We can hear it. And like Ang said, until you have reached to the point in this community that you can actually contribute information, bring new information in terms of a PhD. And when you go through that process, when we pay to watch you debate established linguists, and you can establish your arguments there, then come and talk to us. It doesn't work the other way around. It simply doesn't.
All right, Dan, due diligence, go. Dan, we deep too. We 13 deep. Go ahead, due diligence, man. Go ahead, do what you do, bro. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, have anybody seen Osiris' work? I've seen him like demonstrated. Like, have we seen the work from Osiris?
Have you?
Yes.
Have you due diligence? Have you?
No, that's why I'm asking.
Oh, nah, I'm just gonna read the experts right now, bro. I'm good. I'm
So
good.
that's why I was wondering,
listen,
because we supposed to be so quick to tell him that he's wrong without
No, but
even
due
looking at
diligence,
his work
due
to see if
diligence.
he's wrong or not.
We just
I
showed
don't talk over anybody, bro. So I'm just gonna get on up out of here if I gotta just talk over people.
No,
you know what
I'm trying to
Yeah,
answer.
well, you can get up out of here.
Nah, I'm trying to answer you. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question.
I wasn't even finished before
You asked
I
the question you asked was that, has anybody seen Osiris' work? Can I answer that question before you go to something else? That's the question you asked, right?
I wasn't going to something else, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys have it, man.
No, just let me answer that question. Let me answer the first question.
No, he out of there.
Yeah. I wanted a chance to answer his question.
We just played a 2-3 hour video.
That's what I'm about to explain to him.
With Joshua Cain.
Yeah, I'm like, before the show started, we just did a whole video, like going over that work that you're asking to see.
1 second, let me ask you.
Right, we prefaced it with this.
Who that is, Moses?
Yeah, that's me. One question.
All right, go ahead.
Does it speak to their intentions, the fact that they're not they're not trying to push their information up to, or at least get themselves, with the credentials to go to play in the professional field? Does it kind of speak to their intentions, the fact they want to stay in the amateur field? Does that kind of say what
that's what
the ultimate, they're not really concerned about accuracy?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No,
does it?
I wouldn't say that.
Does it?
You know what I would say? No, I would say
I would
definitely say that.
Hold on.
I'm saying your
I would
intentions.
definitely.
Hey, one at a time. We deep. One at a time.
Hold on. Listen, I'm personally pushing their ass out of here. You know how your sons get too big and they start running the house, right? Nick, get out and conquer the world. You done already defeated us. Go do what you say you're gonna do, and we're gonna all back your motherfucking ass. 1000%. If y'all don't think if a Sahotep got a debate against a top-notch linguist, if y'all don't think I'm gonna be there cheering this dude on, y'all slap crazy. Y'all must don't know me then. But what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna keep running over everybody. You claim to be a professional running back. Every time I look around, you running over the 12-year-old kids in Pop Warner, spit following them down to the ground. You can't do that. Son, I got your tryout for the goddamn NFL. Go do your damn thing. That's the whole point right there. That they have outgrown the space. Anytime you say put it in writing, that means you have outgrown the space. This is YouTube. We converse on YouTube.
right? The experts respond back and forth in writing. We just want to read the responses from the experts on your writing. Make that happen. I digress.
Right. I mean, but
Corey,
that's
what's good?
that's saying something
Let
different.
Corey get it.
Peace, Corey.
Let Corey get a word in, American.
Let me get one in a little bit.
Don't let
man,
Corey get one in. Don't let him do it.
I'm just gonna get one quick one in, right?
Don't go nuclear, Corey. 12 deep.
Because my man is actually speaking to my whole point. Who was that? Was that Moses? What's your name? Moses, bro? I can't see. I'm driving, man. What's your name, bro?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And definitely speaking to, and I would definitely say, you know, if you want to, because see, this is what a snake oil salesman do, and I was telling Unc this earlier, right? A snake oil salesman, right? When he go down to Wall Street, right? He don't sell snake oil down there. He sell pork bellies down there, right? But when he come to the community that he feel is disadvantaged, right? And not in the know, right? Or even in his eyes ignorant, right? That's when he come with his bottles of snake oil, right? He bring his bottles of snake oil to the disadvantaged, right? Because he already know for sure the motherfuckers down at Wall Street ain't buying no motherfucking snake oil, right? They gonna kick his ass out of there. They gonna take his trading license from him, trying to get off snake oil down on Wall Street. You know what I'm saying? You can't do it. So that speaks. My brother is speaking. He says they don't want to take they shit to the real motherfuckers, right?
Right.
They want to tell me that I don't read. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know linguistics and this and that and the other. And you got a learning disability and the rest of the old stupid bullshit that they say to that's a red herring, right? What they want you to do when they say that bullshit, right? They want you to get into your feelings and they want the conversation to talk. They want the conversation to be drugged down on the insult. They want you to be mad about the insult, so y'all talk about the insult the whole time instead of talking about that fucking snake oil they trying to get off in the community that's disadvantaged, right?
Right. It ultimately
tell
leads
them niggas, right?
Yeah.
And I'm with you, bro. And if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But what I hear you saying is, tell them niggas to take that fucking snake oil and try to get that shit off down on Wall Street and see how far you get with that shit. When you start getting the shit off, when you start getting that motherfucking snake oil off on Wall Street, then come back and holler at us, right? Until you sell a bottle of that shit, until you sell a bottle of that shit on Wall Street, don't talk to us about the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's if I'm not mistaken, that's what I heard you say, bro. I could be mistaken though.
That's what I said.
Hear shit.
Let me respond to that.
Well, go ahead. I digress. Y'all go ahead. Hey, no. But I don't agree with that though, Corey. Yeah, I hear you. I know, and you ain't got to. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of the pseudo killer. None of us. We don't all ride in the car. Unc said he want off right here. We're gonna let Unc out right here. This is the end of his trip. He don't want to be in the car no more with us. So that's fine. And we all got our stops. We all got our stops where we get off at. And that's fine. This is your stop. Yeah, but I can't deny good work. I read good work that's been qualified as encyclopedia, bro. So I'm saying I stand on that. If it's in an encyclopedia, an African studies encyclopedia, bro, then I'm good for that. So I'm with
That's a pork belly.
Go get that.
That's a
Go
pork
get that
belly.
encyclopedia. Go get that
Go get what?
encyclopedia entry. Let's read
That's a
that
pork
shit.
belly.
What, I didn't even hear what he said, Shepard. What did he say?
I want that encyclopedia entry because we need to read that.
See, it ain't even fair. That's why it can only be
No,
like
it is
one
fair.
of
No,
us.
it absolutely
It can
Don't
only
do
be
it.
one of us on the
There's a lot
panel,
of moving
Shepard.
parts. I'm trying to walk
Me
away.
and Shepard can't be on the panel together because it ain't really, it really
y'all
ain't
straight.
fair
I
when we
mean,
on the panel.
how you really looking at that dude that's dominating bitty football, still forming the little kids? How you really look at him? You know what I'm saying?
It was an analogy. It was an analogy, yo.
I know.
Right. It wasn't.
Yeah,
It
but
wasn't particularly like.
That's a
I
part of
look
my
at him as. I
that's
look
a
at him
pork
as.
belly.
No, bro. I look
Hey,
at him as an individual that has outgrown the space, yo.
yeah,
That's how I look at him. That's all I'm saying.
He definitely did. He outgrown this space with the snake oil. Let's see him take that
And
shit
I'm not.
down to
I
Wall
don't
Street.
agree with that. I'm
Yeah,
just
let
saying.
me.
I'm not.
When he
I'm not going to.
take the snake oil down to Wall Street and get the shit off, then I'm a ride with you. I'm a cheer too. I'm a cheer right with you. I'm gonna be in the crowd cheering. Sorry, that's my
Yeah, let me
nigga.
respond to you, Corey.
But
Corey,
he
can
ain't
I say something, please?
and he ain't got an bottle off on Wall Street. So cut the bullshit. Cut the bullshit.
Right.
But allow me.
Go
Let me
go
respond to that if I
Dream.
can.
Come on with your bullshit now. Give me your
Thank you.
bullshit,
You know I got a
Dream.
lot of it. It's like I got a bull farm back here.
You stay with it. But I love you though. I love you.
Here's
I love
something
you.
I've
Go ahead.
noticed, right? Here's one thing I noticed that about sincerity, and there are times when I don't know how sincere y'all are. You know what I mean? And for example, right, when the whole thing went down with the plagiarism thing, when Reggie came on and Reggie exposed them, Kofi and y'all were like, yo, y'all condemned Kofi and y'all were like, yo, they need y'all
really
want your money
condemn
back.
Kofi now.
Yeah,
Nah, you
let me
made
finish.
that.
Let
Nah,
me
you
finish.
made
Let me
that shit up.
finish.
Now let him
Made
get it
that
out.
shit
Let
up.
him get it out.
Let me
Yo,
get
let
it
him
out.
get it out.
Go
Let
ahead,
me get it
though.
out,
Go
though.
ahead, get it out.
Let me get it out.
My bad. I'm
Now,
sorry.
Hey,
Go
nigga, I
ahead.
don't let you sit up
right
there and
after
lie on
that,
me, though,
right?
nigga.
Yeah, but
Nigga, I'm not gonna let you get on here and lie on me, though, nigga. I
Don't throw your
care
shoe
who
on the
you tripping.
stage, John.
I ain't
Don't throw
calling
your
your
shoes
name
on the
out.
stage, John.
Yeah,
Come on,
you
let
tripping.
No, Shepard
I
said
ain't
let him get it out. We
No,
gotta let
there
him
were
get it out.
people there saying they want their money back, right? Demanding their money back. That
People
was
who?
happening.
Say their name, nigga.
Kent was
They
saying he
said
wants his
who?
money back.
From who?
Kent.
Yeah,
Not from
Kid
Osiris,
did
from
say that.
Kofi.
Kid
Said
did
he
say
wanted
that.
his money back from Kofi.
that ain't.
Man, we weren't even on the show no more. I
Let
know
me
I
finish,
wasn't on
bro.
the show.
Come on,
Man.
man. Y'all keep cutting me off. Let me finish my point, bro.
Let her get
Let
it
me
out. Let her
finish
get
my
it out.
point. Let me
Man, I
finish my
wasn't even on the
point.
show no more. I wasn't even on that. Man,
Y'all,
go check that panel. I
y'all
wasn't on
jumping
that.
him, bro. Y'all jumping him,
But let me
man.
finish my point.
I don't think we
Let me
said
finish
nothing
my
about
point.
Kofi.
Ain't nobody
But let
say
me
that, man.
finish
You
my
crazy
point.
as hell.
But let me
I don't
finish
let
my
you lie,
point.
though, so tell the truth, though.
I'm
Get it
not
right.
lying. I didn't tell a lie.
That's his perspective.
Right?
It's his perspective.
Now, what happened? Like right after that, right? So when Kofi, when Reggie exposed them, y'all were like, yeah, that's what's up. They should be exposed, whatever. And then when it was shown that if you put, let me just finish, please. When it was shown that if you put Reggie stuff through it, you'll see the same type.
See, he was
Very
talking
dream.
too much
You fell off,
Yeah,
bro.
he was talking too much bullshit.
You on mute. Y'all ain't us smashed his ass up.
Yeah, yo, crazy as hell.
But when other people, and it looks like it's the
man.
same thing that's happening here with the snake oil stuff. Like you're claiming,
No, we missed everything you just said.
You're not accepting the
When you
snake
went
oil
out, you went
stuff.
out.
You're not
we missed the
accepting
last
snake
part,
oil
bro.
stuff from Wujawu and them, but you accept it from other people clearly, and you cheer on their snake oil stuff.
Ah, man.
We kind of missed what you said, bro. You flipped out, bro. We heard.
gotta be specific here now. Who do we accept what from?
saying we need to get ready.
If y'all really, if you really want me to get specific, right?
Yeah,
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We missed all that other shit.
So
we missed all your rhetoric.
Even through the whole plagiarism thing, right? There was one common thread in every book that was mentioned as being a plagiarized book. You know what that common thread was?
What was it?
They were all the foreword was written by Ankh West. Nobody looked at Ankh and said, Ankh, what's up with this? Why are you a part of all of these plagiarized books?
I know Unc ain't gonna take that shit.
So what I'm saying is, so this is what I mean. So this is what I mean when I say that y'all take it, y'all and
nigga say Unc wrote the forward and all this shit.
Like a recurring theme.
Who gave American Dream?
Hey, yo, American Dream.
Who gave American Dream?
American Dream. That was cold, bro. Like, look, that was one of your nicest.
And I'm done.
That was one of the nicest shit you ever done.
I want to say one last thing and I'm done.
American Dream, you gotta let the crowd die down, bro. That was nice. You gotta let the crowd die
Let me say
down.
one last thing and I'm done.
That was a bomb.
Oh man, you on his head. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
What is very apparent, right, is that the pseudo killers have a problem with pseudos as long as the pseudos are not sitting next to them. Y'all are okay with the pseudos sitting next to y'all. Y'all only try to kill other pseudos, but you welcome the ones that are right next to you. And that ain't right. If y'all are gonna be pseudo killers, some of y'all gonna have to commit suicide.
No, so who the pseudo we sitting next to? Be specific.
And be specific, nigga, so I can get on your head.
Who's the pseudo? The pseudo we sitting next to?
You ain't.
I'm gonna let
They
you
beat
talk.
up all day. They beat up all day.
Everybody chill. A American Dream. How many times you clicked into the show and seen man arguing?
You right, a lot of times.
When have I ever gave that nigga a pass?
You gave him you never mentioned anything on the plagiarism stuff.
He didn't plagiarize.
I didn't plagiarize. What you plagiarize though? I mean, you wrote a forward.
Didn't plagiarize though.
Listen to me, yo.
Right, go ahead,
It is possible. It is possible.
You over talking now, nigga. You made your point, nigga. Nah, you made your point.
Didn't even read their book, yo.
Let me say what I'm saying. Let me say when you made his point to me, I heard it, nigga. I heard
Only thing Unc read in their books was his own forward, yo.
Now let me say so let's talk about
that's
this.
not what I'm saying. I
okay, well, I want to hear.
I didn't say he plagiarized the forward. I said he forwarded a plagiarized book. He has
so what we gonna do? So check this out. Listen, you wonder why I'm yelling, nigga.
I'm not saying
make a nigga yell, yo. You make a nigga yell to shut you the fuck up.
Let her get it out. Go ahead.
You make a nigga yell to shut his crazy ass up. I heard you, nigga. Now, first point is when you do a forward. Man, you are talking to me. I'm the only one who wrote the forward.
You said that nigga played. That nigga said that nigga's he's the X factor in both and two pseudo goddamn doctors. He gotta answer to that.
Now, don't cut me off. Now, what you need to do is you need to get my forwards and run it through the fucking plagiarized checker. Because I did. Now, I ran all my shit through it. And when shit was too close, nigga,
that's not what I said, Unc. I didn't say your forward was plagiarized.
So first of all,
I didn't say your forward was plagiarized.
Nigga, I'm not talking
I said you forwarded a plagiarized book.
Check this out. I'm not talking.
You don't know the difference?
At the same time you talking. Okay, I got it now. You said I forwarded plagiarized books.
I didn't say your forward was plagiarized.
Yeah,
I said you have a habit of forwarding plagiarized books.
All right, we
Every
got
book you forwarded has been plagiarized.
We got it, American Dream. Let him get it out.
I heard you, American Dream. So I'm gonna tell you this, bruh, man. I'm not a goddamn publisher, and it's not my fucking job to check anything for that, bruh. Last time I checked, man, shut the fuck up.
Let Unc get it out. Let Unc get it out. Come, hold on.
Can you know what it means to forward a book? Oh man, somebody give me the controls, please, so I can get this crazy ass nigga out. Let me see, man. Give me the controls. I'm not fucking up the show.
Go ahead, me. Go ahead, talk. Go ahead.
Nah, nigga said all he wanted to say. Hey, Chef, give me them damn controls.
Oh, go ahead, get it out, man. He getting distracted. Let's get it out, man. We all right. We all right.
It's not nobody's job that buys books to put shit through a fucking plagiarized checker. First of all, we never did that. And when mistakes was made, Brendan did a whole show on that shit. That's how we know you disingenuous. And that's why I need to kick your ass off the panel right now, because you lying and you deceiving right now. You made that shit up. You talking crazy, bro. Did a whole show on the shit, the parts that was completely wrong. Brendan did that. Brendan, did you not do that?
Yeah, we outline some of the mistakes that if you're not careful with these tools, with these database tools, especially if you don't know what you're looking at, right? Right, you can end up, making some mistakes. So we talked about that for sure.
Right. Nobody dove out the window and said all them books were played. Nobody said that. You said that shit. So go back and check the damn tape. You're making that shit up. And second point is, all the fucking books wasn't plagiarized. You just made that shit up. You just wanted to get that shit off and sound slick. That's what you try to get your shit off. That's why I cut your ass off when you start that line bullshit. Trying to start a bunch of bullshit is what you're trying to do.
Bullshit.
Bunch of bullshit. And that's what everybody trying to do. They're trying to make it some bullshit. Don't nobody dislike a saw. That's bullshit. Don't nobody dislike Wu-Ja. That's bullshit. Even when Wu-Ja tried to act like he was taking a PSI test to know when to take the fucking vaccine. You ain't cut that nigga no break.
I don't know if he ever got vaccinated. I swear to God.
Man, that don't mean we don't like Wu-Ja. We say Wu-Ja. Man, try that shit over there with them. That shit ain't getting off right here. You got Cedric. Man, this nigga, he run the whole vaccine program on his fucking island. You can't get that shit off over here. That don't mean we don't like Wu-Ja. That means that point right there, bro, you can't get it off. So I don't know why everybody making it, the plagiarize, the team Osiris. Yeah, everybody keeps saying that. Y'all act like the scientific killers can't get turned off. No, whatever the fuck it is y'all want to call y'all doing, y'all getting away from the issue. That the shit they talking about ain't in no goddamn literature. All you gotta do is Google that shit out. You ain't even gotta do no hard shit. All you gotta do is go to major search engines on universities and see what you find, see what pop up. Y'all tripping right now. Did y'all read a Saw book? Why, nigga, did I read the book, all the work on the flat earth? So you trying to tell me we gotta read all the works on the flat earth to know it ain't the flat earth? Is that what they trying to tell us? That we literally gotta read the books that niggas write on a flat earth, right? To be able to understand that the earth is not flat based off the available information that's already published? Is that the game everybody wanna play? Or before you respond to me, you gotta prove me wrong that the earth ain't flat. Really? Is that the game y'all getting sucked up into? See, I'm just not buying it. Don't hate me, hate the game. The game made me. Man, science will break you all the way down. Have you looking crazy in these streets. Y'all trip, y'all really made it about a Saw, Wu-Ja. Nigga told me I was mad about the Umar Squad. How the fuck am I mad about the Umar Squad? Like, why would I be mad about that?
Well, they always say, hey, you guys should do a comprehensive literature review, right? But when we do the literature review, it doesn't say what you're saying. For
what
once,
they really
when
mean
we
is
do
read all they shit. That's what they're trying to say, yo. Do a comprehensive, read all of that review. That's what they read all the flat earth information.
No,
come on, man. That shit
These
don't
arguments only attest to the level of maturity that
that's
we're
not
dealing
how
with.
that works, right? That's not how that works.
Forward and plagiarize books. Man,
I don't need to read nothing that Foucault wrote to understand that what he is talking about is some bullshit. I don't. And that doesn't make me anti-scientific. That doesn't mean I don't have correct methodology. That means I can distinguish imagination from reality. And my focus is going to be on what is reality. With regards to this linguistic argument, we can't have it. We have consensus and we understand how to apply the scientific method. We are science communicators. We are not in opposition to change the consensus. That argument, what you're trying to have at this level, is not where you're supposed to have it. I'm sorry. You're supposed to have this debate and these arguments on the level where the consensus can be changed. And as far as we're concerned, as long as what you're saying doesn't match up with the consensus, there is no reason for me to look at it. We can go off into all kinds of pseudo chemistry and biochemistry and all kind of water crystals. And if you talk to them, they'll form differently. And once you apply the scientific method, you see that all those PhD doctors that come up with these nonsense are fringe, and it doesn't qualify within the academic arena. They are dismissed just as easily. So when you talk about he's an academic, and it doesn't matter. None of these arguments matter. It's not about liking or not liking. It's about the information. And again, as a novice, as someone who heard the arguments and was completely confused, now I've gone back and I've looked at the work of Team Osiris. Oh my boy. Like they were way ahead of the curve. You know what it feels like? I can imagine those guys felt like how I felt during the pandemic. I can imagine that they felt just like that. Now we are talking all this nonsense, Osiris work and Osiris work, and they're going like, yo, dude, this is some creationist stuff. It doesn't add up. You look here. There is no genetic link. No, these arguments are flawed. We in the community going, Asa. The pseudo killers, even before I joined, they created a paradigm shift. We put gods to rest. We focus on methodology over here. We apply the same process. I'm going to keep saying that. The same process of dissecting what is being presented to us. You have been weighed, you have been tested, you have been measured, and you have come up wanting.
Dale, I see God on the building. Hey man, when you listen to if you listen to Sar's book Next to Biddy, and man, that shit sound bad shit crazy. I can't even front. Like when he went down, broke down everything, when you hear the argument that he's making, and he was sourcing like Mutua on there, Cradle Mutua on there, Bobowski and shit. Man, like the argument sounds fucking insane. Like when you hear it. Like,
he was doing sourcing who, yo?
Oh yeah, Mutua on there, Madam Bobowski, and that was the first time.
Madam who?
Because,
Madam who?
Yeah, and you know, because he had used when he was trying to make the argument against the Dogo, he had used one of Madam Blavatsky's disciples, and he was like, he said it though. He was like, yeah, you know, I know y'all gonna feel away because you know Madam Blavatsky, but you know, he gave him credibility because he needed that source to validate something he was saying, and it just showed like kind of how he cherry picked certain information to support a idea, a hypothesis he already hold to be true. You know what I'm saying? He's not on a fact finding mission. He's trying to correlate what he already an idea that he already has in his head. It's not like an objective study. Gullah, you in the building, was good.
Peace, Gullah. Finally got you in the car.
Oh, he's still on mute. Must ain't freed up yet.
Now you gotta be fair, Sosa. Depending on what the Madam Blavatsky disciple was saying, right? We don't want to throw an ad hominem.
Yeah, he was saying. They was saying. What she was saying.
Crazy.
What she was saying about what she was saying about secrecy might be true, but I'm saying that like that's not the first time he's used a Blavatsky to validate.
He said what? He said what, yo?
I think the comment that he was saying, like, giving credence to them having some type of, because you know he was arguing that like Coptic and old Egyptian ran together, like they ran side by side with each other, at the same time.
Yes.
And that's why you find words. That's why the Coptic matches up with the Old and Middle Egyptian, like, because it was there way before. That's what he's arguing some like really wild shit, bro.
But you know, like Blavatsky and all that, they pulled that Egyptian, what you would call that current from their religious perspective into their Western ceremonial magic piece, right? So they mix all of that up. That with the Golden Dawn, we had some conversations with that yesterday. I think somebody, who was it? That was Truth Ministries, pulled up the Rosy Cross from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. So there's a lot of that spooky sort of mysticism, thread that goes on there, right? So yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, but it's like I was telling Chef, it's like Asar has been like a really like a blackologist under our nose, like supreme blackologist. You know what I'm saying? It's like we just overlooked the shit for a while. The shit just went past. It just somehow just didn't hit our radar correctly, man. It was just weird. When you listen to this argument now, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Then you see, I looked at his interview with Hermstein, Black Sumerian, Black Akkadians. Like it's the same shit. It's no different than Faraji and them, and Browder, and to a degree. Like he may not go to certain extents like Browder and like Faraji say, niggas went all the way to goddamn America, but it's in the same vein. That's why they can do the same type of conference together, because they working towards the same goal. Blackology, like shit crazy.
Yeah, that's Sumerian. Sumerian
Blackology 101. You can hear it in the undertones, everything. We are West Africans, Bantu is linked to everything, and black this, and like that don't make no sense. The Coptic argument, what Coptic is when? Like, no, that it completely makes no sense. Again, I can imagine how Team Osiris must have felt all this time. These arguments just went out of.
As I was saying, I'm still tripping on that Sumerian Bantu connection. That's wild to me.
Shit is crazy.
Yeah. What?
The shit is bad shit. Crazy.
That one was wild. If we understand Sumerian is an isolate, how you connect that to Bantu? Like how? How did these people move on magic carpets?
Nah, he's arguing that, and you've heard him make this argument before, that Sumerian was established by African people who went to Samaria and basically shaped that culture.
I never believe that shit, yo. I just ain't have enough niggas to help me fight all that crazy.
But you heard him make the argument though, right, about the Sumerian piece?
Yeah, I never agreed to that.
Yeah.
So how would he be sure that they don't?
I used to think that. I thought you think they was black though.
Huh?
If you just want to know, I used to think they was black.
Yeah, that nigga was sourcing Zechariah Sitchin, that motherfucker too. Yeah, I used to think so too. Back in them days.
Is that argument laid out?
The nigga sourced Zechariah Sitchin.
Hey, Sosa, where's that argument laid out? Is that laid out with the Sumerian ties? Is that laid out?
He laid it out. He laid it out on a live stream before talking, but he got an interview with Hermstein.
Oh.
And that's his whole argument. Black Sumer, Black Akkadian. This type of.
Hey, yo, who sourced Zechariah Sitchin, yo?
Yo, homie, man, get your mans, huh?
Chariots of the gods. Chariots of the gods.
Y'all lying, yo.
No, he didn't.
That nigga got a little bit of everything in that motherfucker.
No, he did.
Y'all made that shit up. Y'all made that up.
The Anunnaki created the humans to mine for the gold because their planet was depleted of gold. The Anunnaki they formed the humans to mine and take the gold back to their land.
No, I'm talking about,
Are you crazy?
Wow, the shit's crazy.
No, who sourced in History Channel?
Yeah. It's wild, bro. It's wild. You know what I'm saying? But it all makes sense when you look at all the people he's been interviewing and the people he aligned himself with. Like, it all makes sense now. Like, all of the shit comes like, all the pieces of the puzzle like just fall in place.
Now, yo, Sean started that shit, yo, with that whole Big Bang shit and Doggone shit. I'm saying, yo, that's what did it. If everybody want to know what,
Hold on.
if everybody want to know what happened, that's what happened. I'm saying, the nigga did a show. He dove out the window with the Big Bang, and I had no idea that a star was going to jump in the conversation.
Yeah. That's right. That's how that set off the whole that blew the whole dynamite up.
Yep.
Because then we started looking at Fukiya, then we started looking at Mutua, and then we was like, hold on, this nigga got a history of goddamn some bad habits going on, right?
Yep. That was crazy, yo. I was like, okay. Yeah, but where he saw his Zachariah Ascension at though, yo?
Necessity?
No, he didn't, yo.
Yeah, it's a necessity.
Zacharias.
Yeah, he got some Manito in there and shit. I think he was trying to make, because all of it is to support that whole Sumerian connection and shit.
Hey, Dasharab in the chat. We don't know what we're talking about. Hit the link, bro. Come on.
No, that's right.
Never come.
That's right.
Never coming on.
Come on.
That's what Nevis right.
It's never coming on.
That's what Nevis right. He a chat banger, man.
Yeah, chat banger. Chatty Patty.
Chatty Patty, right?
Yeah. He's nice though. He a vet. Don't block him. Don't block him.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I got tell CK, so I can see CK right there. That motherfucker got a quick trigger.
Let him live.
Misspell a word. CK go, nope. You gotta learn how to spell. Boop. Like,
don't worry about it, Chief-X. I shot Chief-X right off the motherfucking thing yesterday there for you, CK.
Peace, Blue Venice. Hey, homie Blue Venice in the chat for sure.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, man.
So I caught him creeping. I popped back on him out of nowhere.
I know. Come jump off the top rope and shit. Trick. I see Clay back in. I was like, oh shit.
Yo, Zachariah sending y'all playing game. Hey, yo, listen, yo. Here's the point I'm like.
Watch the video. Just watch the video one time. It's real clear.
I don't like. Listen. What I'm saying is, if I'm trying to verify a point, right? If I got to resort to Zachariah Ascension, right, and Madame Blavatsky, who created Theocratic Society, then I'm already in trouble right there.
Yeah,
and that's a red flag, yo. You gotta know you to find some qualified people. Yeah, you had to. It would seem as if you could find some qualified people for that. For any statement that we needed a source, right? It could never come from them.
And that's what they were saying, bro. That's what they were saying.
Oh man, I ain't know that, yo. I'd have heard that. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh man.
Wow.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, but see, you understand, like, they got to make, for some reason, they need Samaria. I don't know the significance of it. But they're going
to drive right past Mesopotamia right to Sumer.
Yeah, they need that. They need that shit.
Damn.
Because I try to, Hermston, I try to look him up, see if I can find his background. I couldn't even find none on that nigga. I see his books, but I don't.
He's selling $2 books, right? He's selling $5 books, right?
Nigga, that shit was like, if I didn't have an Audibles account, the shit was free if you sign up.
Yeah. Yeah, he gave away 3 years. Damn shit though.
Yeah,
all right, that's what we're gonna do. Let's check his work for a minute. All right, this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna check all the work around us all. Let's do that. Let's see. See, that's the game. That's how you really do it. You take the conversation off of him since we don't like Asal. We're gonna take the conversation. We're gonna deal with Herm. What's his name?
Hermstein.
All right. Yeah, that's what we're gonna get on him for a minute. Let's
look,
do
hey, I just clicked out of here and I went over on Facebook and I got cussed out by Chavis. He was live.
Of course.
Tell a nigga hit the
link. He cussed me out.
For what?
Said, he on a video live with his shirt off.
Man, Chav, that's my man right there.
Chav, what'd you do to that man, bro? What'd you say that nigga Chav, man?
He talked about the book and how we all fucked up and we wrong.
Hey, Chef, you realize that's the standard, right? A song
Yeah,
standard.
like I mean,
you fucking with the standard, bro.
Chav is looking like the guy on Menace to Society with the glasses eating a banana. I don't like that.
Yeah, so he's saying we fucking up because Asar got a word on the title of the book. A word, the word is paranemy. He said, if y'all don't mention the word paranemy, then I know y'all ain't read the book and y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
What book? Or which book? Which book?
The Insibidi book.
So what paranemy mean? You can use them other niggas, some crazy ass pseudos?
I asked him, I said, well, won't you? I said, yo, you can come on. He said, I ain't coming on there giving you niggas content. He really think that we're asking him to come because we need content from them.
Damn.
He think we trying to juice them out of content or use them for I mean I don't know how this all went left, yo. I don't know why I don't know why they think these things about us. Like I mean it's crazy.
They hurt, Chad. Come on, man. You like we going after the sorry the standard. That shit hurt, bro. Like
But we always fuck with them. So for them to act like that is crazy to me.
They always fuck with us, but we wouldn't fucking with them. And now we with them. It's like nigga. Shit.
Hey, we don't study this stuff, right? We're just doing this for views and kicks, right? We don't read any of this stuff.
Like Asar is special to them. Yeah, it's like Asar is real special to them. But like for them to call him the stand, it was like they're like Asar said the standard. The standard. Shit, man. You know how much it would hurt if that nigga ain't what he said. If it ain't, imagine how they would look, bro, or how they would feel. They find out like, yo, this nigga.
Y'all not talking. Y'all not talking. Y'all not talking about me, right? I'm not included in whoever y'all talking about. Right?
Man, why would you be in there?
Stop being paranoid,
man. You are.
No, because I'm just hoping y'all aren't throwing like if people just disagree with y'all throw them in the.
No, you're just a contrarian. We know you. American Dream. You're just a contrarian, right?
No, we don't got to. Niggas can disagree with us. Like we ain't got an issue. They can disagree with us. We'll go on.
Brandon, I make too much sense to just be a contrarian.
You do make a lot of sense.
And so I can't just be a contrarian.
Contrarians make sense though.
Right.
Yes,
that's part of
if we come on
bring
here
a lot of spice
and
to the
we're
show,
having a discussion why we perceive the sky as blue, you are going to come here and explain to us how we are wrong.
No, or I may just be presenting another way of looking at things. Like you automatically, like let me say something, Cedric. You automatically think when someone suggests that you should look at something another way, and you're so defensive, you take it as if they're just accusing you of being wrong. And being wrong, in your head, being wrong is an accusation of doing something wrong. In your head, Cedric, it's as if being wrong means being pseudo, right? And the last thing you want to be is pseudo, so that's why you don't take lightly to someone telling you should look at something in another way. But I'm not, you should always be willing to look at things in different ways, Cedric. It's not a bad thing.
Melvin,
you got a hell of a way of explaining stuff, man.
Melvin, what's good? I see you join the panel.
One hell of a way.
Hey, what's good, bro? What's good, man?
Hey, Melvin.
Hold on.
His ability to psychoanalyze is amazing.
Hold on for a minute. American Dream, you know what you do, yo? It's like we welcome diverse opinions around here. But when you come on here knowing, right, that for the best of our abilities, we want to practice and give the people an understanding of scientific literacy. You tunes in, bro. You know damn well we went over the whole scientific consensus and what it means, and how a damn pseudo will always say that we're saying that a scientific consensus can't change. Like that it would throw it out of the realm of science. That was the point, bro. When the data changed, consensus changed. Right? For you to come on here and act like that's what we doing. I be thinking you just doing that shit just to get that shit off, yo. That be my point. Like, really, yo? It's a law. It's a law. Like, you know, like we don't know what a theory is. Like we don't know what a law is. And to come on here and say this shit is crazy. Yeah, man, come on, yo. I'm halfway through a whole book talking about that very subject right now, yo. So that should be kind of. I be thinking you be trying to be funny. You just get your shit off, American Dream. Seriously,
No,
bro. Your point is great.
it would benefit me more, Ankh, if you presented an argument against what I said, because so far you haven't. Right? Like it
You
helps me
haven't
better when
presented an
people present
argument.
an
You
argument
presented
against
your
something that I
opinion
said.
about how somebody thinks, and you assume that that makes it relevant. It didn't. You just wasted a bunch of hot air.
I'm
So
saying
no,
hot
you have
air
to
was
make
meant to be wasted.
have an argument. You need to first have an argument. You expounding about what you believe, you perceive my thoughts to be, that in itself isn't anything other than your opinion. It's
My
not an
opinion is an
argument.
argument,
You didn't
man.
make
What you
one.
mean? My opinion can't be an argument? What is wrong with you?
What was you saying though? What was you trying to tell Jimmy Food though? American Dream.
Dream is confused, and he's trying to
Disagreeing with
confuse
me
us
about
with why he
apparently you disagreed with something I said, but instead of arguing against what I said, you kind of went and said I shouldn't be saying what I say.
No, I said you trying to be funny because you know we understand what a scientific consensus is, yo. And the very understanding of it allows you to know that
Okay,
that
so
can
what
be
did I say that was
overturned.
wrong
So
though? But what did I say that was wrong?
I'm gonna say this again because you love to cut in more than me. I said for you to come on here and act like that we are saying that you cannot go against the scientific consensus when you very well should know that anybody that understands what a scientific consensus is already knows when the data change, the consensus could change. That's already in the understanding of a scientific consensus. Just like a theory. If you understand what a scientific theory is, it's not stuck. So if a person comes and saying, y'all niggas is acting like you can't challenge a scientific theory. Well, wait a minute. The fact that we understand what a scientific theory is, it's in the explanation of a scientific theory that scientific theories can be overthrown. So the fact that you keep saying it, I'm thinking that you don't know what a scientific consensus is, buddy. That's my point, American Dream.
I'm saying like you still haven't told like what did I say that was wrong?
You said, first of all, you tried to use a saw as if he was going against the consensus.
I'm asking you what I tried to do. Like you keep telling me what I tried to do and what I'm attempting. Like what did I say that was wrong?
Let's not get down a rat hole and
all right. Yeah, I'm off that. Yo.
American Dreams arguments.
Yeah, I'm done.
Let's not do that.
You're dreaming, American. I'm off.
He's trying to pull you in the rat hole of the of that. Let's not do that.
Yeah, all right, we're not doing that. Yeah. I start seeing the great rat.
Hey, Brendan, you know what I've noticed, Brendan? Like you do that sometimes in a chat. Like if you see me speaking to someone in a chat, and it doesn't matter where, like you kind of interject and tell the person not to engage with me, and that's kind of weird. I don't understand why you do that.
There's a broader conversation. There's a broader conversation.
But you would understand that that's no. Hold on, right? But if I'm talking to someone and then you
somebody in the
tell
back,
the person, yo, don't talk to him. Like you finally
is there anybody that you wouldn't argue with?
Again.
Somebody in the back.
You're doing the same thing, exact same thing again.
You're moving from person to person.
Assuming to know what Brendan thinking. Like he doing the exact same thing again.
He did. Cedric, are you listening? I didn't say nothing about what he thought. I told him about things he did. I said,
well, we got you, bro.
Melvin.
Let's move on. What's up, Melvin?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, what's going on, man? I got me and Josh in here together,
Team Osiris.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Peace, fellas. What do you guys think about? We've played the entire video today. That was a real eye opener, right? In terms of some of the things that we've been discussing, and now I think everybody has sort of the aptitude, so to speak, to kind of follow your arguments and your discussions. So yeah, it's very, very. That was really good today.
Yeah. We kind of again, like I told
and I try to tell people we've approached this from a perspective of being fans of the gentleman, and out of being fans, you support people that you respect, that you look up to. But once you start looking at the materials, once you start looking at them books that are on the shelf collecting dust, it changes the perspective a little bit. So yeah, it was a good presentation we put together. I think about maybe 3-4 years ago. But yeah, I think that really was part of the reason why we continue to do the work. A lot of times people say, well, you got to read the book, you got to read the book, you got to get the book, you got to get the book. Well, we did that, so that can no longer be an excuse anymore for why people are making errors and whether it's poor comprehension.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Oh man.
Actually, I wanted to know before you ask the question, did anybody else have any comments about the video? Did you guys understand it? Any questions per se?
Yeah, Melvin. I didn't understand the Zechariah ascension. I mean, are we serious? So did y'all just plug that in and make that up? Because I'm not believing that. I think y'all just did something with that. What you mean? He saw Zechariah ascension. Y'all serious?
Actually, Josh can actually direct you to that. Josh, you there?
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah, you get a question?
Gosh.
I don't remember Zechariah Sitchin. Like the video was like 5 years ago now. I do remember Helen Blavatsky.
There's some Blavatsky in there for sure.
Manetho.
Yes. I think he was saying that there was some secret language of the Egyptians or something like that.
Yeah, the Egyptians spoke a secret language.
Yeah, and he used Helen Blavatsky to substantiate. So I mean, that's he definitely cited Helen Blavatsky. You know what I'm saying? No, it's been 5 years. I can't remember everything, but yeah, it's been a while. But he did. I don't remember Zechariah Sitchin though. Go ahead, bro.
No, it's my turn,
The
Cedric. It's
show
my
you
turn to
guys
ask a
did 2
question.
years ago on Sonetta, which dealt with the actual plagiarism. I watched that one today. That is an eye opener, and I think I'm gonna request that Chef play that one, cause OMG, that's even worse than having a misconception of this Negro Egyptian language. I think the disingenuousness in the level of plagiarism is speaks to sloppy
Yeah, but once you
and
do
laziness.
that, yo, now you chasing them away completely, yo. Like that's gonna be the whole narrative, yo. You just painting it in the corner.
We don't want that to be.
Yeah, you paint that in the corner.
Yeah, we'll deal with the information.
Yeah, we didn't want that to be the narrative. We actually tried to address that back then, and it was kind of dismissed. So we took the route we took.
And Sonetta recently redid it not too long ago. Like it'd be beating the dead.
Right. So
yeah, we didn't beat the dead horse.
Yeah, because I saw it today for the first time. It was a video from 2 years ago. I was like, what? Nah, come on.
It's older than that.
It's not because we tied. It's not because of the dead horse. It's not because we're beating a dead horse. It's because the dead horse is one of our friends.
Nah, I mean, Osiris did a video. They did the video on Sonetta. You want to do it again? Like, goddamn. Like,
hey, see, you always see what you do, yo.
Bro, keep doing it. Like, then do it next week.
Just keep doing like the point been made on that, though, right? See what you keep doing. See, if it was you won't want that.
But I had a question for Team Osiris. Like, what do you mean? What I had another question. You cut me off from this. Like, no matter what I do, I'm doing something wrong. I had a question for Team Osiris.
Go ahead, ask a question.
Stop crying. You might not get that question. Stop crying.
Yeah, you heard Lord's voice. I quit with Team Osiris. Go ahead.
Team Osiris.
I think Chef is
got
there.
one question for Team Osiris.
That's your question.
Hey, Chef and Brendan, I think the next thing y'all should really look at is the 2-part series of Negro Egyptian
Yeah, I told him about that. I did it. I watched that.
I have a question though. What's
okay, go ahead, America G. Go ahead, ask this question.
Team Osiris, I'm so curious.
Don't come out of left field with something stupid, yo.
Let him ask. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Team Osiris, I just want to know.
We'll pick it up, Melvin.
Yo,
I got my finger on the button. I got my
come on,
finger on the
man.
button.
Name the last time I asked a stupid question. Name the
No, don't
last
do that,
time.
American Dream. Don't do that. Just ask the
Okay, you're
question.
right. But here's my question, Team Osiris. Why do you call yourselves Team Osiris?
Oh God! There you go. Yo, don't even answer that.
Can you tell me
Don't
why
even
you call
answer
you
that.
why Osiris? Can you just explain why Osiris?
A man will call himself a
gotta
American
explain
Dream,
that.
asking somebody why they call himself Team Osiris. What's the
Man, I
relevance?
can explain. Hey, listen, man,
know
this
the
shit's
story.
simple. Man, it ain't even. Listen, see, y'all make too much spectacular out of it, yo. I
See,
was
this
saying
goes to
Team
the same
Osiris.
point I made before. You see how y'all protecting it? This goes to the same
No,
thing I just said
Unc
before.
is a person that co-founded the group in the beginning, so he can better tell you what the fuck is going on. That's why he's gonna tell you. Go ahead,
But he's
Unc.
not answering the question. He's about to tell me why he doesn't have to answer it.
No, Unc is
I'm
gonna
not,
tell you.
yo. I'm not. I'm
He's gonna
saying
tell you
now.
why.
I don't know what acronyms they do on, but I know originally with my infinite wisdom, I said, yo, let's do it. Why don't y'all call it Team Masada? They was like, what? I think it was cool for one. I was like, what? That's crazy as hell. I think goes at Team Osiris. I'm like, oh shit. Why y'all going with the Greek shit? I don't know, niggas. They was like, shut up. That's what it's gonna be. I just shut up. So I don't know what they done added to it after that, but it was a basic that the Osiris shit just sounded better, right? And it might be some they probably can explain a deeper meaning to it. But
Yeah.
at first, getting away from the silly Osiris shit, they be like, that shit's silly. We ain't saying that.
Y'all gonna be team Assault.
Nah.
Like,
Brothers,
And I'm also, and I'm also kind of interested.
But yeah, for American Dream, I can answer your question. Actually, I think Geechee can too, but I don't know if he's there. But Geechee was one of my early members. Originally, like I said, Osiris is always an acronym. It was never just Osiris just to be agreeing with the Greek concept. Osiris meant originally one soul, infinitely resurrected in spirit. That was the old acronym. And
sorry,
it
can you
was to
repeat it one more
represent,
time? Can you say it again?
yeah, one soul, infinitely resurrected in spirit. And so that was like how Asar or Osiris was chopped up and split into many pieces, but the many pieces were still part of the whole. The same represents with the team, how we are many, but we are represent as a whole. So that was the original acronym until we became more science and research based, like for sure. And then that's when we started changing it to our solution is revealed in science. And that's what we use now.
Sure. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But when you first made the acronym, right? It's not as if you made the acronym and after you made the acronym, you were like, oh shit, that's Osiris, right? Like you knew you intentionally made the acronym spell Osiris. Right, like you made it be OS, and you kind of went through it, and you went through a few rough drafts, and you were like, no, but it had to be Osiris. So I'm wondering why was Osiris so significant that you made the acronym, like because just why was Osiris so important? Sure.
Yeah. Again, I explained the story. Ark is one of the first members on the team. I'm not sure if you understood that. But the Osiris name came up between Ngozi, Amir, Khufu, and Ankh. So the concept and the frame of mind that they had when that was made is not something that I could actually speak to. But again, the purpose of it was to be an acronym. We don't claim to be Egyptomaniacs. We don't follow that. Actually, we're far from it. We actually represent West.
I'm sorry, is this a real
West
conversation?
Africa. We actually represent West Africa more than Egypt, and actually we've had people on the team that reflect that across the entire continent. So
I have a question next. Melvin, you mentioned earlier, you said about the part 1 and part 2 about a series that you wanted to suggest.
Negro Egyptian.
Yeah. I wanted to see if you can kind of go into that, because this is I think important for us, because this relates to some of the pseudo killer research that we're doing.
Man, you gotta watch it. He can't do it justice, man. I promise you. You gotta play it. he can't do.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Josh here, he can definitely attest to it. It took us a lot of time. Same thing with the other project we have on our channel about Dr. Joke. We did that as well. Again, when it comes to doing that type of work, you won't be able to just rely on the English language. So you do have to get translations, and then those translations have to be checked and things like that. So it was a very thorough work. It took us. It really took like 2 years away from us. Like 2 years we can't get back, and it wasn't fun at all. Just having to learn those languages and having to pretty much translate the entire text. It's about 3 copies of that book within our rotation. So, I would say definitely.
What book you talking about? What book you talking about?
The origins of the origins of African languages. Yeah, Mboli's book.
Mboli's.
So when y'all two gonna come over here? I just need y'all two on this. Since y'all actually working it.
It's already done. All you have to do is just.
I know it's time to do a recap. Slow it down. No, you know where, dude. You know where, dude. Don't worry about it. We got Sunday night at the movies with the pseudo killer.
I just
the popcorn and the Coca-Cola's out.
I'm just wondering if he could break down the connection between the Bantu and Sumerian. I'm interested in
There
is that a dumb question?
There is none.
What a dumb question.
There is
that dumb question. Was that Google Scholar?
Yeah, that's me.
That's a dumb ass question.
That was parody, American. That was parody.
Hey, but look, I would recommend
he was being American
Dream. Definitely watch the 2-part series. And then that way, if you have any questions there, we can still answer any questions. And then I think we still have the PowerPoint, don't we, Josh?
Yeah, we might hear it. We might hear it first.
It's a dumbass question.
We might hear one first.
I'm telling you, it's a dumbass question.
Yeah,
we might play the one first one. The volume one.
You got your panties in a bunch of American Dream.
Yeah, I'll got him hot. I'm gonna let his ass up.
I see you're used to men wearing panties, huh, Google?
Hey, because you got Brandon, because you gotta hear. You gotta hear that.
You gotta be in your
Google Scholar or a doo-doo scholar.
Hey, stop it.
You gotta bring
it back. Let's bring it back.
Yeah, Brandon, you gotta hear the explanation like when they lay out the argument. Mm-hmm. Why Mboli shit don't make sense? Why the shit he's doing is impractical and the amount of you got, you know what I mean?
Oh, this is the 2-part series that they're talking about.
Yeah.
You gotta watch that.
Yeah, we gotta watch that. We
gotta
bring that to the.
And people love to say, "Oh, so and so's book is in." People love to say, "Oh, so and so's book is in universities." Well, there's a difference between it being a part of a library catalog versus being instrumental material. Zachariah Stitton is in parts of library catalogs. That doesn't mean he's instrumental. It doesn't mean he's part of the coursework. So yeah, people tend to make that, but it's false.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a rookie mistake. That's right. Matter of fact, let me say this. You find a book sometimes is because students will ask for that, and so they'll bring a copy in there. But see, people like to play that game. Well, see, it's in this library, and don't know the reason why. And I'm glad you brought that up. See, what you don't really understand, people can always trick you right into a code.
Right. Hey, that's the thing I miss about.
Hey, real quick, man. Let me you can go to worldcatalog.com or .org. I can't remember which one it is, but you can. Yeah, you can look up damn near any book and find it in any library. Like from forbidden archaeology. What's that guy? Ron Wyatt.
Yep.
The guy that found the Pharaoh's chariot in the Red Sea. You can find his work in libraries and shit. Like I don't know what is that proving. Like it is Mboli the curriculum. You know what I'm saying?
Full pseudo sections, right?
Oh yeah. So the new way. You know what I'm saying? All that
history channel.
Ron Wyatt is the
section.
number one pseudo. I don't think you should mention Mboli along with Ron Wyatt. There's a whole different level.
Is it?
We can.
Hey, but look, I was gonna say, that's the main thing I miss about university is being able to, get behind the paywall and just start requesting books and then get access to them anytime I wanted to. That's the main thing. But you can get anything, even if it's in another country. Your university can put in a request to get it.
That's one of the craziest things I
Melvin,
think,
I have a
Melvin.
question.
They should be able to, in terms of, universities, they want to make money and all this stuff. They should be like for instance, with my university, they say, okay, we'll grant you an additional 6 months after you get your degree, right? Access to our libraries. But it should be like a thing where it's okay. What in terms of my alumni, I guess you would say participation.
Nope.
Give your alumni access to your libraries.
Nope.
For a pay for
Nope.
a fee. Dude, that should be something that they should offer. You know what I mean?
I
Because
wish.
I think that would be very attractive for
Hey,
graduates.
that's what motivated me to start my own library. Because I'm like, yeah, they not even even if you're alumni, they don't care.
Right.
Like you don't get access to anything.
It was like, 6 months, you're done, right?
Exactly. Like
I
after
don't care.
6 months,
PhD,
after you graduate,
it doesn't matter. You're done.
right? After you graduate with the 6 months, you're not gonna care about reading another book for a while. Like you're gonna take a break.
Right.
So yeah, they really need to change that.
Right.
But like I said, that's the kind of motive.
That's a powerful
Yeah.
tool, brother.
It is powerful. Yeah, it definitely is. But that's why I started my own library. I was like, yeah, I can't, continue to rely on them. I have to create my own. So that's what I did.
Yeah, that's not. I'm just saying, but imagine how many people. I'll never forget the time Wuja show you a picture of it in Princeton Library, right? And overemphasize that shit. And see, that's like just continuous though. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's give the people all they need, right? And when people got tools, they'll be able to understand what's going on. A Christian will call it discernment, and science would call it the tools needed to understand the situation. So when they keep playing that game like that, they really playing you stupid and think you don't know what's really going on. And that's for me. Like I don't do people like that. I don't play it that way. Like I'm not gonna play. I want to talk about the things that they don't have in the Big Bang. Right? You know what I'm saying? We might go back and forth, but we understand their soft points, their points they don't understand, their actual question marks. I remember it was even due diligence. One of them was trying to argue past the question marks. Right? So we like to discuss those things. It's healthy. It's healthy to talk about Afro-Asiatic. Right? That's healthy for us. Right? That's healthy to discuss Asar's work and why we feel like it's not there. That make Asar better if you pay attention. So for anybody to try to make it out, we don't like you. Remember, I was right in the middle of the whole situation. I know how shit kicked off. I understand both sides. I know how different parts, you know what I'm saying, got crazy. You know what I'm saying? I know what role I played. I know what role Asar played. I know what role I know. You see what I'm saying? Like, I know. In real time, like, I just know. I know the inside shit. I know the outside shit. I know the apologies that the brothers made. I know how brothers treated me. Right? I know who was wild. I know who wasn't. I know what parts I was wild on. I know I wouldn't accept their apologies for a while. Right? You know what I'm saying? So, it's real. And so, anybody to try to stop black men and black women from coming back together again, it's crazy as fuck. Like that ain't even right. If a brother apologized, it ain't like we gangbanging. If a person is generally saying, yo, I was wrong, right? And if I can generally say, well, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that to trigger you. I know how to trigger Ngozi. I know the whole situation. So at that point in my life, I was just vulnerable. My fucking mother just died. Like, how many of y'all mother did? How many of y'all mother and father did? So when I lost that last piece, right, to my legacy that brought me in the world, I was fucked up for a while. Right? A lot of people didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't broadcast that shit. So Ngozi didn't know my mother was dead. All Ngozi knew was that my mother was in remission, just like his mother was. And when he realized my mother was dead, when he found out, the brother merely apologized, but it was too late for that at that point. You know what I'm saying? I know what statement I made. Matter of fact, the show not up there no more because we leaned on a bitch ass nigga to take that shit down. while I'm still mad at Sinjetti. Right? He let Sarnetta interview him and trick him. He got whatchamacallit on one, Samaras on one side, and Jabari on the other side, and they ask him a crazy question, and he respond. He fuck it up. Same thing happened to him Ghost. The crazy ass Israelite dude, right, who was selling fake water, right? Man, him still beefing, right? He asks and goes to crazy question, some wild ass question, right? And then goes like, well, fuck that nigga, he a bitch ass nigga. And you know when I hear that, I called in, and the first thing I felt out my mouth was your mother. So Ghosty know how I feel about his mother, you know what I'm saying, and how I feel about family, right? So he was like, what the hell wrong with her? And so he did what I would have did. He went on, not knowing all the circumstances. So that's how me and Ghosty fell out. That's how that really got bananas. So that's fixable, right? Hank Jackson and them fell out with a son because they didn't agree about the information. Right? And they felt like niggas was trying to low boy them. Man, I work hard on that low boy niggas because I've been in the street. The very nigga you low boy on the corner selling 8-balls be the very nigga got the money for the motherfucking half of bricks. Because niggas grow. And so, you know what I'm saying, individuals was in beef back and forth with each other. It was just a whole lot of extraordinary shit, right? And it wasn't a testament to me or our side, right? It was really a testament to them of continuing to reach out. And then Sarnetta jumped in, was like, come on, yo, you just gotta let that shit go. Work with that. Come on, man, let them, right? You know, Sarnetta loyal. I was like, yeah, but I don't want to talk to the niggas yet. Right? And I always was mad at Kufu. I mean, not Kufu. I always was mad at Kansu because Kansu, that's the funny shit. You said it the other day, Melvin. The funny shit was we was on a show talking about Afrocentricity, right? Yep. And y'all had, and Naya was on there. Sister Naya was on there, right? Yep. And I was like, and Sinjetti was on there, right? Yep. And I'm a dive in, I'm gonna help them out. So we was having a good conversation, just over the information, right? And I was saying, yo, that I said, Team Osiris, for real, if I want to say it, right? They come out of Afrocentricity. I said, because on the Raw Squad, come out of Afrocentricity. And Consul got the shit wrong. He thought I was trying to little boy him. He's a grown ass man, right? So he felt like I was trying to little boy him, right? And say, right, that, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? They come out of the Raw Squad. Like, I wouldn't say it, right? Like what's understood don't have to be said. So I never had to say that. Everybody know the role that everybody played. So I really don't have to emphasize that shit. And everybody knows nothing can be done. One nigga can't do it by himself. So anything that is grown this big, one nigga couldn't have did it by his motherfucking self. Regardless of what another nigga thinks. So he threw me off the show with that and cussed me out and wouldn't let me back on. I felt like he broke the rules. Like we always let each other say something. Sean broke the rules. When you kick family members off the panel, nigga, you breaking the rules. And that's why we at where we at right now. So I'm saying a whole lot of shit right now. But the point is, we work that shit out like grown ass men supposed to. And if niggas don't like it, then they can kiss my black feet. If people don't like the fact that there are individuals in this non-expert community that are not agreeing with the non-expert, then y'all need to go ahead, go get a bed and a cot somewhere and just be a goddamn coat. Be in a fucking coat. But if you're interested in science and if you're interested in young black men and black women, right, who are trying to understand scientific literacy, then this where it's at. This is what we doing. You can't blow us out the way with Africa. You can't blow us out the way with the bam, bam, boom, bam, boom. that, you gotta understand Africa. So let everybody play the games. Nobody hates Asar. Nobody hates Wu Tai, but we just not letting them get that shit off no more.
Yeah,
I
and
feel like Asar done enough good work. Wu Tai done enough good work. We all have, and we've made mistakes. We all have, and that should be okay if we're not in a cult. I'm gonna keep saying it until y'all get it, bro. We not in a cult. But go ahead.
yeah, and you know, we was even though we was still they had their little shit going. You know, and shout out Unbiased and shit. You know, we still did shows and shit, and Melvin will pop through.
Peace,
you dig.
I'm just saying, hold on. I'm just saying, hold on.
Get it, bro. We not in a cult.
Hold on, but listen, hold on, hold on. And we used to do shows on Unbiased shit, right? They had their little shit going. You know, and shout out Unbiased and shit. You know, we still did shows and shit. Melvin will pop. Who got the YouTube? I'm just saying, hold on. I'm just saying, who got the YouTube on? Must be Joshua. I think it's Joshua. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
My bad.
Yeah, and we was doing shows and shit, like I said, on Unbiased and shit. And I know Mel was a pop through. Me and Mel used to do a bunch of shows together. Gullo pop through and Goldie pop through.
Yep.
And I remember I used to talk to Unc, and Unc used to be like I, you know what I mean? Like, don't let our shit affect what you know what I'm saying, the unity and shit. You feel me? Like he was like, eventually we'll work that shit out, but like don't make our shit y'all shit. You feel me? Like y'all, you know what I mean? Just keep doing what you do. You know what I'm saying? Back way back when and shit. So
right. And it was never really, it was never really like beef at all. It was just a miscommunication and misunderstanding. But you know, when it's family and everything, it get like that. Sometimes you gotta have those tough conversations, and sometimes you gotta separate just to appreciate the time. You know, so but we never took it there. You know, even on other platforms, Unbiased was, you know, he was generous enough to have me. And you know, even if he had there's many nights me, him, and you and Ujah was on there, and it was never like we ever got into some shit. Of course, some slick stuff was said.
always.
It was never to the point where like it wouldn't work. Like it was like it's not me going that far. So yeah, I mean, we just kept it respectful, you know.
Yeah.
Like Unbiased can never really say
me personally, I ain't never liked him or his work. Shit, I don't like the condescending shit. That's just me. This is brother.
Hey, I like you either. But look, Unbiased can never say like I came on this panel and like disrespected him as a host or anybody on his platform. And that's the way I want to keep it. That's the way we should all keep it.
We wouldn't we wouldn't gang banging and shit. Like, nigga, you fucking people say
No, we was beating up some pseudos.
Yeah, we just beating the pseudos like standard, you know, standard practice and shit.
Right.
There's the link. Hit the link, you dig? For sure. And you know, just a short PSA for the listening audience, we're creeping into 8:30 Eastern time, so we're squarely into Monday Night Madness territory at this point, right? So the link is in the chat.
Shit, link
come on,
we might need to stop, start over. Might need to stop that, start over.
Right.
The chef by the computer. Chef, I don't know. Chef by the computer.
We're in Monday Night Madness territory right now.
Oh, I got less chef.
Monday Night Madness territory. Yeah, hey chef, we need to get this out the front, yo.
I just let him in. He just came in. You might not even heard that.
What happened? Hey chef.
Hold on, Unbiased
we're in
coming.
Monday Night Madness territory, yo. We might.
Unbiased coming in too. You did.
Yeah. Maybe we want to cut this one and start up Monday night. And
Uncle Goober in the building.
Moving. For sure.
It depends. If y'all want to cut this one and start a new one, I'm cool. Or
you got to.
Yeah, got to.
Yeah, you got to. We're too long. That shit too long. Though.
Yeah, this was just a lunchtime joint.
Shit, you want to do it so everybody can stay on?
Yeah, everybody can stay on.
What's up, Unbiased?
Even me?
Even you,
Unbiased
American
is in the
Dream.
Zoom, right?
Even
Unbiased
you.
just joined the panel?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Uncle Goober was good, man.
Yeah, it was good. Hey, yo, I like what y'all was talking about.
you know, as far as like the fake gang banging and the cult stuff, because I can never join a gang because I can never have a beef with a good guy. You know, if you're a good guy, I just can't beef with you.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, you couldn't join the gang. You get clipped.
Oh, no. Can't join a gang.
Hey, you gonna have to do it. I don't know how to do this shit.
No, all you gotta do is just go into the just hit the knock it off YouTube and then start another Zoom.
Hit with that Rico.
Yeah, we did. Remember, we did it the other day when we got clipped with the Team Osiris thing. We can do the same.
Oh,
thing.
Sosa, give me the host and I'll do it.
Yeah, take the host in the YouTube show, hit the end on the YouTube show, hit the end button. Right, but just don't knock us off the Zoom, and then
you got
back into the YouTube and start it again. And before you start, and when you hit it and they take you to YouTube, write the new title on there, Monday Night Madness.
Yeah. Mars, let the chat know we finna redo this thing.
Over the Monday Night Madness, right? And take the gloves off.
Damn, we had gloves on? I ain't know the gloves was on. These niggas punching me bare-fisted and shit.
Yeah, I don't know how I do this shit.
I'm gonna show you. Watch it. Go into the more button. Go to the more button.
More, right?
What it say? It say in YouTube, right?
Oh, stop live stream. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, let everybody.
Hey
know
y'all, we about to hold on. We about to start up a new stream, y'all. Give us 2 minutes and then come on to the new stream.